his leadership. Beyond dialogue,
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham.
We will begin today's Nityananda Yoga with the Sadguru Vandanam, invoking the divine presence of our beloved Bhagavan, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam. We will now take the Panchavatra Mudrani. Before this, we will chant the Shivamula Mantra 11 times. Please chant the Shivamula Mantra 11 times internally as we repeat it for you out loud. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Now, with an Uddharani of water, on your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, please take 3 sips of water as we chant the following mantra. Om Atmadattvam Shodhyami Sudha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhyami Sudha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhyami Sudha. Rinse your right hand with an Uddharani of water. And with the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips from right to left twice. Om Ham Vidyaya Namaha. Rinse your hand once more. And the index, middle, and ring fingers of the right hand touch above your upper lip, below your lower lip. Rinse your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, and left ear. Rinse your right hand. With little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel, right chest, left chest. With all the tips of your fingers, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and the center of your chest. Rinse your hand last time. And now clasp your right hand in your left hand. Keep both your hands on your right hand. We'll now chant the Sankalpa mantra, where you will take the conscious resolution to manifest the ultimate Paramashiva through this abhyasa of Nityananda Yoga today. We'll now chant the Sankalpa. Mamopata samasta duridakshe dvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartam Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartam cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shweta Varaha Kalpe Vaivasvata Manvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarshye Bharatkhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakhabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shastyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Shwavasu Nama Samvatsare Dakshinayane Lakshmi Venkateshwar Ritau Tulamase Shuklapakshe Panchamyam Shubhatito Bhanuvasarayuktayam Moola Nakshatra Adiganda Yoga Bhavakarna Evam Guna Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito Shri Kailasonnata Dvadashanta Shyamala Pitharuda Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Bhinna Swarupa Parashiva Putra Ratna Kumara Gurumanya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Sthanya Bhana Labdha Divya Jnana Vishruda Sakala Nigama Gamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravaktre Paramashiva Karuna Samadhigata Muktama Yajaturashrayana Giyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chimnakahaladi Samasta Birada Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarvajana Sangha Satyo Nirvana Diksha Vyapa Varga Varsha Vishrana Jimuta Paramadagalabhagesari Shaiva Siddhanta Stapanacharya Shri Rajadiraja Pandi Maharaja Guru Shabana Shakyadi Mahandakara Nivarana Jnana Bhano Vikshana Narharat Budhochedana Purvaka Shrimad Vrishabhadvajastapaka Shaiva Samaya Kartre Sarvajna Pitharuda Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vagisha Sundara Manikya Vachaka Swami Nam Avatara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Punarudrita Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Trinapatyuttara Dvushatatama Guru Mahasannidhana Arunagiri Yogishwara Paramparagata Arunachala Sarvajna Pita Guru Mahasannidhana Kailas Paramparagata Kanchi Kailas Sarvajna Pita Trayastrim Shatuttara Dvushatatama Guru Mahasannidhana Nityotsava Nitya Mangala Nitya Kalyana Nitya Rajita Kailasa Paramparagata Adi Kailasa Nityananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasimmasana Pita Gatre Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samadbhuta Kailasa Paramparagata Vaivaspadamanu Ikshvaku Harishchandra Bhagirata Shri Ramachandra Shurasena Ityadya Navachinna Sarvabhauma Chakravarti Paramparagata Chatushashti Yogini Mandita Chatushashti Sampradaya Pravartaka Manudharma Shasana Surya Vamsha Prapta Sarvajna Pita Surangi Samrajya Murdha Vishikta Chudamane Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samadbhuta Kapila Mahaguru Punaradrata Mahanirvani Pita Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Mahamandaleshwara Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samadbhuta Shri Mahaganapati Samaramba Navachinna Pitadhishwara Guru Parampara Prapta Atalapita Ashtottara Sahasratama Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Atalapitadhishwara Dharma Mukti Swarga Puraswarna Pita Trayovamcha Guru Mahasannidhana Kailasa Paramparagata Adipita Sarvajna Pita Jagat Guru Shri Kailasa Punaruddharaka Shri Kailasa Paramacharya Srimad Paramahamsa Parivrajaka Varya Shachidananda Pranavaswarupa Shrotriya Brahmanishta Srimad Jagat Guru Shri Lashri Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Paramacharya Swaminam Prityartam Tesham Padaravindayoho Bhakti Siddhyartam Guru Kripagadaksha Siddhyartam Kshemastheirya Virya Vijaya Ayurarogya Ishwaryanam Abhiruddhyartam Dharmartha Kama Moksha Chaturvida Phalapurushartha Siddhyartam Samastu Duridopashantyartam Samastu Mangalavapyartam Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Prasadena Sakudumbasya Jnana Vairagya Jivan Mukti Praptyartham Purna Arogya Yukta Dirgatrika Yogic Sharira Siddhyartham Paramashiva Shakti Avishkaranartham Nityananda Yoga Abhyasam Karishye Om Abhobhasprishya. Rinse your right hand and keep your Panchapatra Manudrini at a safe distance.
Yes. So let's all stand up and begin with the asanas and the Nityananda yoga for today. So before we begin, we're just going to start up with a short warm up to prepare ourselves for the yoga. And let's begin with a gentle neck rotation. Just starting with our neck, we're going from top to down. So go start rotating your necks and go as wide as possible. Just gently pulling your neck as you keep rotating and see how comfortable it is. You want to see how your neck is feeling. Keep the awareness on the neck. And as you're rotating, if you find a particular point that's kind of feeling a little tight, maybe in that point you can stop for a moment, just squeeze your neck a little bit more. Or if you want to stretch that particular point, and stretch that point and then continue. Now let's switch directions. Keep breathing as deeply as you can. Keep the awareness on the breath as well. Breathe as deeply as you can, completely filling your lungs each time and emptying them. And relax. Come back to the center. Now we're going to be focusing on one direction. So interlacing your fingers, just place them at the back of your neck and now gently press your neck forward. Slowly, just allow the gravity to pull your neck down. See the particular point where it's stretching, you should feel in the back of your neck and slightly on your back as well. Lower your chin to your chest as much as you can and slowly relax. Now let's turn upwards and we're going to focus on squeezing the back of the neck. A lot of stress and tension just builds up in this point. So just squeeze your neck, just allowing all of that to relax. The point in which your neck is most relaxed is actually when it is squeezed like this together. So bring your neck as close together as possible. Try to bring your head as back as possible. You can keep your hands on your head to just use the gravity to just give a gentle push, little bit more weight to help you go deeper. Keep breathing as you're in this point. Bring awareness to the breath and relax. Next, we'll go to the side, bend to the side. Use your hand to just give your neck a little bit pressure. If you don't feel like you need that, then just relax your hands. Otherwise, you can just keep your hand on the neck, gently pull it down and relax. Let's switch to the opposite side. Go as deep as possible. Continue to keep the awareness on the breath and relax. Now just turn your neck from side to side, just a few moments, just to allow the neck to come back to the normal and relax. Yes. So now we'll be moving to the next, which is our shoulders. So either keeping your hands on your shoulders or just keeping your hands down, you can start to rotate your shoulders. Go as wide as possible. Whichever is going to help you to go as wide as possible. So when you go with your hands, you want to like touch your elbows together. You want to try to touch your elbows together And when you go up, pulling your back all the way up, and then when you go behind, squeezing your back, using your back to pull your hands behind so that your chest also gets a stretch, the front of the shoulders also get a stretch. So going as wide as possible. When you go down, you want to nicely relax the shoulders, the traps, the top part of the neck, everything together. So go as deep as possible and continue to keep your awareness on the breath, breathing as deeply as possible. So when you bring your hands forward, you want to be in an exhaled position. So inhale as you bring your hands up and exhale as you bring your hands down and forward. And relax. We're going in the opposite direction now. Again, as you take your hands behind, inhale. As your hands are going up, inhale. And as you bring your hands down, exhale. Keep going as wide as possible. Just a few more moments. And relax. Next, we're going to rotate our entire arms just to get some blood flowing and to get our arms warm. So you can start rotating your arms. Make sure you have nothing next to you. Keep your elbows as straight as possible. Go as wide as possible. And now slowly start to increase the speed of which you're moving your hand in. And now let's switch directions. And relax. Now let's move to our wrists. We're going to rotate our wrists. You can start with any direction, that's fine. Once again, feel how your wrists are. See the stress, tension that's there here. And you want to go as wide as possible. And if you have a particular point that you want to stretch even more, then you can do that. Now let's switch directions. And relax. Now you're going to pull your fingers towards you. Pull all your fingers. If you want to keep your hand on your palm, if you want to keep your hand on your fingers, whichever point is more comfortable for you. Now relax, bringing your hands down. Place your hands on the fingers and pull your fingers in and relax. Opposite side, let's go to the opposite hand. Now pull your fingers towards you. Give it a gentle pull. And now push your hands down and relax. So just before we move to the next part, yesterday, if you had joined with us either on Zoom or YouTube, we had done the Gajasana, which was a very intense exercise movement on the triceps, on the back of the hand, and the shoulders. So we're just going to do one stretch for that as well. So just bringing our hands behind our neck with the hands pointed down. You want to gently just pull your arms down. Pull your arms as deep as possible, as back as possible. You can even slightly stretch to the side, tilt to the side. That's going to help with stretching this particular muscle over here. and relax. Now bring your hands forward and you're going to pull your arms towards you. Try to bring your arms up above your chest towards your neck. This is going to stretch the shoulders. If you need more strength, you can also bend your arm and pull it. So if you need more strength to pull, then you can use this. Hold and don't allow your hips to be loose. Keep your hips tight so that just your arms are pulled. And relax. Let's switch the hands. Now taking the opposite hand, pull your arm down behind you first. Your fingers just need to be loose. You don't need to hold on to the fingers of the hand which are pointing down. Focus on just pulling your elbow close and back. Don't want your elbow to be pointing all the way to the side. Bring it as close to you as possible. Stay here for a moment and relax. Now let's stretch the shoulders. So keeping your hips tight, pull your hand towards you. You can bring your hand above your chest and either just pulling or using your elbows to pull your arm again as back as possible. Going to feel nice stretch in this particular point. Just in the elbow, just in the shoulder joint. And relax. Yes. Now moving to the next part, we're going to just relax our back as well. So let's stretch our hands all the way up, interlacing your fingers, stretch your hands all the way up and take a moment to just pull the back as high as possible, allowing your back to relax, to expand. Take a moment to stay there, continue to breathe. And now slowly just tilt to the side, just stretching the side of your body, side of the back as well. Keep breathing over here. And relax, coming back to the center. Let's switch sides. And relax. Now we're going to go down. So just open your feet a bit wide. Open your feet a bit wide. And now you're going to lean forward and down. Try to bring your hands all the way to the ground. And as you go down, just completely exhale for a moment and then start breathing, finding your breath in this position. Breathe into your lower back for a moment. Just focus on trying to touch the ground, trying to bring your hands to the ground. Breathe into your lower back. Take a moment to stay here and now slowly start moving from side to side. Bring your hands from foot to foot. Stretching each leg individually. Stay there for a second and then switch sides. Just stretching the legs and the back at the same time. And now try to just pull your hands behind. Look backward. Try to bring your hands all the way behind you. Just bounce over here for a few moments. And relax. Slowly bring your feet together and bring yourself back up. Yes, that's good. Now moving to the next, we are going to our hips. So let's start with a hip rotation going as wide as possible. And when you're going back, when your body is leaned forward, you want to just focus on relaxing your back. When you're bending forward, you want to not just lean forward, you want to push your hips forward as well. Push your hips forward, stretching the entire front part of the hips. These muscles over here. So bring awareness to your movement. It's not just about rotating the hips, it's about bringing the awareness to each point. So when you're bent to the side, this part of your body is being stretched. Then when you turn front, both of these muscles are being stretched. Again, when you move to the side, these part of the muscles, your left leg is being stretched. When you go back, you're stretching your back. So keeping the awareness on each part that's being stretched. Rotate as wide as possible. Continue to keep your awareness on the breath as well. Breathing in and out as deeply as you can through your nostrils. And let's switch directions. And relax. That's good. Now moving to our knees. Bring your hands to your knees. Gently rotate your knees. Any sounds over here is fine. It's just the air being released from your body. And now switch directions. So as you're rotating your legs, you just want to keep an awareness as deep as you're able to go. Keep the awareness to go as deep as you can and relax. Finally, coming to our ankles, start rotating your ankles. Again, keep your awareness on how you're moving your foot. It's a really nice way to wake your brain up as well. Try to go in an exact circle. And as you're rotating your ankle, you also want to try to stretch the foot as much as you can. When you bring your toes down, squeeze your toes in and then go up, pulling the ankle as low as possible as you're rotating your leg. Switch directions. And relax. So if you feel you're not having the balance, focus on one drishti point in front of you. It can be anything. It can be anything that's small, that's stable, that's not moving. And just by bringing that awareness, that connection, that focus on that particular point, you'll easily be able to bring your balance. Now let's go to the opposite leg. Start rotating the opposite leg. And let's switch directions. Again, keep awareness on taking your foot as deep as possible. And relax. So now with this, we'll be moving into the skeleton dance. The final, most powerful way to warm up our entire body. So let's all stand in our mats. You can bring your hands together, close your eyes for a few moments, and now you want to start visualizing your entire body is now a skeleton structure. Visualize your entire body is a skeleton structure. There's no skin, nothing else, not even your identity. You're just filled completely by Swamiji's golden energy. You're filled with Swamiji's presence, with Paramashiva's presence, and take a moment to visualize each part of your body. See your feet, your legs, your upper body, your hands, your fingers, your head. Bring the visualization to every part of the body and holding on to that visualization. Either you want to keep your eyes open or you want to keep your eyes closed. You can slowly start moving your body, holding on to that visualization. If you're keeping your eyes closed, just make sure that you have enough space around you to not hit or bump into something. Slowly start moving your body, your fingers and toes, your legs, arms. Each part of your body is independent intelligence. It's moving in its own direction. Don't have a particular pattern in the way you're moving your body. Don't need to dance. Just move your body violently. That is all is what you need to do. And don't hold on to any resistance, tiredness, laziness. Just drop all of that at Swamiji's feet. Decide however your body moves, you're going to just move along with your body. Slowly, gradually, we're going to increase the intensity. Let's begin. So as Swamiji says, this is a very powerful way to bring that energy, to awaken that energy from inside you. Use this time to intensely generate that energy from within your body by breaking all the laziness, tiredness, resistance in your body. Allow that energy to flow completely through your body. It's there inside of you. You just need to wake up, become alive, become awake. Breathe as deeply as you can. Breathe through your nostrils. Take as deep breaths as you can as you move your body. And move your body intensely. That's going to generate all the energy you need to wake yourself up, become awake and alive. Last few moments, let's become as intense as possible. Move every part of your body. And there's no pattern in the way you're moving it. Just be intense. Last few moments. Keep going. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Stop. Completely stop moving your body. Come to a standstill. Just focus on your breath now. Intensely breathe in through your nostrils, completely filling your lungs, and exhale. This will help you to settle faster. You can breathe fast, that is fine, but breathe as deeply as you can. Try to fill your lungs each time. Breathe from your chest. Allow as much of prana to go inside your body. See your breath slowly settling down, coming to a standstill, completely just relaxing. See your heartbeat. Feel your heartbeat slowly settling down, but you can feel it in your fingers, toes. Your entire body is alive and awake. You are the source of the energy that you generate. It doesn't come from anywhere else. It is not external. You are the source of all the energy you need to be awake, alive, and begin your day with a lot of power and energy to manifest breakthroughs. See yourself slowly settling down. Now you can open your eyes, and that was really amazing warm up. All of us went through, and now we are going to move into the asanas of today, starting with the Balalingasana. So we're going to be beginning and continuing with the Prathama Vinyasa Krama and starting with Balalingasana. So Balalingasana is where we are going to be balancing on one leg. It's a balancing asana. So let us make sure that for many of us, if we are beginners, for all of you to balance, to bring balance, the most easiest way is first, whichever leg you're going to choose. Let's all start with our left leg. Okay, so we're going to be balancing on our left leg and raising the right leg up. So when you're moving on to balancing on one leg, first step you want to see is where you're actually standing. In the sense, like right now when I'm standing, I can feel most of my pressure to the back, to my heel. Most of my body's weight is being balanced on my heel. I can hardly feel any weight on my little toes. So I want to adjust that balance. I want to bring that complete balance. You want to plant your entire feet on the ground. So which is slightly leaning onto the foot. So from a standing position, you're going to lean onto the foot. And then after that, bring awareness to your entire foot. Make sure that the weight is equally balanced between your little toes, your big toe, your heel, the side of the foot. There are a lot of places that don't even get the weight of your body because you get just used to a particular walking style of placing your foot in a particular way. So first bring that balance onto your entire foot. Once you do that, you will see automatically if you lift your legs, you're stable, you're balanced, you're not moving your body. And then from that position, lock on a particular drishti point in front of you. So it can be anything. It can be just a piece of dirt, or it can be something on the wall, any point that's not moving, that's not a distraction to you, and bringing awareness and focus onto that point, then you can easily move into the asana. So during this asana, we are going to be interlacing our fingers into the Sarvava Shankari Mudra. So interlacing your fingers inside out. And now interlacing your fingers, you're going to raise your right foot up. Raise your right foot up. And now bring your hands around the knee. So again over here, the second focus of this asana is pulling the knee all the way up towards your chest. So keeping your chest up, you're going to bring your leg all the way up to the chest. Now, if you're not able to do that, you can gradually pull your leg as close to you as possible. That is fine. And the closer you get, the greater. That is very good. And you want to just slowly pull your leg as close to you as possible. Obviously, if you have a partner, you can take the support of a partner to help you squeeze yourself close together. So as you're balancing over there, you also want to keep your toe pointed. That will help with stabilizing your body. Keep your toes pointed down. And staying over here, we're going to be visualizing holding a baby. That is the Bala Lingasana. Visualize holding a baby in this asana. So as you're balancing over here, we're also going to be performing the Samana Kumbhaka. So if you need to relax for a moment, you need to bring your legs down. That is fine. So you can bring your legs down. Take a moment to relax the left leg. We're going to get into the asana one more time. But before we get into the asana, let's look at the other two components, which is the pranayama. So here we're performing the Samana Kumbhaka. The Samana Kumbhaka is where you're inhaling as deeply as you can and exhaling. And when you do that, each time you complete the inhalation or the exhalation, you're just going to hold your breath over there, visualizing the intense fire rising through your stomach, from your stomach through your spine. And along with this, we're going to be performing the Mahamudra Bandha. So let's do the pranayama and the bandha together. So the Mahamudra Bandha involves all the three bandhas. The Mula Bandha, which is the perineal lock, the Jalandhara Bandha, which is the throat lock, and the Udyana Bandha, which is the stomach lock. So all the three bandhas are included in this. So how do we perform all of them with the pranayama? First, we'll be starting with the Mula Bandha, locking the perineal muscles, and then beginning our inhalation. Let's all do it together. Inhale as deeply as you can. And once you have inhaled, lock your chin to the chest. Lock your chin to the chest. Hold the breath over there. Take a moment to see that visualization, to feel that fire raising up from your stomach all the way up through your back. And then as you slowly exhale, relax, then you can just release your Jalandhara Bandha slightly, complete the exhalation, and once you have completed exhaling, you again want to lock your chin to the chest, and we are going to use this time to perform the Udyana Bandha, pulling the stomach in and up. And then inhale again. So when you're performing the Udyana Bandha again, you're holding your breath, you're holding your lungs empty. And you want to use that time to again bring that visualization of the fire rising up through your spine. So this is how we perform the pranayama and the bandha. We are going to now do the asana and the components together. So let us begin. First, bring your balance onto your left foot. Interlace your hands inside out into the Sarvavashankari Mudra. And now raise your right foot up. Bring your hands around the right knee. Keep the toes pointed down. Pull your legs all the way close to you into your chest. And now perform the bandhas. Lock the perineal muscles. Inhale as deeply as you can. Lock your chin to the chest. Hold your breath over here for a moment. And now slowly exhale. Pull your stomach in and up. And inhale as deeply as you can. So as we are balancing over here, we are going to be chanting the Shastra Pramana as well. Let's continue to hold just for a few more moments.
Ekam janam rusiya stahavyam balinganam bhavati.
Yes, relax. Take a moment to just shake the legs out. So now we are moving into the next asana, which is Padapidanasana. So in Padapidanasana, what we are going to be doing is another balancing asana. So over here, instead of taking legs forward from that position, we are going to bring our legs backward. So bringing your legs back all the way towards your sitting bones, you're going to be bringing your legs as close to you as possible behind. And using both hands, you're going to be pulling your feet as close to you as possible. This is going to be a really nice stretch and relaxation on the thighs, on the front of the thighs. So pulling your legs as close to you as possible. This is Padapidanasana. So in Padapidanasana, the visualization we are going to hold is Swamiji. Now let's perform the asana once together, holding Swamiji as the visualization. So keeping your legs down. As I said in the previous asana, each time we are going to be getting into the balancing position, we just need to bring that awareness onto that foot. So leaning onto the left foot, now slowly raise your right leg up. Bring your right leg up, hold your right leg with both hands, and bring the drishti point gaze on a particular point in front of you. Once you have balanced yourself, now you want to bring your knees together. So in this asana, our knees have to be together. Try to bring them as close together as possible. Bring your foot up close, as deep as possible. Pull your foot up and close towards you. Keep the balance over here and relax. Slowly relax the foot. Allow the foot to come down and relax. So this is the Padapidanasana. If you want to take a moment to just shake your legs out, you can. And during this asana, we are going to be repeating the asana once more. What we are going to be doing is we are going to add the pranayama and the bandha along with the japa. So all of these three components as well. So the pranayama is continuing to be samana kumbhaka, and we're going to be doing the mahamudra bandha. So as we saw previously, the mahamudra bandha, each step along with the pranayama. So holding the perineal muscles, inhaling. So it's like closing the lid. If you have a can, you want to close the bottom of the can, pour the water through the top, and fill the can completely and close the top as well. So it's like a bottle with two caps and two openings. So that is how you want to visualize your body. So filling your body completely with prana and pushing the kundalini up as you do that. So that is why we do the pranayama along with the bandha. So now let's enter into the asana. First bring the awareness and balance onto the left foot. Bring your balance completely onto the left foot and slowly raise your legs up. Hold on to a drishti point. Now gently bring both of your hands onto the foot. Pull your legs as close to you as possible. Keep the knees together. And now we're going to perform the bandhas. Lock the perineal muscles. Inhale as deeply as you can, completely filling your lungs. Then lock the chin to the chest. Bring your chin to the chest. And now hold the breath over here, visualizing the fire raising up through your spine. And now slowly exhale completely, pulling your stomach inside and up. Hold the breath over there again, and then inhale again.
स्थित्वे तस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयत्तलं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्तेन पादपीडनमासनम्. Yes, relax. Now we'll be moving to the next asana, which is Natarajasana. So in Natarajasana, we are beginning with
Again, a balancing position over here. So in Natarajasana, keeping your balance on the left foot, you're going to raise the same leg. So if you're having your right leg, you're going to use your right hand to hold the leg from inside. You don't want to hold the leg from outside. It will not allow you to raise your leg as high as you can. So hold the leg from the inside so that you can pull your leg up higher, as high as you can. And as you pull your leg up, you also want to lean forward at the same time, stretching the opposite hand forward and bringing the fingers into the Bindu Mudra. So the more forward you lean, the higher you'll be able to raise your leg. So let's all get into the asana together. So first, let's bring the balance. First, bring your balance onto the left foot. Catch onto your right leg. Catch onto your right leg. And now slowly lean forward and start bringing your chest towards the ground. Stretch your left hand in front of you. Make sure you're already looking and focusing on a drishti point. So as you start lifting your body up, you'll be able to bring the awareness over there. Stretch your hands forward, straighten the elbows of your left hand. If you lose balance during this asana, don't just try to rock yourself back into it. That's going to get more harder to balance your body. Rather, bring your legs down, shake it out if you need to, and then again get into the asana. So get holding up your legs. Now start focusing on leaning your body forward. In this asana, the mudra we are performing is the Bindu Mudra, bringing the index finger to the thumb. We are performing the Samana Kumbhaka, which is holding the breath each time we inhale and exhale, visualizing that intense fire raising up from the navel center. We are going to be performing only the Mula Bandha, which is going to help you a lot to keep your balance during this asana, and the internal japa is Soham. So holding these components, let's get into the asana again, and the visualization is Bhagavan Nataraja. So visualize Paramashiva dancing, the cosmic dance, as we perform this asana. So let's get into it. First, bring your balance onto the left leg, hold on to the right leg, and now raise your right leg higher and higher. Stretch your left hand in front of you, and now start lowering your body down. Keep the balance and start raising your leg as high as you can.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च स्थानष्टप्रसारणे. Yes, relax. Slowly bring your legs down. That's good. So let's shake our legs out for a moment, relaxing the legs, and we're going to be performing the 3 asanas we did just now on the opposite side. Yes. Now let's move on to performing the asana on the opposite side. So beginning with the right foot this time. So placing your right foot on the ground. First, as we saw last time, find out where is your natural position of balance, in the sense of where you are actually leaning your body into. Is it the base of the foot? Are you onto your toes most of the time? So bring your awareness onto which part of your foot you are balancing, you're bringing your weight onto. And now
From that position, you're going to slowly lean onto the right. Slowly lean onto the right side. Lean onto your right foot, and then in front of you, focus your gaze on a drishti point and interlace your fingers. Then slowly raise your foot up. Bring your hands around the raised foot. And now, using your hands, you're going to pull your legs up towards you. So pull your legs as close to you as possible. And once you feel like you've hit a point where you're not able to pull your legs further, most of the times what we do is we just bring our legs as close to us as possible. We are only using our hands to bring our legs close. But if you lift your chest, if you lift your thighs up and your chest up, you need to like move it up like this. It's not just pulling, but you need to raise it up onto your chest like how you would a child. That is when you're able to bring your thighs and touch your knee to your chest. So if you see here, I'm pulling my legs as close to me as possible. I can't move any further. But you can see that there's such a big gap. My knees are nowhere close to my chest. So over here, I want to raise my chest, my thighs up. I want to raise my leg above my hips and bring my knees to my chest. Now I'm able to bring my knees all the way close to my chest and I'm pointing my toes down. So this is how we perform Balalingasana. In your inner space, visualize holding on to that baby, to a child, and you want to hold it as close to you as possible. That is the visualization we are going to be holding in this asana. So take a moment to just relax your foot, relax your toes. Now we are going to be getting into the asana once more. This time we are going to hold on to all the other components as well. So we are doing the pranayama and the bandha together as we perform this asana. So balancing on the foot. So bring your balance on the right foot and now interlace your fingers. Then slowly raise your left foot up. Bring your hands around the left knee and slowly raise your legs up as high as you can and try to bring your thighs above your hips. You want to push your hips forward. So pushing your hips forward, squeezing your butt into the Mula Bandha. Pull your legs all the way close to you. And we're going to be performing the pranayama as well, Samana Kumbhaka. So holding the Mula Bandha, inhale as deeply as you can. Lock the breath in the Jalandhara Bandha. Hold over here for a few moments. And when you exhale completely, pull your stomach in and up into the Uddiyana Bandha. Hold the breath over there and release. So keep doing this cycle as we now chant the Shastra Pramana.
Ekam janodisyalinga statavyam balalinganam bhavati.
Relax. Bring your leg down. Shake out your right leg. So these asanas are really nice because on one side you are doing an intense stretch and on the opposite side it needs intense strength and balance from all the stabilizing muscles of your leg. So you're going to feel an intense burn maybe on your left leg or right leg, whichever leg you're performing. As we are performing on the right leg, you will be able to feel a nice burn all over your thighs, your foot, and in your calf muscles as well. So just shake them out, let them relax for a moment before we move into the next asana, which is Pada Pidanasana. So in Pada Pidanasana, we are going to be balancing on the right foot, raising our left foot up and holding on to the left toes, pulling our leg as close to us as possible. So let's get into the asana together. So first, let's bring our weight onto the onto the right foot. Raise your left foot off the ground. Bring your focus onto a drishti point in front of you or below you. And now raise your leg as close to your sitting bones as possible. Interlace your fingers around the toes. And now you want to bring your knees together. Try to keep your knees together. Don't keep your knees wide apart like this. Try to bring your knees close together. Your knees have to touch each other. And now squeeze your legs. Squeeze your thighs. Bringing your foot as close to your sitting bones as possible. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Feel the nice stretch happening from the top all the way to the knee of your left foot and relax. So we're going to be doing this asana together now. Just take a moment before we go into the asana. Just shake out your legs, relax them. Let's now move on to the asana. Now raising your left leg, bringing the balance and weight onto the left leg. Now raise your left leg up all the way towards your sitting bones. Bring the knees together. Interlace your fingers around the left toes and the left foot. Pull your leg as close to you as possible. Start feeling the deep stretch happening throughout your left thighs. And now we're going to perform the other components as well, starting with the pranayama and the bandha. So we're performing Mahamudra Bandha in this asana. So inhale as deeply as you can, lock the perineal muscles, then inhale as deeply as you can. Lock your throat in Jalandhara Bandha, locking the air, the prana inside your lungs. Hold the breath over here, taking a moment to visualize that intense fire rising and feel that fire. As you hold your lungs, you're going to see how that fire just races inside of you. And now slowly exhale completely and pull your stomach in and up into the Uddiyana Bandha. Hold the breath over there for a moment and then inhale as deeply as you can and repeat this cycle as you internally hold the japa Soham rotating in your throat center.
स्थित्वे कस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वर्तयेत्तनं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्येन पादपीडनमासनम्.
Relax. Bring your leg down. Shake your legs. Just let the blood flow through your left leg, your right leg again. And now we are going to be moving into the next asana, which is Natarajasana on the opposite side. Let's move into Natarajasana on the opposite side. So once again, we're bringing that balance, that focus onto the right leg, planting the right leg firmly onto the ground. Raise your left leg. Hold your left leg with your left hand from the inside. And you're going to slowly lean forward and down, locking your gaze at a drishti point in front of you. And as you lean forward, stretch the right hand in front and slowly go as deep as you can into the asana. You want to bring your entire hands into Just one straight line. Keep your elbows straight. At least to start with, you can try to bring your legs and hands into one straight line. So from the tip of your fingers all the way to your toes, that's the first level. Bringing your entire hand and leg, both hands into the straight line, that is the first level you can get into. Once you're able to do that, then try to start leaning forward, keeping the legs straight. Lean forward into the asana and raise your left leg higher. So now let's do the asana. Let's get into the asana and perform all the components as well. So balancing on the right foot, raise your left leg up, stretch your right hand in front of you, lean forward and down. Use the Mula Bandha to lock the perineal muscles and bring the stability of your leg. So your entire right leg is tight, and now slowly start raising your left leg up, balancing your entire body, gazing at a drishti point in your inner space. Visualize Bhagavan Nataraja dancing. Let's internally chant the japa Soham.
तानपानं कांस्यञ्च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च शुक्लांगष्टप्रसारणे.
Relax. Bring your legs down. Let's take a moment to relax the legs. Take a moment to just relax your legs, shake your legs out. Catch your breath if you need to. And yes. So next we are moving into the Ardha Rechita Karna. So the Ardha Rechita Karna is the one of these karnas of the Pratama Vinyasa Kramas. So we are going to be beginning with this Ardha Rechita Karna. So first step is coming into the Arai position. The Arai position is where you're going to bring the heels together. So first standing straight, keeping your knees together. First bring your heels together. Once you've brought your heels together, you're going to slowly bend your knees, getting into a half squatting position. So kind of going a bit deep into the squatting position. This is Ardha Rechita Karna. Keeping your hands on your hips, the back of your palms on your hips. So this is the Ardha Rechita Karna. So from this position, what we are going to be moving into is we are going to be leaning on to the left leg first and bringing the right leg behind the left leg. Now bring both of your hands in front of your chest, keeping the hands parallel to the ground. And now with your right hand, start making a pendulum motion. And as you do that, you want to also move your fingers. So starting with the little finger, keeping as the lead. So the little finger is moving the fingers forward and backward in a graceful manner. And each time your hand comes and touches the nose, the tip of the nose, and goes. And now let's relax on the right side. Bring your legs back into the Arai position. Continue to keep your legs bent. Now bend, bring your left leg. So the toes of your left leg are on the ground, heel raised. And now with your left hand, start making the pendulum motion, keeping the little finger as the lead, moving the fingers back and forth, bringing your hands all the way in front of your nose and going back. And now bring your palm, touch your nose, and relax. So this is the Ardhirechita Karna. We're now moving to the next Karna, which is going to be the Katichina Karna. So we are moving into the next Karna, which is going to be the Katichina Karna. So once again, we are going to come back into the Araimandi position. So usually when we do the Prathama Vinyasa Krama sequence in 1 hour, we usually have the skeleton dance in between of these both karnas. But as we're going through a slow process of doing each asana in depth, doing it, taking time to do each asana, learning each asana, we're going to be, we have already done the skeleton dance before the yoga when we did the warm-up. So now we are moving into the Katichinna Karna. Now coming into the half squatting position, keeping the heels touching, the toes pointed out. Now you're going to cross your hands above your head, keeping the palms facing the back, not the front, but you're keeping your palms facing the back. And now turning your entire hips, keeping the legs in the same position. You're just turning your hips and opening your hands as wide as you can, like a bird would open its wings and come back to the center. And now to the left side. So turn to the left, open your hands as wide as possible, push your hips back, push your shoulders back, and then come back into the starting position. So just repeating this from side to side in a graceful motion. Just see how a bird would gracefully open its wings and close its wings. That's the exact same way you want to open your body, open your chest, each side, and bring it back to the center. One last time, and let's relax. Bring your hands by your side. Now moving into the next asana, which is the Tadasana. So starting with raising ourselves onto our toes. So raise yourself onto your toes as high as possible, and you're going to raise your hands, your arms all the way up, keeping the elbows straight. Yes, Nityanandam Pujanandaya, welcome, and you're doing the asana really well. Keep the elbows straight, and now visualize yourself as a palm tree. So visualizing yourself as a tall palm tree with its leaves waving in the air. You are now embodying that very same being. We are continuing to perform the Samana Kumbhaka. So continue to perform the Samana Kumbhaka and the Mahamudra Bandha. So if you need to relax for a moment, bringing your heels to the ground, you can do that and raise yourself back up. So we're performing the Samana Kumbhaka, inhaling as deeply as we can. So as we did before, first lock the Mula Bandha, the perineal lock. You take a nice deep breath inside and then lock your chin to the chest. In this asana, we are rather going to raise our chest even higher. So you're not going to be locking your chin to the chest like this, but try to raise your chest as high as possible and lock your chin to the chest. Hold your breath over there for a moment. Feel that fire raising up through your body. And now as you completely exhale, you're going to be pulling your stomach in and up, completely locking the stomach in. And inhale again. So you can bring your hands down for a moment. Just shake out your shoulders and your legs before we get into the asana again. Just shake your shoulders out. Yes. So let's get into the Tadasana again, and this time we are going to do all the components together along with the Shastra Pramana. The new japa we are going to be holding is Shivoham. So hold that new japa rotating in your throat center. Let's now raise in to the asana. Take a nice deep breath Locking the perineal muscles, raise the hands all the way up. Visualize yourself as a tall coconut tree, a palm tree, and then lock your chin to the chest in the Jalandhara Bandha. Hold the breath over there for a few moments, feeling the fire raising up through your spine. And now completely exhale, pulling the stomach in and up, and inhale again. Keep repeating this process as we now chant the Shastra Pramana.
महामुद्राबद्धकोणोतारासनविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यात् धर्मग्निमधिक्रियात्.
Bring your hands down. Take a moment to just relax our legs. So next we're going to be entering into the forward bend of Uttanasana. So we are going to do it from Tadasana. And if you feel that you want a support of something to do the asana, because when you're in that forward bend and trying to push, usually it's a bit imbalancing for you over there. So what you can do is take the support of a wall. So just leaning the back of yourself towards the wall, you can use the wall as a support to keep you in position as you're doing the asana. So let us now enter into Tadasana first, taking a nice deep breath. Raise your hands all the way up and now exhale and slowly just lean yourself forward and down, bringing yourself down step by step, holding whichever point you can. So as you just slowly relax, you can walk yourself down further. If you're able to only just hold on to your heels, that's fine. Bring yourself as low as possible. Lower yourself as much as possible, and we are going to stay here for a few moments. Breathe into your lower back. Breathe slowly. There's no hurry, nothing to be tensed about. Breathe as slowly as you can. Breathe into your lower back, which means you're going to breathe into your stomach, which is going to expand and relax the lower back. Allow your breath to slowly settle down. Come to a relaxed, slow pace. Hold on to whichever part you can. If it's even just your knees, that's fine. You're staying here for the next few more moments. Let's continue to stay in the asana, to not relax, to not release. Once you're able to bring your hands to your calves, take it then to your feet, then to the floor, and then try to bring your forehead to your knees. Now slowly raise yourself back up. Let's take a moment to just relax for a moment. So one thing some of us are doing is we are bending our chest. So something many of us are doing is we are just bending, hunching our back down, and what you are trying to do is you're trying to push your hips forward. So sorry, hips backward and your chest forward. So even if you're able to go down only this much, that's fine. But don't just do this. It's going to be easier to do this because you can just take the support of your legs, but this is not going to create any stretch for you. Even if you're not able to touch the ground, if you keep your back straight, it's going to pull your hamstrings up. It's going to pull, and the hamstrings are going to pull on the knees, and then you're going to see a complete stretch happening behind you. So pushing your entire body down, keeping your back straight, you want to lean forward and down. Your back will hunch a little bit. That is fine. But keeping your back straight as much as possible is going to only help you to get into the asana faster rather than keeping your back hunched. So let us try to do that when we are doing the asana. Let us try to keep our back as straight as possible when we get into the asana. So again, keep the support of the wall. You can take the support of the wall to keep yourself balanced. Try to keep your back as straight as possible and also keep your knees as straight as possible. Just because you're able to hold on to a part a bit more easily with your knees bent, don't take that as an advantage. Keep your knees straight. You want to keep your knees straight, but don't push yourself too much that is getting uncomfortably painful. Keep yourself balanced. Push yourself as much as you can, lower yourself as much as you can, but at the same time, go as low as it's comfortable because you need to relax into the asana. You want to just allow yourself to get into the asana slowly, taking your time. There's no hurry to enter into the asana. So lean forward into the asana. Keep breathing as deeply as you can. Keep breathing into your lower back. Each time you exhale, try to bring yourself lower, lower, and lower. So relaxing yourself, walk your hands forward. Continue to keep your knees straight. Keep the awareness and keep making your knees straight. Many times don't even know that they have started bending. Now just holding on to the will persistence of whichever position you are in. You don't need to finish doing the asana today. You don't need to bring your forehead to your knees today. But hold on to whichever position you can as much as you can, as long as you can. That is a bigger breakthrough. If you're able to stay in the position for 10 seconds instead of 5 seconds, that is much better than just touching your forehead to your knees for 1 second. If you want to bounce yourself, that is fine. But ultimately, that also is just a distraction. But you can do that if you feel that that is more helpful, that's helping you go deeper, then you can bounce back and forth as well. Whichever point you're in, just allow yourself to relax there, staying here for just a few more moments. See the pain. See where is this pain coming from. Look at the exact point. Is it in the middle of your knees? Is it just right above your knees? When you start focusing on where this discomfort is coming, you will see that it's actually just your body being a bit tight. You'll see that there's no pain itself. It's just a signal that your body is saying that, hey, what are you doing suddenly moving yourself, stretching yourself like this? Just have that conversation with yourself, that completion, the complete awareness with yourself. If you need to close your eyes, you can do that. And now let's slowly raise up. Gonna take another short break, just relaxing. So raise up as slowly as you went down again. Don't just raise up immediately. Take a moment to just relax your legs, relax your body, allow your blood to flow into your legs. Allow yourself to catch your breath over here. We're going to go into just one more round, and this time we're going to be chanting the Shastra Pramana for it. What you can also do is, if you want, you can even do the counter stretch, just bending your knees in the Padapidanasana as we did before. So you can pull your legs all the way close to you. That's going to squeeze and relax the muscles that were being stretched right now. So you can just pull your legs all the way close to you in Padapidanasana, which is bringing your feet behind you towards your sitting bones. Squeeze your leg as much as you can and relax. Let's perform on the opposite side. Hold on to your leg. Pull your leg as close to you as possible. And relax. Yes. Now we'll be entering into the asana for the last time. This time we'll be chanting the Shastra Pramana and doing all the components as well. So let's take a nice deep breath. Raise your hands all the way up. Pull your back up. And now slowly exhale and lower yourself down into the asana as much as you can, as deep as you can. Internally visualizing Swamiji. And the japa is Shivoham. Intensely visualize this japa rotating around your throat center.
महामुद्रावद्धकोनो तारासविभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यात् धन्तर्वग्निपतिप्रियात्.
Relax. Slowly raise up. And now we are going to be entering into the next asana, which is Tarakshvasana. So in Tarakshvasana, we are going to first come onto our hands and knees. Bring your hands and knees onto the ground. And we are going to come into a plank position, raising our knees off the ground, locking your chin to your chest, and rotating from side to side. So this is Tarakshvasana. It's very easy, very simple. But if you feel that staying on your hands and legs is a bit hard for you, you're not able to raise your legs off the ground, then you can even keep your knees on the ground and just raise one foot. You can try doing that. You can try keeping both of your feet on your knees on your ground, whichever is comfortable for you, whichever regression is easier for you, you can do that. So as we perform the asana, we are going to be locking our chin to the chest and rotating from side to side. And you're also going to be performing the Samana Kumbhaka. So take a nice deep breath, lock your chin to the chest, and holding on to your breath, rotate your neck from side to side, feeling that intense fire raising up your stomach. So this is how we are going to be performing the pranayama along with the bandhas. Also, we'll perform the Mula Bandha, tightening the perineal muscles. So let's raise into the asana. Let's get into the asana, all of us together. So coming into your plank position, make sure your hips are not too low or your hips are not high. You want to be in a straight plank position. Now take a deep breath. Lock your chin to your chest and slowly rotate your neck from side to side, holding on to your breath. And internally, we're chanting the japa Shivoham.
रजासनवस्थित्वामस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नेतश्वासनं भवति.
Relax. Bring your knees to the ground. And now you're also going to slowly lower your stomach onto the ground as we enter into Bhujangasana. So lower your hands onto the ground, lower your stomach onto the ground, bring your feet onto the ground and your toes pointing back. So now in Bhujangasana, we are going to be doing two types of Bhujangasana, starting with the first one, which is a more strength based asana. So, keeping your hands by your side, you're going to first raise your hands off the ground. And you're going to raise your chest up as high as you can without using your hands. So, try to raise yourself, challenge yourself, push yourself further up, higher and higher. So, right now I'm at this position. I'm able to stay without using my hands. So, once you come to that point, then place your hands on the ground. Just place your palms. Don't use your palms to push yourself up, and just use that point to just keep yourself in that position. Just a little support for your body, for your upper body to stay there, and squeeze your muscles. And then relax down. So this is if you have lower back pain, this is a really good asana to help strengthen your back. Most of us have lower back pain not because of some injury, but just because our back is weak, our core is weak, and the entire weight of our body is on our back. So the entire load and strain comes on the lower back. So that is the reason why many of us get lower back, and just by strengthening your body, strengthening your back, you can completely relax. You'll completely have zero back pain, and your body will be able to hold the weight of it itself. So let's get into this one more time. So again, raise your hands off the ground, lift your upper body as high as possible, keep your feet on the ground, don't raise your feet off the ground. And now just place your hands wherever you are as your maximum point where you're able to lift your body, raise your back, release your hands down, and stay here for a few moments. Breathe as deeply as you can. Don't move your body up and down. Don't pulse your body up and down because of your breath. Breathe through to your lungs. Let your chest expand and relax, not your stomach. And now relax down again. Go and do it one more last time. Take a moment to just relax your back over here. And now we're going to raise up again. Raise your back up as high as you can. Lift your hands off the ground. Go as high as you can and then place your hands on the ground. You're going to see that you're going to have a burning sensation all the way from the bottom of your spine all the way just below the neck. So if you're having this burning sensation, that means you're doing the asana right. Otherwise, if you're not feeling, then you need to lift your body even higher. That is the point that's going to test, that's going to bring your body into a challenged position. Lift your body as high as you can. We're staying here for just a few more moments. And relax. Yes. So now that our back is nicely warmed up, you're going to get into the stretch of this asana, which is where we're going to straighten the elbows and push our neck backward. So let's all get into the complete Bhujangasana. So from the lying position, raise your upper body up, raise your chest up, straighten your elbows, lock your elbows, turn your neck, tilt your neck backward. Try to slowly start walking your hands backward if you can, and keep breathing. Breathe slowly as much as you can. Keep lowering your neck backward as well. Just relax your body. No need to tense. Tilt your neck backward. Feel your body slowly just relaxing, your hips moving down. So once you feel relaxed in a position, then try to bring your hands a bit more back until your hips, make sure your hips are on the ground. If your hips start to raise off the ground, then focus on bringing your hips down. Keep your neck tilted backward and slowly just keep moving yourself backward. You can keep your eyes open or closed, that is up to you. But keep your breath steady. If you need to relax, go down. Just take a moment to relax. You can get into the counter pose, bringing your sitting bones onto the heels, stretching your hands forward, relaxing your back, and then come back into the position. When you're in the relaxing position, pull your hands forward. Not just relaxing over there, but pull your hands forward so that your spine elongates. Keep your knees slightly apart so that your chest sinks in. Take a moment over here. Completely just relax your spine. And now let's get back into the stretch by raising yourself up, bringing your knees together, bringing your hips onto the ground, and push yourself back. This time you'll see that the position that you came to till now, how far you are able to push yourself. Till that point, it's become easier. But after that point, it's a bit hard again. So that's the way it will be. So we keep going back and forth, and slowly, gradually, we build the flexibility of the back. This stretch will be really helpful in so many asanas that are going to come as we gradually progress through the sequence. So let's give this our best, our maximum that we can. So in this asana, we are visualizing ourselves as a snake, and also try to perform the Bhujangini Mudra, which is inhaling through the mouth and exhaling through the nose. Internally, we'll chant the japa Shivoham.
अङ्गुष्टनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधो भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च दरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षः फणीवहि.
Yes, relax. Bring your neck forward. Raise your hips up and onto your heels. Pull your hands forward. Allow your back to just stretch, elongate. Bring your forehead to the ground. And slowly bring your forehead towards your knees, curving your back. Keep your hands stretched out, but curve your back. Open your feet slightly. Bring your chest in between of your feet, of your legs. Now just come onto your hands and knees and push your back up as high as you can. Bring your shoulders towards your ears. Push yourself up. And relax. Yes. So we're now going to be moving into the next asana, which is Shashasana. So now in Shashasana, we're coming into a plank position. This is going to be a more dynamic asana. And the pranayama, because of that, is going to be Sahaja Kumbhaka, which is the easy breathing. So now let's enter into Shashasana. So in Shashasana, we are going to be coming into a plank position and raising one foot at a time, bringing the foot as close to you as possible and back. So bringing your foot all the way to your chest and back. This is going to be Shashasana. You can make it more dynamic by keep the motion going instead of bringing the foot back each time. In this asana, we are visualizing Swamiji in our inner space. If you want to make the asana more challenging, try to bring your knee to the opposite arm, elbow. So squeezing your stomach as you're doing this asana. Internally, we are chanting the japa Shivoham. Let's keep going.
गजाननसंस्थितौ जानद्वयमाकुर्ष्य वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Yes, relax. Bring your knees to the ground. Come onto your heels. Just bring your palms, the back of your palms to your thighs. Just relax your wrist. Catch your breath. And now we are moving into the next asana, which is Ratasana. So Ratasana is very similar, but it's a little bit more dynamic, where we are going to be bringing one foot in between of our hands. Instead of just the knee, we are bringing the entire foot in between of our hands. So keeping your hands on the ground, you're keeping one foot in between of your hands, and you're going to jump your legs. So you can't just keep if you want to make it easier for you, um, you won't be able to just switch the legs. It's not that comfortable, and you won't be bringing your legs as forward as you have to. So to get into the right position, you're going to jump your legs and switch them like this. And when you jump your legs forward, you're also going to be building that core strength. So let's use this time to strengthen ourselves and do it the right way. So we'll be beginning with visualizing ourselves as a chariot. Visualize yourself as a fast moving chariot on a war field. And also, if you want to make it easier, a regression for some of us who may find this hard is you can do the same thing using some sort of cushion or a couch or a sofa. So keeping your hands a bit higher and switching your legs. If you want to make it easier, that is the way to do it. So bring your hands higher, bring your hands onto a cushion or a sofa, and then switch your legs back and forth. So let's get into the asana together, and we'll be chanting the Shastra Pramana. Keep your breath stable.
Keep breathing through the nose.
गजाननसंस्थितौ एकैकं पादं मोन्येन भ्रामरीत्या कर्तव्यं तथासनं भवति.
Relax. Bring your knees together. Sit on your heels. Let's catch our breath. Try to breathe from your nose. If it's more comfortable for you to breathe in through your nose and exhale through your mouth, you can do that as well. See your breath slowly relax. Yes. So now that we are relaxed, we are going to be moving into the next asana, which is Virabhadrasana. So now bringing your hands onto the ground, we are going to be getting into a similar position like how we were in Ratasana. So your right foot is going to be in between of your hands and legs, sorry, in between of your palms, and your left leg is behind you. So now you want to tuck your left toes onto the ground. So bringing your toes onto the ground, raise your left foot, your left knee off the ground, and lower the heel to the ground. Just show it in camera. So your leg is up like this. Your legs are up and you want to bring them to the ground. If you can show it zoomed in frame, please. Yes, so your legs are up and rolling up to the side. And now from this position, you're going to raise yourself up. So now when you raise yourself up, you're naturally going to be in a 90-degree position already. Your knees are going to be in a 90-degree angle because that's the exact way it was when you were all the way down. So keeping your knees in the 90-degree angle, twist your hips forward. Bring your hips forward. Your hips, chest, stomach facing in front. Now raise your hands all the way up, keeping the elbows straight, the hands by your ears, visualizing yourself as Lord Virabhadra, ferocious manifestation of Paramashiva. We are continuing to perform the Sahaja Kumbhaka. Gaze to your third eye, and each time you exhale, you're going to pull your stomach in and up into the Uddiyana Bandha. And internally, we're chanting the japa Shivoham. Let's chant the Shastra Pramana now.
वासिष्ठमनघं दिन्यं मृदुकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमणोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Yes. Now bring your hands to the ground. Bring your hands back to the ground. Bring your knees back to the ground. And we are going to be switching sides. So now this time, bring your left foot in between of your hands. So if you feel that doing the asana is difficult, it's really hard for you, like you're not able to do it at all, a regression that you can do is either try to bring your legs, instead of a 90-degree angle, try to keep your legs more straight rather than 90-degree angles. If you keep it more straight like this, then the strain on your thighs or on one leg would be much less. So the more you bend forward, the more you're going to get the strain onto the thigh that's on the ground. So coming back to the position that we are in, keeping our legs, our left leg in a 90-degree angle right under our chest, you're going to tuck your right toes in, lift the right knee off the ground, and roll your right heel, your right leg heel onto the ground. You can walk your leg closer Otherwise, keep your legs in the 90-degree angle or as deep as you're able to push yourself in. Yes, relax. Legs stretched in front of us, crossing your legs behind you. Bring your legs forward and slowly lower. Settle down. Try to make your breathing as subtle as possible. Externally and internally. Just intensely visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Use this awareness to that point. Sometimes you may feel that you don't even have any stress or tension throughout your body. Bringing your awareness into each part of your body, relaxing it. knees and bring down to your chest. Just interlace your hands around your knees and just rock from side to side. To one side and raise up. You can continue to keep your eyes closed, coming into a comfortable seat. Yoga, holding that. Take a deep breath and we'll chant the Purna mantra, concluding the Nityanda Yoga. Om. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam. Thank you. Us for the Nitya Puja, entering into that amazing space of oneness with Swamiji. So, if you're joining us, quickly go grab your puja kits and we'll be starting in 20 minutes. Thank
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Ananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Shivoham नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 आनन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
Nityanand, welcoming all the participants, Kailasavasis, devotees, Paramashivoham Level 1 participants, to the puja, the Pratyakshapada puja and Paramashiva puja as part of our that you are in the Hindu traditional dress. Please make sure that you have the bhasma, vibhuti in all the 16 places. Please make sure that you have spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Feel Swamiji's presence. Feel Swamiji's presence in the whole area around you. During the puja, Swamiji is alive, radiating through the Guru Padukas and through the Atmalinga. Get into the space of deep feeling connection with Swamiji. Connect with Swamiji whatever prayer, desire, boon that you have during the puja. Be in the space of the deep bhava, the bhava samadhi, being immersed, filling your whole length, breadth, and depth with Swamiji. From that space, let us now enter into the puja. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth. Representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja I'm offering now will reach the I am him. Yes. Let us now begin the puja with the Sadguru Vandana, in which we offer our gratitude to our beloved Swamiji. Now please take a few flowers in your hands.
केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि.
The next offering is the Guru Parampara Vandana. In the Guru Parampara Vandana, we offer our gratitude to the eternal lineage of all the Gurus, the enlightened masters. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra.
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति मध्यमाम् नित्यानन्दपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरु परम्पराम्.
The next offering is the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandana. In the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandana, we offer our gratitude to Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the incarnation of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra.
ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रे नित्यर्धकस्तूरीतिलकः स्फुरन्मालाधारस्फुरितकटिको दीनवसनः ददानोदिष्टारं शिरसि मणिराजं शशिकला प्रदीपः सर्वेषाम् अरुणगिरियोगी विजयते.
The next is the Tattvachamanan, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udalini of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your palm 3 times. Om Atmadatvam Shodhayami Svada, Om Vidyadatvam Shodhayami Svada, Om Shivadatvam Shodhayami Svada. Now wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Hamridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. thumb joint together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with another ring of water. The next is Shuklam Bharadram. We chant this mantra invoking the presence of Mahaganapati, the Lord of spontaneous completion and the remover of obstacles. Now please take some flowers and akshata in your hands. Place your hands in the Mushti Mudra and tap the sides of your forehead along with the mantra. Shuklam Bharadram Vishnam Shasivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannam Dhyaye Sarva Vignopashantaye. The next is the pranayama, the inhalation, retention and exhalation of the prana, the life energy. While we chant the Samhita mantras, please do all the 3 actions. Om Om Ishanamurdaya Om Indra Om Mordaya Om Mavde Pujaya Om Mrityojathamurte Namaha Om Mahamudaya Om Himshase Namaha Om Chikaye Namaha Om Hengavajaye Namaha Om Nitrebhyo Namaha Om Astraye Namaha Om Om Ishanamurdaya Om Indra Om Mordaya Namaha Om Mavde Pujaya Om Mrityojathamurte Namaha Om Himshase Namaha Om Chikaye Namaha Om Hengavajaye Namaha Om Nitrebhyo Namaha Om Astraye Namaha. The next is Sankalpa, the consciousness. In your life today. Visualize you manifesting complete discipline and your ultimate in every action that you do. The flowers and akshata in your left palm and close it with your right palm and keep both the hands on the right side. Let us now chant the Sankalpa mantra. Om Namo Bharata Samasta Dridakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nityananda Paramashiva Priyatham Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Priyatham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Vidyavarade Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamantare Ashtavimshatitame अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसुनाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मीवेङ्कटेश्वर ऋतौ तुला विशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभदिनौ श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुन्दरेश्वरामिन्न स्वरूप परिशुद्ध रत्नकुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्वद सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमद्परमशिवकरुणा समाधिगतमुक्तामेतद्वैष्णयानकीयमान तत्प्रजामय श्रीचिन्नकाहलादि समस्त विरडावल्यं तथा ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सत्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ष विश्वानजीमोद परमत कलम केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य
श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपशाख्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञानवानो वीक्षणापूर्वक श्रीमद वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिना अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पननत्रित श्यामला वीर सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनुक्ष्वाक हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि नवचिन्ह सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्ष साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्त्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर जगद्गुरु श्री श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमात्मा अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परम शिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजा करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परम शिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिव पूजा च करिष्ये।
ओम अपौपस्पृश्य. Please wash your hands with another of water. The next is the Ghantanada, beating the bell to invoke the presence of the gods and goddesses and remove the presence of any negative energies. Please take the bell in your left hand, hold it above your heart center, and ring the bell along with the mantra. Om Adantu Devanam Dhavanadam Rakshasam Chandranadam Sarom Yadav Devata Vanaranjanam The next is the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Now please close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji's presence in your inner space. During the Manasa Puja, you offer all your internal intra-organs, your emotions, your thoughts. Surrender your whole being to Swamiji. Visualize Swamiji seated in the lotus of your heart. And as we chant the mantras, give all the upacharas, the offerings to Swamiji. Now please place your hands in the Purma Mudra. Please take a flower in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Om Hridpadmavasanam Pradyat Sahasralachyutam Hridayih Padyam Jananayo Dadyat Manastu Varyam Nivedayet तेनामृतेन आचमनीयं स्थानीयं तेन च स्मृतम् आकाशतत्त्वं वस्त्रं स्यात् गन्धस्यात् गन्धतत्त्वकम् चित्तं प्रकल्पयेत् पुष्पं धूपं
प्रकल्पये तेजस्तत्त्वं शरीरार्थं नैवेद्यं स्यात् सुतां बुधिः नादध्वनिर्घण्टा वायुतत्त्वं च चामरम् सहस्रारं भवेत् छत्रम् शब्दतत्त्वं च कीलकम् निर्जमेन्द्रियकर्माणि चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेखलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्ये भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेत् भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारम् अरागं ममदं तथा अमोहकं मदं पञ्च अद्वेषाक्षोभगो तथा अमाचर्यं मलोपं च रसपुष्पं विदुर्मुदाः अहिंसामरमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दया पुष्पं क्षमा पुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पञ्चमम् इति पञ्चदशे भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवम्
The next offering is the Upachara Puja, the external worship. The first is the asana, the offering of seat to the master. Now please take a few flowers in your hands and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasthaya Sarvabhutantaratmane Kalpayami Paveshatam Asanam Te Namo Namaha. Offering is Swagatam, the offering of welcoming the master. Now please take a few flowers in your hands and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. अमेयल्पादन्तोऽयं भजत्वादप्रकीर्तितः यस्य दर्शनमिच्छन्ति देवाः स्वामीतसिद्धः भगवन् श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिव स्वागतं सुस्वागतं ते. The next offering तस्मै ते परमेशाय वाद्यं शुद्धाय कल्पये ॐ ह्रीं एतत्पाद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः. The next offering is Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. Now please take the conch in your hands and offer the Arghya at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Arghyaha Om Durvakshata देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा. The next offering is Achavaniyam, the offering
राजमनीयं त्वं मया भक्त्या निवेदितम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं मधुपर्कः ॐ सर्वकल्मषनाशाय
The next offering is Gandha Tailam, the offering of the scented oil. Now please take the Gandha Tailam, the scented oil in your hands, and offer it at Swamiji's Paduka.
लोके चतुर्थस्त्वं ददामि स्नेहमुत्तमम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं गन्धतैलम्
Along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Snāniyam. Om.
भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि।
The next offering is Vastram.
आसस्ते कल्पयाम्यहम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं वस्त्रोत्तरीयं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वभावसुन्दराङ्गाय नानाशक्त्याश्रयायते सुवर्णं भूषणं त्वं
Next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra.
सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः। आनन्दसौरभं पुष्पं गृह्यतामिदमुत्तमम् ॐ ह्रीं एतानि तदनन्तरं
along with the mantra. Bilvapatram Om Amritodbhavam Shri Nityananda Paramashivoham Level. The next offering is Tulsi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaf. Now please take the Tulsi leaf, smear the sandalwood paste in your hand. सचन्दन तुलसी पत्रं सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद Now please take the little lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards all these padakas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. The देवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः। देव दर्शनाभिनिर्मितं मया निवेदितं भक्त्या ग्रहाण परमेश्वर ॐ ह्रीं इदं in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padakas along with the mantra. Pamiyam Om Samastadeva Devesha Sarvatriptikaram Varam Agandananda Sampurnam Grahana Jalamuttamam Om Hri offering of water for washing the hands and the mouth. Now please take the Nudani of water and offer it on Swamiji's padakas along with the mantra. Punara
सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वाहा। सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद वन्दे मौञ्जी भवति ऊर्ध्वमेधा वन्दे चित्राक्षरं भवति शरणं नमामि भवन्भवानि शरणं नमामि आराधिकं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः।
The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of the fragrant flowers. Now please take some flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers to Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra.
पुष्पांजलि गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरः गुरुर्साक्षात् परं ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। अनेकजन्म सम्प्राप्त कर्मबन्ध विदायिने आत्मज्ञानप्रदानेन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। मन्नाथ श्री जगन्नाथो मद्गुरु श्री जगद्गुरु ममात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याभिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमले।
Pour another in your water into your right palm and sip the water 3 times from your base of your palm. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svada. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svada. Om your navel center, right chest and left chest. With our 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder in your heart center. Now using your left hand, wipe the front and back of your right hand, and using your right hand, wipe the front and back of your left hand twice. Om Astraya Namaha. Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shaktaye Vaushate. Now keeping your hands together with your palms facing towards you, touch your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Shivasana Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. With the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little finger, move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger. Om Ham Satyojadamurtaye Namaha. With your ring finger. Om Him Vamadeva Bhukyaya Namaha. Your middle finger. Om Hum Agor Hridayaya Namaha. Your index finger. Om Hem Tat Purusha Vaktraya Namaha. Now your thumbs. Om Hum Ishanudaya Namaha. In front of you, your thumbs touching the center of your palms.
Om Ham Om Vidyadehaya Namaha.
Now bend your index, middle and ring fingers and touch the center of your palms.
Om Ham Netrebhyo Namaha.
Now bend your thumbs and touch the center of your palms.
Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha.
Now with the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Now your ring finger.
Om Him Shirase Namaha.
Now your middle finger.
Om Hum Shikaye Namaha.
Now your index finger.
Om Haim Kavachaya Namaha.
Now your thumbs.
Om Hastraya Namaha.
Now bring your hands into Mushti Mudra and roll them around each other once.
Om Haim Kavachaya Hum.
Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye.
Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate.
Now bend your thumbs inwards and touch the center of your palms.
Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha.
Now with your right hand, thumb and ring finger join together, touch your Anandaranda.
Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha.
Now with your thumbs and little finger join together, touch your knees.
Om Ham Satyojadamurtaye Namaha.
With your right hand, thumb and ring finger join together, touch your navel center.
Om Ham Vamadeva Gukhyaya Namaha.
With your right hand, thumb and middle finger join together, touch your heart center.
Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha.
With your right hand, thumb and index finger touch above your upper lips.
Om Hem Tatpurusha Vaktraya Namaha.
Now with your right hand, touch the top of your head.
Om Hom Ishanamurdaya Namaha.
With the right hand, thumb and ring finger join together, touch your Anandavanda.
Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha.
Now with the tips of your right hand, index, middle and ring fingers touch your left eye, third eye and right eye respectively.
Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha.
Now with your right hand, thumb and ring finger join together, touch your Anandavanda.
Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
Now with your right hand, little finger and thumb join together, touch your heart center.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
With your right hand, thumb and ring finger join together, touch the top of your head.
Om Him Shirse Swaha.
With your right hand, thumb and middle finger join together, touch your back of your head.
Om Hum Shikaye Vaushate.
Now cross your left hand over your right hand in front of your chest, keep your index fingers in form of a hook and uncross your arms, moving them around your head till your chest.
Om Ham Kavachaya Hum.
Now strike your right thumb onto your left palm and left thumb onto your right palm.
Om Hastraya Phate.
Now with your right hand, index finger and middle finger, strike your left palm thrice.
Om Hastraya Humpate.
Now using your right hand, index finger and thumb, snap in all the 10 directions around yourself, starting from the east, clockwise in all the 8 directions, down and up.
Om Hastraya Phate.
Now move your hands from the head to the toes, touching the sides of your body.
Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate.
The next is Samanya Argyastapana. Now please put some flowers, akshata and sandalwood paste into the Panchapatra. Now cover the mouth with the Panchapatram and chant Om 7 times internally.
Om 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 Om.
Now snap your index finger and thumb in all the 10 directions around the Panchapatram.
Om Hastraya Phate.
Now keeping your right hand in the Avakuntana Mudra, rotate your index finger around the Panchapatram once in a clockwise direction.
Om Haim Kavachaya Hum.
Now show the Denu Mudra to the water in the Panchapatram.
Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate.
The next is the Avahana. Please take a flower, and offer it to your Atmalinga along with the mantra.
Om Ham Shivasaraya Namaha.
Now please close your eyes. Meditate on the form of Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti in your inner space. Request Bhagavan Paramashiva to receive all of your offerings. Come back to the space of deep gratitude. Let us now chant the Dhyana Shloka.
Lalate Tripande Nitilakೃತ Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmayadar Spurita Katikauvinasanaha Dadano Dishtaram Shirasi Panirajam Shishikalam Pradipa Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate Induni Babancha Mukastadashayuktam Shunamrigadam Kamadivajramayam Sya Pashavardam Kushamanishwar Namame Shvedamalasana Sadashiva Swarupam
Om Ham
Shivamurtaye Namaha
Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha
Dhyayami Avahayami.
Now please show the respective mudras for the mantras and invoke the presence of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Please place your thumbs onto your respective palms and place your palms open facing upwards.
Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Dhyavahan Mudram Pradashya
Now turn your palms facing downwards.
Stapana
Now bring your hands to fists parallel to each other with your thumbs upwards.
Sannidhana
Now place your thumbs inside of your fists.
Nishtara Mudram Pradashya.
Now interlace your fingers inwards and clasp your hands keeping your thumbs out.
Om Haim Kavat Om Astraya Pate Iti Avahan
Kalakanti Mudra Pradashya. Now hold your left thumb with your right hand and cover your right hand with your left hand. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha.
Linga Mudra.
Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra.
Om
Namaskara Mudra. Rotate your right hand index finger around your Atmalinga in a clockwise manner.
Om Haim Kavachaya Hom Iti Avagantana Mudram Pradashya.
Let us now begin the Upachara Puja. The first is the offering of Asanam. Now please take some akshata and offer it in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra.
Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha Asanam Samarpayami.
The next is the offering of the Padyam, Achamanam and Argyam. Now please take an udhrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's feet and offer it in the Padya Patram.
Om Ham Shivaya Namaha.
Please take an udhrani of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram.
Om Ham Shivaya Swaha.
Please take an udhrani of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's crown and offer it in the Argya Patram.
Om Ham Shivaya Swaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha Padyachamanargyam Tattva.
Now the next offering is Snaniyam, the sacred bath. Please take the water in the udhrani and offer it on to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra and please ring the bell as you do so.
Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha Snanam Samarpayami.
Please take an udhrani of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram.
Om Ham Shivaya Swaha.
The next offering is Vastram, the offering of fresh clothes. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it on to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra.
Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha Vastra Yajna Vedottarayamaranatam Akshatam Samarpayami.
The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste with your right hand ring finger and offer it on Bhagavan Paramashiva and offer the kumkum on top of the sandalwood paste at the end of the mantra.
Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Namaha Gandhandharayami.
Gandhasyopaya.
Bhadragam Cholam Samarpayami.
The next offering is Pushpam, the offering of the Ashta Pushpa Puja. Now please take some flowers in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Each time the word Namaha is chanted. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha. Om Vasudevasya Padme Namaha. Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha. Sharvasya Devasya Padme Namaha. Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha. Ishanasya Devasya Padme Namaha. Om Pashupade Devaya Namaha. Pashupade Devasya Padme Namaha. Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha. Rudrasya Devasya Padme Namaha. Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha. Ugrasya Devasya Padme Namaha. Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha. Bhimasya Devasya Padme Namaha. Om Madre Devaya Namaha. Madho Devasya Padme Namaha. Om Hom Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Parameshivaya Namaha. Ashtapushpa Puja Samarpayami. The next offering is Bilvavatram, the offering of the Bilva leaf. Now please take the Bilva leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Parameshivaya Namaha. Bilvavatram Samarpayami. The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of incense. Now please offer the Vranta Puja. Please sprinkle some water on the bell. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now please sprinkle some water on the Dhupa stand. Om Hastraya Bhate. Please offer a flower on the Dhupa stand. Om Hamadhyaya Namaha. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hand and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Dhura Dharan Samdhurayo Osman Dhurajam Dhurayam Vayam Dhurvastam Devanam Nidakshidam Bhaktikam Dushadam Manvidam Devavutam Hadaram Jagam Lasavahva Nitritit Svanakshidapre Khedalayam Vitamātvayam Chidam. Om Om Jaya Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shri Nityanandeshwara Parameshivaya Namaha. Dhupamagravayami. Please take a turning of water, show to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth, and offer it to the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Spada. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. Now please take another turning of water and sprinkle it on the Deepa stand. Om Hastraya Bhate. Please offer a flower on the Deepa stand. Om Hamadhyaya Namaha. Now please take the Deepa in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Udhivya Sadavaya Bhagavindra Dhamma Prajoshya Hari Manayam Sri Jagate Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Parameshivaya Namaha. Deepam Dharmayami. Now please take another near water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth, and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Spada. Now please. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food offering. Now please sprinkle some water on the Naivedyam. Om Hasraya Bhate. Now please offer a flower on the Naivedyam. Om Hamadhyaya Namaha. Now please take an uddhani of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer it in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Madhvadadaya Devam Duksharam Vrindaha Madhvina Santosadihi Madhurasta Madhvasidi Madhvatpati Yogam Rajaha Madhudyorasana Pida Madhvano Vanasta Devadavagam Asruyaha Madhvina Movantraha Madhu 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 Om Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Parameshivaya Namaha. Naivedyam Nivedayami. Naivedyanantaram Samarpayami. The next offering is Tambulam, the offering of the betel leaf. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Parameshivaya Namaha. Tambulam Samarpayami. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati. Now please sprinkle some water on the Arati stand. Om Hasraya Bhate. Please offer a flower on the Arati stand. Om Hamadhyaya Namaha. Now please take the Karpura Arati in your hand and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
सोमो वा एतस्य राजादते यो राजादं राज्यो वासो निवेदते देवस्वामेतानि हवीतुं भवन्ति य एतावन्तो वै देवानां सवाः त्रैवास्मै सवामेत्यन्ति त्रयेण पुनस्सुमन्ते राज्याय देवद्राजा भवति सदसुर्गो भाग्यं सदारकं मेनाविद्युतो भान्विकृतोऽयमग्निः तमेव बान्धवन्वादि सर्वं सत्यवादा सर्वमिदं विभाति कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं सौदाधारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवमवाणी सहितं नमामि भवमवाणी सहितं नमामि भवमवाणी सहितं नमामि। ओम शिवाय नमः। श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिवाय नमः। कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि। The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of the fragrant flowers. Now please take a few flowers in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Pushpanjali Samarpayami. The next offering is the Gayatri Mantra Japa and Mula Mantra Japa. Please hold your Yajna and chant the Gayatri Mantra 11 times internally. The next is the Mula Mantra Japa. The next is the Kshama Prarthana, requesting Bhagavan Paramashiva for Om Ham Shivaya.
Om Ham Shivaya Bhaushate.
Now please take the water and pour it in your right hand. Place your hands on the Uddhava Mudra and offer the water onto the left side. Shivadastasya Bhukshaya Shankara Shivo Data Shivo Bhokta Shiva Sarvamidam Jagate Shivo Yadi Sarvatra Yashiva Somameva Pour an udhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water 3 times. Om Atmadatvam Shodhayami Svada. Om Vidyadatvam Shodhayami Svada. Om Shivadatvam Shodhayami Svada. Wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip, below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and heart center. Let us now offer our gratitude at the lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji and end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavad Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nityanandam.
Let's all bow down to Swamiji and Bhagavan Paramashiva.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nityanandam, all of you, and welcome to another wonderful day of the Glimpses of Paramashivoham. And with this, we just had the intense yoga session, the puja. And as Swamiji reveals again and again, be consistent with the yoga. Yoga should be done every day without missing in the Brahmavarta. And then the puja, offering your gratitude to the Paramashiva, to Swamiji. And whole day you'll be maintaining that space. And that's why Swami says that 1.5 hours, the morning 1.5 hours when you wake up, do not touch any device. Focus on the spiritual routine, doing yoga, doing puja. And that's a very important aspect. And because that only builds up our whole day, we'll be in that same space throughout the day. So with this, if you want to share your experience of yoga and you want to share experience of puja, please go ahead and let's take few moments and share. Meanwhile, we'd like to welcome each one of us who are here with us. We have Shememos Nityanandam, Ma Zhang Leaping Nityanandam. If you can be available in the camera, that'll be awesome. We have Ma Ananda Ghorupni. Ma, please switch on your cameras. Ma, we have Sarvanan, Magin Tharan, yes, Nityanandam, and also with the participants with the name we are not able to recognize. If you can rename with the English character, that will be great.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where...
Yes, Nityanand once again. Sorry for the little technical glitch. Meanwhile, requesting everyone to share your experience of yoga of puja. And we are just joined by Ma Nityanandam, and welcome. Today's the glimpses of Paramashivoham. The next season of Paramashivoham will be starting just in few days. So make sure and that you are also tuning in just in about 2 hours or so. Swamiji will be coming live for the darshan. Make sure that you are making yourself available for the darshan and inviting your friends and family, because understand, only when you connect with Swamiji, when you start living the truth, you move towards the truth. You are entering into the space of oneness. Yes, Mananda Gurukam. All right. So with this, we'll be now getting ready for the power manifestation. So requesting everyone to please get ready with the blindfold. Meanwhile, as we enter into the scriptural reference for manifesting the signs, and the scriptural reference, the signs of manifesting signs of Paramashiva, the third eye goes as Kapalantarmano yasya Krishnanmilitalochanaha Kramena manasodharyat Lakshaye lakshamuttamam. Paramashiva says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and the inner space, through the power of third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. So with this, let's get ready. Vidacharyas will be projecting you an image on your screen, and through the power of third eye, see every single detail of the image, whether it's the color, whether it is the particular object that is being revealed to you, or anything, even something related to the image. Let's get ready. Yes, please cover your eyes. Please go ahead and cover your eyes. Yes, Ma Ananda Gurukni is getting ready. Ma Nihankara, you can also cover your eyes. Sharmimus, Zhang Liping, please go ahead and cover your eyes. And also, participants with the Chinese character, we're not able to read the name. Please make sure that you are having eyes closed. Yes, well, let's get ready. Sit with your eyes closed. Sit with your head neck is fine in a straight line. This is when you sit with your head neck is fine in a straight line, you facilitate the own energy to rise from the Mooladhara to Sahasrara. Generally, our energy goes from Sahasrara to the Mooladhara. Sit with an intention to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Understand the deep yearning, the deep seeking to be in oneness with Swamiji. Only that lets you manifest the powers. Rest everything is delusion. To have that intense declaration, to radiate the state, space, powers, and being of Paramashiva. Continuously drop and unclutch from every single thought. Any thought pattern that you feel that you are stuck in, just unclutch. And let's now connect with Swamiji through the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting the Mahavakya. And with it, let's enter into this round of power manifestation. Keep your eyes closed. The image is now being projected on your screen. Let's begin.
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् ॐ 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye band. Gently let the light come back into your eyes. And once the light has readjusted for your eyesight, take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you. What did Paramashiva, what did Swamiji reveal to you in your third eye? Understanding that it might not always be in the way you expect. A sound a feeling, an emotion, any way it can express itself. So Paramashiva will manifest through you in the way that you might understand. So take a moment and share whatever it is that you experience as part of this manifestation. Please go ahead. I would like to welcome a couple of new participants. We have Ma Anandeshwari. Nityananda, welcome. We also have Ma Eve, Nityananda, good to have you with us.
And Nityanandam, and welcome to another wonderful day of the Glimpses of Paramashivoham. Yes, Ma Eve, Nityanandam. And also, if you have visited the asknityananda.ai, let us know your experience. There are more than 108 models that Swamiji has released through Ask Nityananda. Various models, which includes the completion, Yogapada, the temple, Kriyapada, Charyapada. There are so many models which you can directly relate, talk to, as if Swamiji himself is replying, because Swamiji said that he has put his consciousness into Ask Nityananda. Yes, Meera, please go ahead and let's share.
Yes, if you have taken part in this manifestation, please go ahead and share. And for those of you following us on YouTube, you can also let us know what was revealed to you in your third eye. And of course, we are now live on YouTube on the dedicated Paramashivoham Level 1 channel. It is youtube.com/@Paramashivoham Level 1, all in words, in letters, all in one word. So Paramashivoham Level 1, youtube.com/@Paramashivoham Level 1. So we have a new home for the Paramashivoham Level 1 live YouTube streaming.
Well, we already have one sharing from Ma Nirahankara. She says, a green pointed Christmas tree, gold, purple, and red, a beige rat, a night scene by the shore, lake water, golden color, lanterns, purple, red light, and night sky. Beautiful. Thank you for sharing, Ma.
Thank you for sharing, Ma.
Yes, requesting everyone. Ma Anandeshwari, and we are just joined by Anam Bansal. Yes, Nityanandamaya. So we are into the power manifestation. We are beginning the day with the power manifestation as we just completed the yoga and the puja. And you can also share your experience of yoga if you have performed yoga. I was watching that you were actually there in the present in the yoga session.
Yes, we have sharing from Ananda Gora Rupini, which shares emerald green, yellow, white, gold, black, grass, woods, crops, white clouds, glaciers, penguins, and animals. Thank you very much for sharing that. All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us take a moment and share the image that we had displayed for you earlier.
So that's the image. You can see a beautiful panda here. This is trying to eat stem of the plant. You can see the huge trees behind, kind of blurred background. You can see the small plant, the grasses, stems. Looks like some kind of a forest environment. And of course the panda, white, black. You can see the teeth. Yes, this is the image that we had projected.
All right, so let us have a look at the sharings. We have Manitya Nirahankara that shares a green pointed Christmas tree. So we have a lot of green marks. So we have the panda bear that is eating bamboo shoots, and it looks like there's a lot of leaves still on the tree itself. Gold, purple, and red, a beige breath, a night scene by the shore, lake water, golden color lanterns, purple, red light, and the night sky. So it looks like it's slowly getting darker. So just by the blurred background that we can see, it looks like it's getting a little bit darker. So it might be about to turn into the night sky. And we don't know whether there is any lake water nearby. It is very possible. In this image itself, we don't see the lake water, but Paramashiva reveals a lot more than just the what we see with our two physical eyes and what we see with on this two-dimensional image. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma. Congratulations for manifesting.
And that's sharing from Ma Ananda Gorukni, who shares emerald green. So we have lots and lots of green, even the emerald green. Yes, Ma. Yellow, white. We have lots of white. Even the panda body has the white color. The black, yes, I can see very clearly the black color. The grass, it's just filled with the grass because whole picture itself is kind of a forest structure. And woods, well, the whole tree itself is there, so it's just filled with the woods. Crops, yes, crops, white clouds. Well, we see behind blurred seems to be a kind of maybe a fog. Seems to be a cloudy environment or the climate. Glaciers, penguins, animals. So we definitely have the animal. The panda itself is there. Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Yes, congratulations for both of you. And we also have Anand Bansal that shares, when you were performing puja, it was so beautiful and intense. Thank you for everything. Yes.
Beautiful sharing. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for sharing that. All right, so now let us get ready for the second round. So we'll go for the second round of the power manifestation. So requesting everyone to please once again put on your eye bags and let's get ready.
Yes, you can sit. Close your eyes. Cover your eyes.
Yes, let us bring our awareness to our Ananda Gandha, our inner space, just below the heart center, just above the navel center. This is our inner space, the space that Swamiji has initiated us in to connect to the divine, connect to him, be in the space of oneness with the divine. So let us connect deeply in our inner space, just below the heart center, connecting deeply with the divine. From the powerful cognition that we are Paramashiva. We are independent, intelligent instances of Paramashiva, having a human experience. Let us connect deeply and feel the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Now let us start chanting Mahavakya. Yananda Paramashivoham. Yananda Paramashivoham. Yananda Paramashivoham. Let's continue chanting this Mahavakya throughout the power manifestation. From the space of oneness with Paramashiva, with Swamiji, let us start manifesting this power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. The image is being displayed for you now. Let us begin.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Slowly, very slowly. You can remove your eye band. You can open your eyes. Let the light fall on your two eyes. Yes. And from the same space of pure oneness. Let's take a moment and let's share what Swamiji revealed to you. So please go ahead and let us know. Yes. So we just entered into the second round and we are asking everyone to share your revelations of the third eye, what Swamiji revealed to you. And especially for the new participants, new people who are joining us. See, when you sit with your eyes closed, Swamiji says third eye is the door to the cosmos itself. So simply, without whether through the power of third eye, you can see at far every single detail, even much more than what two eyes can reveal. So when you are sit in oneness, simply the revelations happen. With your will, you can simply manifest. So let's take a moment and let's share what Swamiji revealed to you through the third eye. Yes, Ma Eve shares gray on most part, stone, man with red hat, red cloth, Medusa, snake, dragon, gold. Yes, thank you, Ma, for sharing.
Yes, we also have Mananda Garupni that shares grayish white, azure, green, blue, a scene of spring, eaves, rooftop, swamp, willow branch, and pond. Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Ma. Yes.
All right, so if you are still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let's bring back the image once again on the screen. So this is the image, a beautiful image. You can see a vast image. You can see vast mountain range itself, and the shadow is falling on the mountain. You can see behind. Even there are some small mountains which is fully covered with the green, and there's a vast land, and you can see the horses, the black, brown, and there seems to be some house in far just below the mountain, which is, and there's some huge either mountain which is a shadow is falling from the right side to the on the land. You can see clearly. We also have Ma Nilankara, who shares a forest path, black trees on both sides, golden light, green grass, golden yellow, violet flowers, white mushrooms. Yes, beautiful. Thank you for sharing. All right, so let's go through the sharings. Ma shares gray on most parts. So yes, actually, that's true, Ma. Even the mountains mostly has a gray part. So beautiful. Stone. Yes, we have stones. In fact, the whole mountain is, the whole picture is filled with the mountains. Man with red hat. Well, if you have seen through the third eye, then definitely there would be a man, because we see a house at far distance. So yes, there's a huge possibility. A red cloth. Yes, there can be a red cloth. Medusa, snake, dragon, gold. We definitely have the gold kind of color. You can see. So yes, thank you. Thank you, Ma, for sharing.
Moving on to Ma Ananda Agarupini's sharing. Grayish white, definitely, Ma. So you can see the grayish white of the mountains themselves. So they're full of white and they're gray in color. Azure, so we have the blue of the sky. Green, we have lots of green in the green grass that covers the low part of the mountains. We have a scene of spring. So it's very possible this is in spring. So yes, Ma, thank you for sharing. Eaves, rooftops. So we do have that building that we can just see in the background. So it does have eaves, rooftop, swamp, and willow branch and pond. So because the horses are nearby, there might be some sort of a pond nearby as well. So we don't actually see it in the image itself, but it's very possible that Paramashiva has revealed to you more than you can see with the two physical eyes. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Mark. Congratulations for manifesting.
And also we have Nilankara, who shares forest path. Well, there's a whole structure is a kind of a mountain area, the land, the small mountains, and there is a possibility that there's some forest path also. Black trees on both sides. Well, we have the many greens, so there is a possibility that on other sides there might be some trees, golden sunlight. So yes, we don't see the golden sunlight, but we definitely have the sunlight which is falling on the mountains, on the land, green grasses. Yes, it's just filled with the green grasses, golden, yellow, violet flowers, white mushrooms. Thank you once again, Ma, for sharing. So thank you once again.
Yes, so beautiful sharings from everyone, and everyone has got parts, if not most of what we had displayed for you in the image. So congratulations to everyone. Well done. So with that, we are going to enter into the program for today. And today's program is Anandaspurna. It is all about the chakras. So we'll be going through the chakras. First of all, we'll have an introduction to the chakras. All right, so requesting everyone, we're going to hear from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on an introduction to the chakras. So requesting everyone to please sit comfortably with their head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us begin.
Most of us, we do not know how to operate this system. The system given to us by God is an unknown thing. Somebody is using it as a bullock, somebody is using it as a tractor, somebody is using it as a aircraft. The system given to us, see the same system, tribal people are used as a bullock, an educated man is used as a tractor, pilot has used it as an aircraft. What is the difference between these three people? Nothing. The system is same, but the man is knowledge. Just like that. The system is given to us by God. Most of us, 90% of us, use this system only as a bullock cart. Taking birth, eating, drinking, reproducing, dying, over. Nothing much is achieved in our life. A few Benzes, few bungalows. If you weigh your life, it's few Benz, few bungalow, little bit of moving here and there, over. Nothing much. Few children. Nothing much is the life. A normal course of life. Taking birth, reproducing, and dying. Nothing much is achieved. Nothing new has happened. Nothing great has happened to the consciousness, to the being. Nothing worth mentioning has happened. Somebody came and asked me, Swami, why in the cemeteries, in all the graveyard, it is called born and died. Born, such as the date, died, such as the date. Why? Nothing worth mentioning happens in between. That is the only thing worth mentioning is in most of our life. That is the reason, born and died, except birth and death. Nothing worth mentioning happens in our system. So most of us use the system as a bullet cart. We just use it in a minimum level, dull, dead, dragging. Most of our life, if it is tuned, it can be tuned only dull, dead, dragging. This is the first level, first layer of life. The second layer of people who have entered into the zone of art, who have become artists, who have become painters, dancers, musicians, who enter into the next dimension of their life, not for money's sake. If you dance just for your being's beauty, if you sing just out of your bliss, if you paint just out of your joy, you became a painter, or a dancer, or a musician. The next dimension of your life, when you explore, you use your system as a tractor. A man with a simple head can never become Thakur. If you want to become Thakur, you need to have your next dimension. Persons like Thakur, Ganga, all these great scientists are the next layer. They can be called as something more than scientists because they explore the next dimension. That is the reason the Nobel is given for giving them. Gitanjali, the monumental works are the great dancers. When they create the masterpiece of dance, or the art, or the poetry, they explore the next dimension of their being. They see the next dimension of their being. So these are the people who became tractors, who see the next level of their life. Fulfillment, that is the reason the great poets, even if they die in poverty, even if they die with no property and in poverty, they have a very deep, satisfied death that they have lived their life ultimately, that they have lived their life with a fulfillment. They may live in a very poor way, they may not have wealth, they may not have the outer wealth, but they live in a rich way. Wealth is different, richness is different. They may not have the comforts, but they live in a very rich way, like a kings. If you read the Bharati's life, Bharati is a great poet from Tamil Nadu. If you read his life, he is lived in a very poor way. But if you see the way in which he lived, simply a royal, he lived more like a king than a beggar. You can see all the poets, great poets, they are not living wealthy way, in a so-called wealth, the outer comforts, but their life is really rich because they have seen the next dimension of their being. They know the ecstasy of the human being, of the human possibilities. Whatever way you can express your being, the possibilities of human being, the next dimensions of possibilities, they have touched. The third layer, only the Buddha, Krishna, Rama, these are the great intelligent masters who have used their system as an aircraft. These are the few people who have used their system as an aircraft. Majority, 90% of us used as a bullet cart. 8 or 9% who are artists, are the great dancers, great poets, they use as a character. Only a handful of people. See, if you want to know the human history of humanity, you don't have to read the millions of people who have taken birth and died. All their history is not necessary. Just read 10% history. The Buddha, Krishna, this 10% life history is more than enough to know the whole history of humanity. These are the people who are milestones on the human history. These are the people who have created turning points in the human history. Just like that, if you know the few man's history, you can know the whole history of the humanity. These few enlightened persons are the persons who have used their system as an aircraft. Until there is no need even to have two fingers, two hands. One hand is enough to count this type of people. Very handful of people. Buddha, Krishna. These are the very few who have a great impact on the humanity, who has used their system as an aircraft, who are real pilots, are the pioneers of the human evolution, of the human growth. If you see the difference between the villager, the tribal man, and the pilot, nothing much. Only one thing. The villagers don't know how to operate the mechanism. The tribal people, they know how to operate the system. That's all. Nothing. The tribal people, they don't know that mechanism. The pilot, he knows the mechanism. Nothing else is the difference. Only a very small difference. It is not that something needs to be added. No. Only one difference. They don't know, he knows. That's all. Just like that, if you know how to use your system and mechanisms in your body, in your mind, in your being, you can become a pilot. You can use this system for the optimum result. You can use this system for the maximum result. You can convert this system into an aircraft. The mechanisms which exist in your system is what is called chakras. There are 7 chakras in our being. The energy centers. These energy centers are real mechanisms in our system. If you know how to open them, how to activate them, how to remove blockages from them, how to energize them, you can simply transform your system into aircraft. As long as you do not know anything about that system, you will be just pulling your being. You just know how to open, how to energize, how to activate the system. You will be using the same system, same mechanism as an aircraft. So now we will be entering into each and every system, each and every mechanism of your being, and we will explore how to operate, how to open it, how to work on the chakra, on the energy center. Let me show you how the chakras are situated. A small diagram, very small, I think all of you will be able to see how the chakras are situated. If you have this, you can just open the page 20. The lowest is called Muladhara, the root chakra. You don't have to remember the names. You see, there is no need to remember the names of all these things. Just I am giving an introduction. Then afterwards you will be entering into the deeper layers. You don't have to bother who I have to remember all these names or not. There is no need to bother. You can just see and have an idea. That's enough. First center is called Muladhara. From below I take the root of the spinal cord. Just at the root of the spinal cord, Muladhara. The next is Swadhisthana. Above the Muladhara, below the navel. On the navel, Manipurara. And in between the chest, Anahata. Then on the throat, Vishuddhi. And between the eyebrows, Anya. Top of the crown, top of the head. It is called Sahasrara. This much is enough. You know that, if you have a basic idea, few energy centers which exist in our being. Now, we are going to work on each and every energy center, each and every chakra is connected to some emotion of our being. You can see throughout the world in all the languages. The love and the heart, these two words are used as synonyms. Am I right? The love and the heart, these two words are used as synonyms. Any language, it is not that all the languages are happened, are created in one time or one place. All the languages are created in a different space, in a different time. But around the world, almost all the languages have got the same expression. The love and the heart is used as a synonyms. Why? Something more than verbal connection exists between these two. Some experiential connection is existing. If you really observe, then you can understand. If you meet a friend after 10 years, your childhood friend, after 20 years, with whom you have a lot of very loving and sweet memories, suddenly something will be flowing from here. You can observe. Have you observed, any of you? Suddenly something cool, very nice thing will be happening here in the soul, and it will flow. If you meet a person whom you love after 10 or 20 years, after a long gap, something will happen here. That is the reason, because this is an experience for everybody. That is the reason in all the languages, not only the Indian languages, or Western languages, even the tribal languages, I have seen at least more than 100 languages I have verified. In all the 100 languages, the love and the heart is synonymous. Because it is something to do with deeper emotion. So the love is the emotion which is related to another chakra, the heart center. Just like that, each and every emotion is related to each and every chakra. If you receive any shocking news, or the news which you can't bear, immediately the first effect will be on your stomach. You will have a stomach upset. The stomach will be upset, either you will have diarrhea or loose motion. Have you observed anybody who had experience? You can always listen, it's an experiential thing. The first blow will be for Manipura chakra. The worry and depression is very closely related to Manipura. And again you can see, in all the languages there is an expression. If you receive some news which you can't tolerate, you say, I can't digest it. I can't stomach it. I can't digest it is an expression in all the languages. Again, because the worry and depression is very closely related to Manipura chakra. Like this, each and every emotion, the sex is related to Muladhara chakra. The chakra which is in the near the end of the spinal cord, the root of the spinal cord. Each and every emotion is very closely related to one chakras. If this emotion is handled properly in our life, each and every emotion is an energy given to you by God. It's like a money. If you don't know how to handle the money, you will become bankrupt. Just like that, if you don't know how to handle the emotions, you become energetic. See, if somebody works for you, his work is worth $1,000. You pay him only $1,000. If possible, 900. Never 1,100. That's what is a regular way of life. We give him $1,000, not more than that. But if he does a mistake, it is worth $1,000. How much of anger we pay him? At least $5,000 worth of anger we paid on him. Anger is an emotion. It is valuable thing. If you can pay the anger just like the money, exactly how much is necessary, that much if you pay, you will never go energy card. That is the reason after shouting, we are so tired, we just fall on the sofa and have coffee. Because it's not a very big work. Just shouting is not a big work. but you feel so much you are drained. Why? Because emotion is energy. All your emotions are energies, which is in your center, in your beings. When you use the money in a very loosey way or in a luxurious way or an unnecessary way, when the luxury is something necessary for life, nothing wrong. But when you spend unnecessarily, lavishly, you become bankrupt. Just like that, when you spend the emotions, when you lose the energies lavishly, you become energy trapped. Each and every emotion is connected to some chakra. If you know how to handle them, how to use them properly, how to balance them clearly, your chakras, your energy centers open. If you don't know how to balance them, if you don't know how to use them, if you misbehave with the energies, see, having or showing too much of anger is a misbehavior with anger. Anger is like Lakshmi in you. If you misbehave with the money, you are misbehaving with Lakshmi. Just like that, if you misbehave with anger, you are misbehaving with your energies. Will you throw a dollar note in the dustbin? Will you throw a $100 note in the dustbin? We always think, oh, it's disrespect to Lakshmi. Just like that, if you throw your emotions unnecessarily, it's a disrespect to your energy. Just like the God has given you money, He has given you emotions, energies to run your system, to run your life. When you disrespect, when you throw them out unnecessarily, you show a disrespect on the emotions, on the energies. If you know how to balance, how to run them, if you have an understanding, the chakras open. If you misunderstand or if you misbehave with the energies and the emotions, the chakra closes. For a little more understanding, it can be told in the other way. If you know how to give your love, the anahata opens. If you continuously ask for love from others, anahata closes. It's the master key for anahata chakra. Now first you will enter into the heart center. It's a master key for anahata chakra. If you know how to give the love, the center opens. If you ask for love, it closes. It's the first master key. One more way you can understand. If the chakra opens, you will give the love. If you give the love, it opens. If you give the love, it opens. If it opens, you give more love. More opening, more love. More love, more and more opening, and more love. It's like a this side circle. Now it is in this side circle. More you ask, more it is closed, more it is closed, more and more you ask. The ball is rolling in the down way. This way. It is getting more and more black and more asking. Now we are going to stop the ball by the meditation and start rolling this way. Then more opening. Once the chakra starts opening, the more love overflows. When the more love overflows, the chakra opens little more. When the little more is opening happens, the more love overflows. The ball rolls this way. The chakra rolls this way. The whole program is just to stop the ball rolling this way and start the ball this way. We are going to work on each and every chakra to open the chakra, to see the emotions are balanced, to see the energies are centered. First, in each and every session, we'll have a small discussion on the chakra, then your meditation on the chakra. The meditations are taken from many religions. I wanted to present, I wanted to prove all the religions are centered on the same thing, the one ideology, how to make you more joyful and more blissful. First, how to make you more joyful. It means how to make you more happy in the life with the outer persons. and then how to make it more blissful. How to make it more blissful without the outer world. First, be joyful with the outer world, then be blissful without the outer world. So this is the step, this is the reason why the meditation or the religions are born on this world. This is the central core of all the religions of all the world. That is the reason I have taken meditation techniques from Sri Vaishnavism, the religion preached by the great Vaishnavic masters. Each and every session we will have a discussion and then a meditation. This way we will have 7 sessions on the 7 different chakras. Finally, tomorrow evening we will be having the energy darshan, which is the peak or pinnacle of this camp. Later on we will be explaining what is energy darshan. Now let us enter into the Anahata chakra, the heart center. First question I receive is, people ask me, Swamiji, I haven't bypass surgery, will the chakra be as it is? Will the chakra be there? Whether you went bypass surgery or the angiogram, don't worry, the chakra will be there. Because it is not physical, it is more metaphysical. If you can give 2 more touches, I can show you. You have a ribbon, you can give me 3 ribbons. Next question, thank you. I'll show you how the chakras exist. See, this like the 3 bodies. We have 3 bodies. Please be very clear. Don't think you have only 1 body. The 1 body which you are using now, the next body which you are using in the dream sessions. When you dream, you will be sleeping, this body will be lying in Chicago, but you will be dreaming as if you have gone to India. Then with which body you are going to India? This body is lying in Chicago only, but you are in India. How can it be? So the body which you are using to go to India, the subtle body, that is called Sukshma Sarira. The second layer body. One is physical layer, another one is Sukshma Sarira. The third layer of body is a Karma Sarira, which is called the causal body, which you use in the deep sleep. When you fall asleep without even dream or the wakeful state. In a deep layer, in the third layer, now what you are using is physical body. What you use in the dream is subtle body. The body which you use in the deep sleep is called causal body. You have 3 bodies in your system. The 3 bodies, they meet and merge in 7 different points. They meet with each other. You can imagine the 7 knots in these 3 kerchiefs. If you can imagine the 7 knots, just 7 different knots in 7 different places. If you can imagine, that is the places which is called chakras. The 7 different knots. The 7 different knots are called chakras. The first thing we are going to enter is Anahata. Here also the 3 bodies meet and merge each other. In the book it is very clearly depicted. The 3 lines, they just meet near. That is the zone where the chakra is there. They just meet. Where chakra starts. So even if you undergo bypass surgery, the chakra will be there as it is, without any blockage, because it is more metaphysical. This chakra is love. When you ask for love, when you ask for attention, please be very clear, I am changing the word from love to attention need. Because whatever you know as love is nothing but attention. If you say somebody loves you, what do you mean by it? He gives attention to you, that's all. He gives all his attention or all his time all his money, all his energy, or all his space to you. Attention is what is we call as love. Actually, except a man who is enlightened, nobody can know what is really meant by the word love. Whatever we know about love is nothing but attention. If you say that he loves me or she loves me, what it means? She gives you enough attention. He gives you enough attention. He gives you enough of his energy or money or whatever. Once the attention is given, everything else is slowly given. So the attention is what is called love in our language. When you give your attention to others, the chakra opens. When you give your attention to everybody, whomsoever asks, when you leave overflow, this chakra opens. When you start giving, this opens. When you start asking, this chakra closes. You can just see, you can just scan your life. Almost all our life is just centered on the attention of the others. From the young age, we are trained, you can see the young kids. They will just put 2-3 steps and then they look at your face. If you smile, you agree for what they do. Then they do the next steps. Otherwise, they stop and they wait for your concern. You can see in the young kids, anything they do, just they look at your face for the confirmation. For your okay. Only when you say okay, they go for ahead. They wait. Just like from that age, we start expecting the attention or the okay from the others. The same thing continues till our end. You can see in how many places you just wait or expect the others okay, others attention. You can see more than 80% of your decision is influenced or it is waited. You just wait or you just ask for their confirmation, for the others smile. It is not only economically, mostly psychologically. You feel inspired or you feel regenerated. You feel power or the energy only when you get a confirmation from the others. Each and every move of your life, you continuously see whether somebody confirms it or not. You wanted the smiling face of the other. Almost it's like a psychological slavery. In every step, you wanted the other to be the source of your inspiration. If you just scan, you just sit in your room and scan the lifestyle in which you are living, almost 90% of your decisions, 90% of your life is just for the other's opinion, asking the other's attention, expecting the attention of the others, expecting the opinion of the others. It is more like a signature campaign. Each and every husband expects a certificate from wife, good husband. Wife is expecting the certificate, the good wife. Parents, good parents. Son like is expecting a good son. Each and every system we expect certificate from our brother, from sister, from father, from son, from everybody. Just to feel good, just to feel energetic, we expect the certificates. Only with a smiling face or with the certificate, we go next. We go ahead. See, adjusting or not adjusting is perfectly okay. There is a vast difference between adjusting and compromising. Listen thoroughly and you can contemplate on it thoroughly. We may ask, should we not adjust? Adjusting is perfectly okay, but compromising is very bad. Just understand what is the difference between adjusting and compromising. Adjusting is like you have all your energy source or inspiration or the strength within you, then you give your love, you adjust for the sake of others. It is perfectly okay. But compromising is, unless they are all supporting you psychologically, you will have no energy to run on your own. When you adjust in that so, you are compromising. Most of our life, we have somebody else as a psychological strength for us. If he smiles at you, you have all your energy to run. If he does not open his mouth, if he doesn't smile, the whole day you will feel depressed. Have you observed any time? If he doesn't smile on you, as soon as every morning when you wake up, if he doesn't give his smile, whole day you will feel very low. If some of your boss, or the husband, or the wife, or the son, or the father, if some of them didn't give their attention or their smile at you, immediately you will feel low. It means they are the legs or they are the feet for you to stand. The psychological slavery, psychological handicap feel, I call it psychologically handicapped. In America, I saw so much of respect is given for the handicapped people. Everywhere you are parking for separate parking for handicapped, separate way for the handicapped people, separate bathrooms or restrooms for the handicapped people, everywhere. Physically handicapped is much okay, nothing wrong. But psychologically being handicapped is simply sin. Please be very clear. I am giving a new definition for sin. Don't think sin is something what you traditionally understand. Sin is something scolding others, telling lie. Of course, that is different. But I am giving a new explanation for sin. Sin is psychologically dependent on others. That is the first sin. Because when you psychologically depend on others, you try to possess them. First, understand how many ways you have invested your energies on others. Most of our business becomes failure. Why you know? Till the business project comes to a shape, 90% of project is over. Till the time you get a inspiration, a smile, or a okay from your inspiration source. At one point, if that is removed from you, if the inspiration source is lost, immediately the whole thing tumbles down and goes to pieces. Have you seen the children playing with a playing car? They just build a castle, they just build a house with a playing cars. If you remove one car, what will happen? At least the children are intelligent. They build their castle with their own cars. But you build a castle with others' cars. When he gives a certificate, a good husband, you collect that. Good wife, you collect that. Good brother, collect. Good sister, good son, good father. You collect all the certificates and try to build your personality. Just like a car's castle. And if anyone at any time takes away their certificate, removes their certificate, their source, what will happen? The whole personality just collapses. That is what I call depression. Most of your energy is centered on somebody else. Only if they say, psychologically you have a setup, only if they say what you do is right. Even if it is right, you are not convinced. You ask for their certificate. You ask for their attention. That is the reason. Till the end, you don't feel you are independent. How much you speak about independence, how much you speak about freedom, it is all only the word. Only when you start loving others, when you don't expect the love from others, when you stop expecting the attention from others, you are really independent. Till that time, you are a psychological slave. Whatever you speak about independence or freedom, you are a psychological slave. Because your source of energy depends on others. Only if he smiles, you can run. If he doesn't smile, what will happen? You will not run. You will feel very low. You will feel very dull. You will feel very depressed. The source of inspiration, as long as the source of inspiration is somebody else, you cannot have your freedom, your anamata cannot be active. Your energy center can never be totally awakened, totally alive. First thing, find out where all you have invested your energy center, on whom all you are dependent. Please be very clear on whom all you are dependent psychologically. You need how many smiles to run. Try to reduce the number of smiles. Even without that smile, start running. Even without that okay, start running. I am not telling you to go against the society, no. Do your same routine, same lifestyle, but try to reduce the number of smiles. Don't expect, don't keep them, don't make them as the source of inspiration. There are few things which you may not be able to drop at all. Then at least keep them in a good record, so that at the time of emergency, let them not take away their cars. If they take away their cars at the time of emergency, then you fall into the real deep depression. So try to become independent. Try your best to be on your own. Try to center all your energy at your own heart, at your own source, at your own personality, at your own being. When you feel you are not able to cut or you are not able to run without one person's smile, understand that I am not able to run without these 2-3 persons. And at least keep a compromise with that 2-3 persons. You will know that I am compromising with that 2-3 persons. I am not serving them, I am compromising with them. Please be very clear. Don't expect any reward for your compromising. Many of us think, I have served my husband so many years, all these duties I did, but I never had any reward. He never did anything for me. Be very clear, if you really serve, always will have reward. But all our service is just compromise. He is the source of inspiration for us, so we compromise something. So be very clear, all your work, all your attitude of seva, we again and again tell you, I took care of my son so much, I did so much for my son. After growing, he never did anything for me, he went away with his wife. Be very clear, if you have done really service, if you would have done really something, if you would have given, you would have never lost. We just give and take. He is the psychological support for us, so we compromise with him. Just scan or filter all your emotions, all your understandings, revise completely where are you have failed, where are you take decisions, you are dependent on others. This one understanding can give you a tremendous strength on your own, to stand on your own, to run on your own. When you understand it's a slavery, you will never invest your energy on others. As long as you understand only problem, people say, Swamiji, I understand the smoking is bad, but I am not able to stop it. Then be very clear, never till you understand. If you really understand, you can never fight, you can never again smoke it. Do you say, I understand, if I put my hand in the fire, it will burn, but I am not able to resist the temptation to put the hand. You never say that. Once when you understand the hand, if I put my hand, if I put my finger in the fire, I will get burned. You never do it again. You always keep yourself away from the fire. The same way, if you really understand that there is a psychological slavery, simply you can see, you can be so clear, you can be very, very clear, it will transform your life. Only thing we don't understand. Have this understanding after going back to the house and after few days, just sit in your room alone and scan your life, where all you have invested your energies, who are all inspiration sources for you, and try to organize, try to bring all the energy center on your own being. Don't let somebody else to drive you. If you keep somebody else as an energy source, you are allowing somebody else to be a driving force for you. So naturally you will be living for somebody else. When he is the inspiration source, naturally you have to take these ideas and work out. You have life or the time only to live your desires, not all everybody's desires. If you try to live 5-6% desires on your life, where is the time? Where is the energy? Where is the money? No. When we try to live somebody else as an inspiration, we have to live their desires also, because they will live their ideology also. Whenever they are inspiration, they will live their ideology. So, you will be dancing for so many persons' tunes. You can dance for one tune. In front side, somebody is putting Bharatanatyam. You go and put 2-3 steps. Then this side Western music. You shall just come and shake your head. And then this side immediately some Carnatic music is going on. Then you have to jump here and do for one more tune. And that side Kathakali is going on. You have to go on 2-3 steps. How will it be? The whole thing will become mess. Now our life is nothing but that. Each and every tune you try to dance. Will it be possible? No. It will never be possible. If you try to dance for one tune, your life will be successful, even if you don't know dancing. You will create new dancing. What you do is what is dance is key. It is not a dance, it is not some basic rule. If you don't do according to that, it is not dance, nothing like that. I have seen all the great dancers are unique. People who go beyond the rule and still if they maintain the grace, they are the successful dancers. People who maintain the rule, I have always seen they are only millions. In any field, when you go beyond the rule and still you maintain the grace or the beauty, then you are a successful dancer. Either in a classical dance or the Western dance. Go beyond the rule and maintain the grace, you are successful. So, anywhere, only when you have your individuality, only when you have yourself as a center, you can be successful. So, here is a beautiful meditation technique from a Tibetan Tantra, the Tibetan Buddhism, to center your energies. Now, a small understanding you have about this Ananda, then you will be entering into the meditation or the technique to center your energy. After the meditation, you will be entering into one by one sessions. Now, before entering into the meditation, you will have few minutes for question and answer. Of course, due to short of time, otherwise, generally I make everyone to question. Even if they don't have a question, I tell them at least tell a few words. I try to, in my level, I keep the list. People who attend at the other age, they know. I make everybody to ask, but now I think we will not have so much of time. At least few questions, I will try to respond. Yes,
A few things like, if somebody says, don't put the hand in the fire, we don't because we know it burns, either by feeling it or by experiencing it. But at the same time, there are some things, though we know it shouldn't, we shouldn't do it, but we are still doing it. It's like a psychosomatic because it's comforting and we really do it.
One small story. One man came and told me, Swamiji, last week I read a book which explains very seriously the dangers of smoking. How they get cancer, how many problems come due to smoking. Then I stopped. I asked him, oh, you stopped smoking? He goes, no, I stopped reading. You see, actually, if you know very clearly the fire burns, you don't put your hand. The problem is, first when you put your hand in the lighter fire, you get burnt. Then you think, I think lighter fire only burns. If I put my hand in the oven, it may not burn. Let me check. You put your hand on the oven, then oven fire also burns. I think if I can put my hand in some other candle, let me see. You put your hand in the candle. Just like that, you try each and every fire. Finally, when you understand all the fire burns, your body will be burned. Because the age will be over. You end up in that age, your age will be over. It's more like that. The understanding is not deep. If the understanding is deep, you can never go beyond it. We don't allow the understanding to sink deeply. See, whenever you receive some intellectual conclusion, you don't allow the intellectual conclusion to work on your emotional layer. If you allow the intellectual conclusion to work on your emotional layer, you never go beyond it. The allowing the intellectual conclusion to work on the emotional layer is what I call it meditation. Meditation is nothing but allowing the intellectual conclusion to sink deeply into the emotional layer. Now you understood few things. If you meditate, that time, the meditation technique will allow the intellectual conclusion to sink deeply into the emotional layer. That's what they call in Vedanta, Sravana Manana. Sravana means listening. Manana means allowing it to sink deeply. Most of the time, we don't give space or the time to allow the intellectual conclusions to sink into the emotional layer. So once the intellect is allowed to sink into the emotional layer, you will always see nididhyasana, transformation happens. It should not be done. No desire should be suppressed. No transformation can be done. It should only happen. See, flower, if it automatically flowers, then it is really flower. If you just open a lotus, in many temples I have seen they open the lotus, and the floweriness will be missing in the lotus. The floweriness will be missing in the flower. Only if it blooms or if it flowers by itself, that's got beauty. You can do few things. You can allow the transformation to happen. You can put them inside and wait a little bit. You will see the transformation happens. But we neither give time or the space to see it, or we are too urgent to see the transformation. The desire for transformation is so pushing, so urging us. You see, the desire for the outer object and the desire for transformation, both are not the same. When you desire too much for the outer object, you make mess of it. Just like that, if you desire too much for the transformation, you make mess of it. Put the idea aside, just wait for a little. Allow the seed to sprout. A small story. Once 3 monkeys, they got a mango. They were living in a forest, they got a mango fruit. If one monkey gets a mango fruit, you know what will happen. The 3 monkeys, they already worked for that. So all the 3 have to have a share of the mango. Now the problem starts. How to share? Finally all the 3 monkeys, they got together and they have decided, see, this one mango, we 3 cannot share. We will plant this mango, pour water, put fertilizers. Then it will become tree. We all will have enough of mangoes when it becomes tree. They all decided, they put they planted the mango. See, the first one, he took the responsibility of pouring water. The next took the responsibility of putting the manure or the fertilizer. The third took the responsibility of security of the seed. All the 3 are doing their duty so religiously for 6 months. For more than 6 months. Still the seed is not sprouted. So all 3 called for a conference. All the 3 sat together and they started discussing. The first monkey told, you see, Every day I am pouring the water religiously. Every day morning I pour water. Not even one day I missed. I miss my morning walk, but I never miss pouring water. I don't know what is happening. The next month he told, every day 4 o'clock I put the manure and fertilizers. I don't know what is happening, why it is not coming. The third month he told, you see, 24 hours I stand here as a security. I don't go anywhere else. And not only that, above all, every day I just dig it out and see how it is going. You see, every day when you dig it out and see, it can never sprout. Pour water, put manure, and wait for a few days to sprout the seed by itself. Just like that. We listen something now, and we do meditation for 20 minutes. Immediately it's for, oh, still no, nothing has happened. Still no transformation has not happened. So wait for some time. Give little space for the seed to sprout. Allow the conclusion to sink in and do the meditation. The conclusion is the seed. Meditation is the manure. Just give little bit of space or the time to seed to sprout. Otherwise, we will be digging just every day and see what indication we will be doing the same. Just the digging itself will stop the sprouting. Digging creates a guilt. You see, digging I have seen many people. As soon as you hear these things look so nice and so well put, immediately you start working it out. When you start immediately, naturally you will feel you will have one pitfall. Then you create guilt. Oh, I am not able to do, I am not able to see. The guilt that I am not able to stop smoking creates more trouble than the smoking itself. The guilt becomes so deep thin layer in your life. You decide, I cannot put all these things into the life. I cannot practice. The Swami can practice because he has lived all his life, but I cannot practice. You come to a conclusion that these are outdated ideologies. These cannot be practiced just by one or two pitfalls. That's the reason I'm telling, allow the transformation to happen. You will see it always happens. I have not seen single seed die. Maybe in the outer world, seeds may die. In the inner world, no seed dies.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat, As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of
Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham. Mahamahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi, and Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. This Mahamahavagya is spiritual lullaby for you to fall into Samadhi. Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva, to wake up in you. Just remember this one powerful cognition. This Mahavagya puts me in Samadhi. This is spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up song for Paramashiva in me. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Mahavagya, spiritual lullaby for Samadhi. And Suprabhatam, wake up call, wake up song for Paramashiva. For Paramashiva to manifest. With this one spiritual powerful cognition, chant this Mahavagya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Om Nityananda Paramashivoham.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
பரிவேல் அணி சேவலன் பாடும் பணியே பணியாயருள்வாய் தேடும் கயமாமுகனை செருவில் சாடும் தனியானை சகோதரனே உல்லாசனுராகுலயோக இத சல்லாபவினோ தனுநீயலையோ எல்லாமரையன் இழந்தனலம் சொல்லாய் முருளா சுழபோ பதியே பானோ புனல் பனல் மாருதமோ ஞானோதயமோ அவில் நான் மறையோ யானோ மனமோ என யாண்ட இடம் தானோ பொருளாவது முகனே வளைவட்டகைமா தொடுமட்களெனும் தடைவட்டழிய ததுமோ கிளைவட்டெழு சூர்புறமும் கிரியும் தொலைவட்டுருவ தொடுவேலவனே அகமாயைகளை தேட வல்ல பிரான் முகமாறு மொழில் திலனி அகமாடை மடல் தயரும் சகமாயுள் நின்று தயங்குவதே திணியான மனோ சிலை மீதுனதாள் அணியார் அரவிந்தமரும் உமதோ பணியா என வள்ளி பதம் பணியும் தனியார் அதிமோகதையான் பரணி கெடுவாய் மனநீ கதிகள் அறவாதிடுவாய் படிவேல் இவை தாழ் நினைவாய் சுடுவாய் நெடுவேதனை போல் படவே விடுவாய் வினையாவையும் அமரும் பதிகள் அகமாமெனுமி விமரங்கடமை ஒரு பேசியவா குமரன் கிரிராத குமாரி மகன் சமரம் பொருதானவனா சகனீ பட்டூர் குழல் மங்கையர் மையல் வலை பட்டூசல் படும் பலி சென்றொழிவேன் கட்டூடரவேன் சயிலத்தெறினு நிட்டூர நிராபுலனே பயனே கார்மாமிசை காலன் வரில் கலவ தேர்மாமி செய்வன் எதிர படுவாய் தார்மார்பவலாதிதலா பிரியனும் சூர்மாமடிய பொதுவேதவன் ஏ நெஞ்சக்கனகல்லு நெகிழ்ந்து உருகத் தஞ்சத்து அருள் சண்முகனுக்கு இயல் சேர் செஞ்சொற் புனை மாலை சிறந்திடவே பஞ்சக்கர ஆணை பதம் பணிவோம் ஆடும் பரி வேல் அணிசேவல் என பாடும் பணியே பணியாயருள்வாய் தேடும் கயமாமுகனைச் செருவில் சாடும் தனியானைச் சகோதரனே உங்கள் அனைவரையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்கின்றேன். பரம்பொருளின் பரமவிழிப்பாய் இருப்பாய் பரமவெளிப்பாடாய் பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளாயும் சுப்பிரமணிய பரம்பொருளாயும் இங்கு எழுந்தருளி அனைவருக்கும் பரமாத்வைதத்தை அருளுகின்றோம். பரமாத்வைத பிராப்தி. ஓம். உலகம் முழுவதிலும் இணையத்தாலும் இதயத்தாலும் இணைந்திருக்கும் மக்கள் அனைவரையும் அன்பர்கள், சீடர்கள், கைலாயத்தின் பாராளுமன்ற உறுப்பினர்கள், அமைச்சர்கள், ராஜசபை உறுப்பினர்கள், சித் சபை உறுப்பினர்கள், தேவாசிரிய சபை உறுப்பினர்கள் மற்றும் கைலாயத்தின் குடிமக்கள், கைலாயவாசிகள் அனைவரையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்கின்றேன். TN News 24 Digital Facebook, TN News 24 Digital யூடியூப் சேனல், இளைய பாரதம், கைலாசா SPH நித்யானந்தா, கைலாயத்தின் பல்வேறு யூடியூப், முகநூல், ட்விட்டர், இன்ஸ்டாகிராம் எனும் 10,000-க்கும் மேற்பட்ட இணையதள பக்கங்கள், தொலைக்காட்சிகள் வழியாகவும், ஏபிபி நாடு, ஆரோ ரூட்ஸ், ஆதன் தமிழ், ஆகாயம் தமிழ், ராணி ஆன்லைன், தமிழக குரல், ரெட்ரோ மணி, வாழ்ந்துதான் பார்க்கலாம் வாடா, ஃபிளிக்ஸ் 9 மேக்ஸ், ஃபிளிக்ஸ் 9 டிவைன், ஆர்கைவ்ஸ் ஆஃப் இந்துஸ்தான் எனும் தொலைக்காட்சிகள் மூலமாக இப்பொழுது நேரலையில் இணைந்திருக்கும் அன்பர்களையும், சீடர்களையும், பக்தர்களையும், பார்வையாளர்களையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்கின்றேன். இன்று கந்தர் அனுபூதியில் 31ஆம் பாடலிலிருந்து 40வது பாடல் வரை, 31லிருந்து 40 வரை இன்று கந்தர் அனுபூதியை நம் சொந்த அனுபூதியாக்கிக் கொள்வோம். வாருங்கள். வாழ்வாழ்வு எனும் இப்படுமாயையிலே வீழ்வாய் என என்னை விதித்தனையே, தாழ்வானவை செய்தனதாம் உளவோ, வாழ்வாய் இனி நீ மயில் வாகனனே, கலையே பதறிக் கதறித் தலையூடு அலையே வடுமாறு அதுவாய் விடவோ, கொலையே புரிவேடர் குலப்பிடிதோய் மலையே மலை கூறிடுவாகையனே, சிந்தாகுலையிலோடு செல்வம் எனும் இந்தாடவி என்று விடப் பெறுவேன், மந்தாகினி தந்தவரோதயனே, கந்தா முருகா கருணாகரனே, சிங்காரமடந்தயர்த்தீ நெறிப்போய் மங்காமல் எனக்கு வரந்தருபாய், சங்கிராம சிகாவல சண்முகனே, கங்கா நதிபால கிருபாகரனே, விதி காணும் உடம்பை விடாவினையேன் கதி காண மலர்கழல் என்று அருள்வாய், மதி வாழ் நுதல் வள்ளியை அல்லது பின் துதியா விரதா சுரபூபதியே, நாதா குமரா நம என்று அரணார் ஓதாய் என ஓதியது எப்பொருள்தான், வேதா முதல் விண்ணவர் சூடும் மலர்பாதா புறமின் பதசேகரனே, இரிவாய் விடு விக்கிரமவேல் இறையோன் பரிவாரம் எனும் பதம் மேவலையே, புரிவாய் மனநே பொறையாம் அறிவால் அறிவாய் அடியோடும் அகந்தையே, ஆதாளியை ஒன்றும் அறியேனை அறத்திதாளியை ஆண்டது செப்புமதோ, குதாளக்கிராத குலிக்கு இறைவா வேதாள கனம்புகள் வேலவனே, மாஏழ் சனனம் கெட மாயை விடா மூ ஏடனை என்று முடிந்திடுமோ, கோவே புறமின் கொடிதோள் புணரும் தேவே சிவசங்கர தேசிகனே, வினை ஓட விடும் கதிர்மேல் வினை ஓட விடும் கதிர்வேல் மறவேன், மனையோடு தியங்கி மயங்கிடவோ, சுனையோடு அருவித்துறையோடு பசுந்தினையோடு இதனோடு திரிந்தவனே, வினை ஓடவிடும் கதிர்வேல் மறவேன், மனையோடு தியங்கி மயங்கிடவோ, சுனையோடு அருவித்துறையோடு பசுந்தினையோடு இதனோடு தெரிந்தவனே, ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். ஒரு பரம சத்தியம் உங்களுக்கு சத்தியம் என்று புரியும் பொழுது உங்களுக்குள் மலர்வது ஞானம். ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்க. பரமசத்தியங்கள் நிறைய இருக்கு. இதுல சொல்றாரு பாருங்க, வாழ்வு எனும் இப்படுமாயையில் வீழ்வாய் என என்னை விதித்தனையே, தாழ்வானவை செய்தனதாம் உளவோ வாழ்வாய் இனி நீ மயில் வாகனனே. இதுல பரம சத்தியங்கள் 10 சொல்லுகின்றார். வாழ்வு, நீங்க வாழ்வு எனும் நினைப்பது எல்லாமே பழையது. ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். இங்க வாழ்வுனா 2 பொருள். வீணா போன வாழ்க்கை, இன்னொன்று பழையதாகி போன வாழ்க்கை. ஏன் பழையதாகி போன வாழ்க்கை? உண்டதே உண்டு, கண்டதே கண்டு. பழையதாகி போன வாழ்க்கையை நாம ஏன் வாழுகின்றோம்? அதாவது ஆசை அப்படிங்கிறதே வேற ஒண்ணும் இல்லைங்க. புதுசு 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 புதுசா எதையாவது தேடி ஒரு நியூ 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 எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸுக்கு பின்னாடி போறதுதான். இப்போ இந்த பெரும் பணக்காரர்கள் குடும்பங்கள், நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, வளர்ந்த நாடுகள்னு சொல்ற அந்த பெரும் பணக்கார நாட்டோட பெரும் பணக்கார குடும்பத்தோட குழந்தைகள் ஃபேஸ் பண்ற மிக முக்கியமான பிரச்சனை, இந்த கைலாய நாட்டை செய்த பிறகு பல நாட்டோட பிரதமர்கள், நாட்டோட அதிபர்கள் மற்றும் பெரும் பணக்காரர்கள் உலகம் சார்ந்த முடிவுகளை எடுக்கின்ற பவர் சென்டர்ஸா இருக்கவங்க, நிறைய பேரோட இன்டராக்ட் பண்ற மாதிரி என்னுடைய வாழ்க்கை. நிறைய இந்த டிப்ளமேட்டிக் மீட்டிங்ஸ்லாம் அட்டென்ட் பண்றதுனால என்னை தனியா அவங்க மீட் பண்ணாலே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் அவங்க ஓப்பன் பண்ணி அவங்களுடைய மிகப்பெரிய பிரச்சனையா சொல்ற விஷயம் என்னன்னா, அவங்க குழந்தைங்க ஒன்று டிப்ரெஷன்ல இருக்க குழந்தைங்க. நான் சொல்றது வந்து இந்த டீனேஜ் குழந்தைங்க, அதாவது ஒரு 14 இருந்து 25 இந்த வயசுல இருக்க அவங்களுடைய குழந்தைங்க ஒன்று ஹெவி டிப்ரெஷன்ல இருக்காங்க, இல்ல சூசைட் பண்ணிக்கிறாங்க. இதுதான் அவர்களுடைய மிகப்பெரிய பிரச்சனையா இருக்கு. நான் கேட்டேன், இதுக்கு காரணம் சொல்றேன் கேளுங்க. வேற ஒண்ணுமே இல்ல. அந்த குழந்தைகள் 20 வயசு வர்றதுக்குள்ளேயே உலகத்திலே கிடைக்கக்கூடிய சகல விதமான சுகங்களையும் அனுபவித்து விடுகின்றார்கள். எத்தனை விதமான பெஸ்ட் அவங்களுக்கு பிடிச்ச உணவு வகைகள் உண்டோ, இசைகள் உண்டோ, பார்க்கின்ற காட்சிகள் உண்டோ, ஐம்புலன்களாலும் காமத்தின் வேறு வேறுபட்ட சுவைகள், ஐம்புலன்களாலும் என்னவெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்க முடியுமோ பணத்தால் வாங்கக்கூடிய அத்துணையையும் பார்த்து விடுகிறார்கள். அதுக்கு மேல புதுசா தேடுறதுக்கு அடையிறதுக்கு ஒண்ணுமே இருக்க மாட்டேங்குது. சட்டத்துக்கு உட்பட்டு சட்டத்துக்கு அப்பாற்பட்டு சகலவிதமான போதைப் பொருட்களையும் யூஸ் பண்ணி பார்த்துடுறாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒண்ணுமே அவங்களுக்கு இல்ல. அதனால சூசைடு ஒன்னே ஒண்ணுதான் மிச்சம் இருக்கு, எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் பண்ணாதது. அது தவிர எல்லாத்தையும் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் பண்ணி முடிச்சாச்சு, சூசைட் பண்ணிக்கிறாங்க. ஏன் நான் சொல்றது வந்து ஒருத்தர் இருவர் கிடையாது. இது ஒரு பெரும் தொற்று வியாதி மாதிரி பரவிட்டு இருக்கு. நீங்க வேணா கூகுள் பண்ணி பாருங்க, ஏஐல பாருங்க. இந்த உலகளாவிய நிலையிலே டெசிஷன் மேக்கர்ஸ், பெரும் செல்வம் படைத்தவர்கள், பெரும் சக்தி படைத்தவர்கள், இவங்களுடைய வாரிசுகள் மத்தியில் இருக்கிற மிகப்பெரிய பிரச்சனை ஜென்சி. ரிச்சஸ்ட் ஜென்சி, இந்த ஃபில்தி ரிச்ன்றாங்க. ஃபில்தி ரிச்சா இருக்கிற ஜென்சி. இதோட ஆழமான உண்மையை புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். பார்த்ததை பார்ப்பதற்கு மனம் இயங்க விரும்புவதில்லை. புதுசு புதுசா பார்க்கணும்னு இயங்க முயற்சி பண்ணுது. ஆனா ஒரு பெரிய கொடுமை என்னன்னா, என்ன வந்தாலும் அதை மனம் முன்னாடியே நினைத்து பார்த்து விடுவதனால் அது அனுபவமாக மாறும் பொழுது பழையதாக மாறிவிடுகின்றது. ஒரு சுவை, ஒரு இனிப்பு நேரடியா நாக்குல வச்சு, நாக்குல அதை எப்படி உணர்றோம், அது நான் அதை மெல்லும் பொழுது வாய்க்குள் எவ்வாறு அது இருக்கின்றது, அது வயிற்றுக்குள் செல்லும் பொழுது எவ்வாறு இருக்கின்றது, உடலுக்கும் உங்களுக்கும் அது எவ்வாறு நடக்கின்றது, அப்படியே நம்ம பார்க்கிறதே கிடையாது. அந்த சுவைக்கு ஏற்கனவே நாம ஒரு பிராண்டு, ஒரு மெமரி, ஒரு ஐடியா, ஒரு கான்செப்ட் வச்சிருப்போம். அதை நாக்குல வைக்கும் பொழுதே அதை நினைத்து பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். நினைத்தல் அனுபவத்திற்கு முன்பாக முந்திவிடும் பொழுது வாழ்வு வாழ்வாகிறது. ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். பழையதை ருசிக்கின்றீர்கள். இதே மாதிரிதான் சகல சுகங்களும், சகல உறவுகளும், சகல அனுபவங்களும் நீங்கள் அனுபவிப்பதற்கு முன்பாகவே மனம் தலையிட்டு நினைந்து விடுகின்றது. நினைந்தது எல்லாம் பழையது. அந்த நினைப்பை கொண்டு வந்து அதன் மீது, இருப்பின் மீது அது போர்த்தி விடும் பொழுதே இருப்புக்கும் உங்களுக்கும் உறவே இருப்பதில்லை என்பதனால் எந்த அனுபவமும் முழுமையாக உங்களுக்குள் நடப்பதில்லை. ஒரு மலரை பார்க்கணும்னா கூட சரி, அதை பார்த்து அது அப்படியே உங்களுக்குள்ள என்ன மாதிரி அனுபவத்தை ஏற்படுத்துது, அந்த அளவுக்கு விழிப்புணர்வோ சாந்த நிலையோ நமக்குள்ள இல்லாம போறதுனால உங்களுக்குள்ள எப்பவுமே இருக்கிற உங்களுடைய கமெண்டேட்டர் சில நேரத்துல வில்லன் மாதிரி இருப்பார், சில நேரத்துல காமெடியனா இருப்பாரு, சில நேரத்துல ஹீரோ மாதிரி இருப்பாரு. ஆனா கடைசி வரைக்கும் உங்களை அனுபவிக்க விட மாட்டார். வாழ்வு பழையதாகி போன வாழ்வு, பாழாய் போன வாழ்வு. எத்தனை பேருக்கு இப்ப நான் சொல்றது உங்களுடைய சத்தியம் இதுன்னு புரியுது. இப்ப நான் சொல்றது பரம சத்தியம். சற்றே அமைதியோடு கேட்டீர்களானால் உங்களுக்கு உள்ள இருக்கிற அந்த சத்தம், அலை, ஆர்ப்பாட்டம் இவைகளுக்கு கீழே கொஞ்சம் அமைதியா பார்த்தீர்களானால் எல்லா வாழ்வின் நிகழ்வுகளையும் நினைதலால் நினைவால் எச்சில்படுத்தி பழையதாக்கி விடுகின்றோம். ஒரு சட்டியில் சுத்தமான நெய் விட்டு பொங்கிய நெய் சோறு, புதுச்சோறு. இன்னொரு சட்டியிலே மனித மலம். ஒரு ஈ மனித மலத்திலே அமர்ந்து விட்டு சுடு சோற்று, சுத்தமான சோற்று பானையில உட்கார்ந்தா எப்படி அந்த சோறு மலமாகி போகிறதோ அது மாதிரி நம் மனம் பழையதில் அமர்ந்து அதை கொண்டு வந்து இருப்பதின் மீது சார்த்தும் பொழுது பழைய வாழ்வையே இப்பொழுதும் பார்க்கின்றோம். அதனால் எத்துணை விஷயத்தை புதிதாக தேடினாலும் வாழ்வு பாழ்வாழ்வாகவே இருக்கின்றது. வாழ்வை வாழ்ந்த முழுமையும் திருப்தியும் ஆனந்தமும் மலர்வதே இல்லை. பழைய வாழ்வு பாழ்வாழ்வாகும். அதிசூக்ஷ்ம ரகசியம் கேளுங்கள். அதுலயும் உங்களுக்குள்ள ஓடுற அந்த தாட்ஸ் பர் செகண்ட்னு சொல்லுவேன். எண்ணங்களின் எண்ணிக்கையின் ஓட்டம் கள்குடித்த, தேள்கடித்த, பேய்பிடித்த, வேதாளம் உட்புகுந்த உறங்கு. கள்குடித்த, தேள்கடித்த, பேய் பிடித்த, வேதாளம் உட்புகுந்த. நீங்க நினைக்கலாம் பேய்க்கும் வேதாளத்துக்கு என்ன சாமி டிஃபரன்ஸ்? நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. பேய் உடம்பிற்குள் புகும், வேதாளம் தலைக்குள் புகும். வேதாளம் உடம்புக்குள்ள புகாது, தலைக்குள்ள மட்டும்தான் புகும். வேதாளம் மனத்தை மட்டுமே பற்றும், பேய் உடலை பற்றும். பேய்க்கு உடல் கிடையாது, அதனால உங்களுடைய உடலை பற்றும். வேதாளத்திற்கு வேறு விதமான உடல் உண்டு, ஆனால் மனம் கிடையாது. அதனால உங்களுடைய மனத்தை பற்றும். உங்க மனம் வேண்டும் என்று. பேய்க்கு ஸ்தூல சரீரம் கிடையாது, சூக்ஷ்ம சரீரம் உண்டு, காரண சரீரம் உண்டு. வேதாளத்திற்கு ஸ்தூல சரீரமும் கிடையாது, சூக்ஷ்ம சரீரமும் கிடையாது, காரண சரீரம் மாத்திரம்தான் உண்டு. மனம் செல்லும் வேகத்தினால் வாழ்வை நாம் அனுபவிக்காமல் தடுத்து விடுகின்றது. ஆசையே சுகம் என்று நினைப்பவனும், அச்சமே பாதுகாப்பு என்று நினைப்பவனும் வாழ்க்கையை வாழ்ந்து முடிக்கும் பொழுதுதான் புரிந்து கொள்ளுகின்றான், பாழ்வாழ்வு ஆனாதே. எப்ப உங்களுக்கு இது பாழ்வாழ்வுன்னு புரியுதோ, பாழ்வாழ்வு இது என்கின்ற பரம சத்தியம் உங்களுடைய நிதர்சனமான சத்தியமாக, உங்களுடைய சத்தியமாக உங்களுக்கு மாறும் பொழுது ஞானத்தின் மலர்ச்சி துவங்குகின்றது. கடவுளுக்கு பயப்படுதலே ஞானத்தின் ஆரம்பம்ன்றாங்க, கிடையாது. வாழ்வு இது எனும் பரமசத்தியம் ஏன் அது வாழ்வானது? பழைய வாழ்வாய் அது எப்படியானது? சுடச் சுட நெய் சோறு வடித்து கத்தரிக்காய் குழம்பு கொண்டு வந்து மணக்க மணக்க தட்டில் இட்டு முன் வைத்தாலும் உண்ணும் முன்பாக மனம் அதன் மீது சார்ந்து பழைய உணவாய் அதை மாற்றி பாழ் உணவாய் மாற்றி அனுபவமோ அனுபூதியோ நடக்காமல் உங்களை வாழ்வில் இருந்து பிரித்து விடுகின்றது. இந்த சத்தியம் உங்கள் சத்தியமாக மாறும் பொழுதுதான் ஞானத்தின் ஆரம்பம் நிகழ்கின்றது. ஐயா, எப்பெல்லாம் இந்த பரம சத்தியங்கள் உங்களுடைய சத்தியமா புரிய துவங்குதோ அப்பவே வாழ்க்கையின் பல சங்கிலி கட்டுரு மனப்பாங்கிலிருந்து கட்டுறுத்தும் சங்கிலிகளிலிருந்து நீங்கள் விடுபட்டு முக்தியடைந்து கொண்டே இருக்கின்றீர்கள். எப்பொழுதெல்லாம் பரமசத்தியங்கள் உங்களுடைய சத்தியமாக உங்களுக்கு புரிகின்றதோ ஞானம் மலர்கின்றது. அதை எப்பொழுதெல்லாம் வாழத் துவங்குகின்றீர்களோ, அதாவது மனத்தை தள்ளி வைத்துவிட்டு நினைதலை விட்டு உங்கள் தினசரி வாழ்க்கையை நிகழ்த்த துவங்கினீர்களானால் மலருவது அனுபவம். நான் ஒன்னும் உங்களை தனியா எதுவுமே கேட்கலைங்க. நீங்க தனியா உட்கார்ந்து தவம் பண்ணி தியானம் பண்ணி எதுவுமே பண்ண வேண்டாங்க. உங்கள் வாழுகின்ற வாழ்க்கையை நினைதல் இலாது உங்க சொந்த மகன்கிட்ட பேசுறது, உங்க சொந்த மனைவி கிட்ட பேசுறது, உங்க சொந்த கணவர்கிட்ட பேசுறது, அவ்வளோ ரிகர்சல்லாம் உள்ள பண்ண வேண்டியதில்லை. நினைதல் இலாது உண்ணுங்கள். உடனே வெயிட் குறைஞ்சிரும். நினைதல் இலாது உண்டீர்களானால் உங்கள் உடல் உயிர் நலமாக இருப்பதற்கு எந்த அளவுக்கு வேண்டுமோ அந்த அளவுக்கு மாத்திரம் என்னென்ன உணவு வகைகள் வேண்டுமோ அதை மாத்திரமே எடுத்துக்கொள்ளும். உணர்வோடு உண்டீர்களானால் கொழுப்பு உணவுப் பொருட்கள் உங்களுடைய உடலுக்கு தீங்கு விளைவிக்கக்கூடிய, உயிர் இனிமையாக இயங்குவதற்கு தடையாக இருக்கக்கூடிய கொழுப்பு உணவுகள் மீது, இனிப்பு உணவுகள் அல்ல எந்த சுவையாகும் அதன் மீது ஈர்ப்பு வராது. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கங்க. உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற ஒட்டுண்ணிகள் தான் குறிப்பிட்ட உணவு வகைக்கு உங்களை அடிமையாக வைத்திருக்கின்றது. உங்க மனத்தின் மூலமாக தான் அந்த ஒட்டுண்ணிகள் இயங்கும். இப்ப நான் சொல்றது தத்துவம் இல்ல, அறிவியல் சத்தியம். கூகுள் பண்ணி பாருங்க. கொலஸ்ட்ரால், ஃபேட் ரிலேட்டட் food, the fat which is sitting inside you makes you addicted to the same kind of food which raises your cholesterol and fat. இந்த ரெண்டு ஒன்றோடு தொடர்புடையது. அதனால ஃபேட்டையும் கொலஸ்ட்ராலையும் ஒன்னா சொல்றேன். The fatty foods, the craving, fatty foodsக்கான craving உள்ள இருக்கிற பாரசைட்ஸ் தான் உருவாக்குது. அதே மாதிரி ஸ்வீட் கிரேவிங் இதெல்லாமாவது பரவாயில்ல, மிக பெரிய பிரச்சனை இல்லை. மாமிசத்து மேல இருக்கிற கிரேவிங், மது மேல இருக்கிற கிரேவிங், இது எல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற பேரசைட்ஸ் உங்களை சூப்பர் சீட் பண்ணி உங்களுடைய தீர்ப்பை தள்ளி வைத்து அதோட தீர்ப்பை கொடுத்து அதோட கமாண்ட பாஸ் பண்ணி அதோட ஆர்டரை பாஸ் பண்ணி உங்களை செயல்பட வைக்கின்றது. வேற ஒண்ணுமே வேண்டாங்க. சகலவிதமான அடிமைத்தலைகள், அடிக்ஷன்ஸ்ல இருந்தும் விடுபடுறதுக்கான அருமையான வழி. நீங்க இப்ப என்ன சாப்பிடுறீங்களோ அதையே நினைதல் இலாது நுகருக, நினைதல் இலாது அனுபவிக்க. நான் ஒன்னும் உங்களை பந்தப்படுத்தல, கட்டுப்படுத்தல, இதை மட்டும் சாப்பிடுங்க அதை மட்டும் சாப்பிடுங்கன்னு சொல்லல. மாமிசம் சாப்பிட்டு செத்து போவேன், சூசைட் பண்ணிப்பேனா யாரால என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? போ, அதுக்கு மேல என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? மதுவும் மாமிசத்தையும் விடுயான்னு சொன்னா என்ன விட்டுறது? அப்புறம் நான் என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? சரி போ. ஒருத்தர் வேக வேகமா வந்து சொன்னார், சாமி, புகைப்பிடிப்பதால் ஏற்படும் கெட்ட பழக்கங்களை பற்றி ஒரு பெரிய புத்தகம் படிச்சேன் சாமி, அப்புறம் விட்டுட்டேன் சாமி. நான் கேட்டேன், புகைப்பிடிக்கிறத விட்டீங்களா? இல்ல சாமி, இந்த மாதிரி புத்தகத்தை எல்லாம் படிச்சு மனசை குழப்பிக்கிறத விட்டுட்டேன் சாமி. நான் உங்களை செயலை மாற்றுங்கள்னு கூட சொல்லல, நினைதலை விட்டு மாத்திரம் செயலில் இருங்கள். உண்மையிலங்கய்யா, லேயர் லேயரா உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற மன இருப்புனா மனம் இறுகி போய் என்ன சொல்றது, ஆசை, அச்சம், துக்கம், வெறுப்பு, குற்ற உணர்ச்சி, இதெல்லாம் லேயர் பை லேயரா சிக்கி போய் அந்த லேயர்ல இருந்து விடுபட முடியாமல் அந்த லேயர் மூலமாவே இந்த புகைப்பிடிக்கிறதுல இருந்து சகலத்தையும் நீங்கள் அனுபவிக்கின்றீர்கள். அதனாலதான், இல்லைன்னா புகைய போய் வயிற்றுக்குள்ள அனுப்ப முடியுமாங்கய்யா? முகத்து உடம்புக்குள்ள அனுப்ப முடியுமாங்கய்யா? அது எப்படி அவ்வளோ இன்சென்சிட்டிவா ஒரு மனித உடல், மனித மனம் மாறும்? நினைதல் இன்றி வாழ்தல் அறியாததனால் நினைத்து பார்க்க முடியாத பழக்கங்களுக்கெல்லாம் மனிதன் அடிமையாகின்றான். உங்களுடைய தினசரி வாழ்க்கையை நினைதல் இன்றி வாழ்க. முயற்சி பண்ணி பாருங்க. இப்ப அடுத்த தீபத் திருநாள் வரப்போகுது. 17 நாட்களும் தீபத் திருநாள், மொத்தம் 17 நாட்கள் உற்சவம். 10 நாள் பிரம்மோற்சவம், துவஜாரோகணத்தோடு துவங்கி தீபம் வரை 10 நாட்கள். முன்னாடி 3 நாட்கள் பூர்வாங்கம், பின்னாடி 4 நாட்கள் உத்தராங்கம். மொத்தம் 17 நாள் தீபத் திருநாள் உற்சவம். டிசம்பர் 3 31ஆம் தேதி தீபம்னு நினைக்கிறேன். எக்ஸாக்டா டேட்டை சொல்றேன். இந்த 17 நாட்களும் அருணாச்சல புராணத்தை இதே நேரத்தில் தமிழில் சொல்லப் போகின்றேன். பரமசிவ அனுபூதியும் அனுபவமும் என்கின்ற தலைப்பிலே அருணாச்சல புராணம் 17 நாட்களும். இந்த அருணாச்சல புராணம் கேட்கறது வர்ற வரைக்குமாவது இந்த அடுத்த ஒரு மாதம் இந்த ஒரே உறுதி எடுத்துக்கோங்க. நினையாது வாழ்தல். உங்களால முடியும். ரொம்ப கஷ்டமெல்லாம் இல்லை. சாப்பிடும் பொழுது மனதிற்குள் நினையாது, வெளியில எந்த டிஸ்ட்ராக்ஷனும் இல்லாமல், உணவுக்கும் உங்களுக்கும் மட்டும் உறவு நிகழ வேண்டும். அதே மாதிரி உறங்கும் பொழுது உங்களுக்கும் உங்கள் உணர்விற்கும் மட்டும்தான் உறவு நிகழ வேண்டும். நினையாது வாழ்க, வாழ்வு பழையதாகாது வாழ்க. இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். வாழ்க்கையில் எப்பேற்பட்ட பிரச்சனை வந்தாலும் நினையாது வாழ்பவன் சாய்வதே இல்லை. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. உங்களை நீங்களே விமர்சனம் பண்ணிட்டே இருந்தீங்கன்னா தான் வெளியிலிருந்து விமர்சனம் பண்றவங்களுடைய வார்த்தை உங்களை உலுக்கி போட்டு விடும். பிரபலங்கள், திரைத்துறை, ஆன்மீகத்துறை, அரசியல் துறை, சமூகம், ஜாதி கட்சிகள், இந்த மாதிரி பல பிரபலங்கள் என்னை பார்க்கும்போது எல்லாரும் இன்வேரியபிளா ஊடகத்துறை அத்தனை பேரும் தனியா மீட் பண்ணாங்கன்னா கேட்கிற முதல் கேள்வி, எப்படி சாமி இவ்வளவு தாக்குதலுக்கு பிறகு நீங்க பாட்டுக்கு சிரிச்சிட்டு ஜாலியா மகிழ்ச்சியா இருக்கீங்க? நீங்க ஒன்னும் போலித்தனமா கூட சிரிச்சிட்டு நல்லாவே தெரியுது. எப்ப பார்த்தாலும் இப்படியே இருக்கீங்களே, நிம்மதியா இருக்கீங்களே. இந்த ஒரு எளிய உண்மையை சொல்றேன், கேட்டுக்கோங்க. நம்மை நாமே விமர்சித்துக் கொண்டே இருந்தோமானால், இது சரியா பண்ணல, அது சரியா பண்ணல, இது நாசமா போச்சு, அது நாசமா போச்சு, நான் தொட்ட அவ்வளவுதான் அப்படின்னு நம்மை நாமே விமர்சித்துக் கொண்டே இருந்தோமானால், வெளியிலிருந்து ஒருத்தர் விமர்சனம் வச்ச உடனே அது பளிச்சுன்னு வலிச்சு கொலாப்ஸ் ஆயிடுவோம். பாத்தியா, அவனே சொல்லிட்டான். அதாவதுங்கய்யா, வெளியிலிருந்து வர்ற அம்பு எதுவுமே உங்களை தைக்க முடியாதுங்கய்யா. உள்ள ஏற்கனவே காயம் தயாரா இருந்தா மட்டும்தான் அந்த அம்பு அதை அட்ராக்ட் பண்ணுங்கய்யா. அம்பு உள்ள கூட வர வேண்டாங்கய்யா, அவன் அம்பை விட்டுட்டான்னு சொன்னா போதும், தெரிஞ்ச உடனே படுத்துப்போம். இந்த வாத்து மடையரும் கேள்விப்படுறீங்களா? வாத்து ஒண்ணும் பண்ண வேணாங்கய்யா. நிறைய வாத்துங்க பாக் 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 பாக்னு சுத்திக்கிட்டே இருக்கும்போது இந்த வாத்துங்க திசை மாறி போச்சுன்னா, இந்த வாத்து ஓட்டுறவர் ஒன்னே ஒண்ணுதான் பண்ணுவாரு. ஒரு ரப்பர் தோட்டா துப்பாக்கி வச்சிருப்பாரு, அது ஆகாசத்தை நோக்கி ஒண்ணு சுடுவார், அவ்வளவுதான். எல்லா வாத்து தன்னை சுட்டாங்கன்னு நினைச்சு படுத்துரும், பக்குன்னு படுத்துரும். அதுக்குதான் வாத்து மடையன்னு சொல்றது. அதாவது அவரு ஆகாயத்தை நோக்கி சுட்டாரு, எல்லா வாத்தும் தன்னைத்தான் சுட்டுட்டாங்கன்னு நினைச்சு அப்புறம் படுத்துரும். அதே மாதிரி தாங்கய்யா நம்மை நாமே விமர்சித்துக் கொண்டே இருப்பதனால், சீத்தலை சாத்தனார்னு தமிழ்ல ஒரு தங்கப்புலவரை பத்தி கதை இருக்கு, கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா? தப்பு பண்ணும்போதெல்லாம் தலையில குத்திக்க சொல்லுவாங்க அவருடைய ஆசிரியர், அதனால குத்திக்கிட்டாருன்னு. நாம எல்லாருமே சீத்தலை சாத்தனார் இல்ல, சீழ் உடம்பு சாத்தனார், சீழ் மனம் சாத்தனார். நம்மளையே குத்தி 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 வெளியிலிருந்து யாரு எப்ப ஏதாவது ஒண்ணு சொல்லுவாங்கன்னு காத்துட்டு இருக்கிறோம். அதனாலதான் வெளியிலிருந்து ஒரு வார்த்தை வந்த உடனே படுத்துக்கிறோம். சில நேரத்துல வரலன்னா கூட தேடி தேடி பார்ப்போம். இந்த சமூக ஊடகங்கள் இருக்க செலிபிரிட்டிஸ் எத்தனை பேரு 1000 கமெண்ட்ல 990 பேர் அவ்வளவு அழகா உங்களை பிரைஸ் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. என்ன பர்ஃபார்ம் பண்றீங்க மேடம், என்ன பர்ஃபார்ம் பண்றீங்க சார், நீங்க நீங்க உங்க லெவலே வேற சார், ஹாட்டா ஃபயரா விட்டுருப்பாங்க. ஒரு 2 பேர் ஏதாவது ஒரு குறத்தனமா லூசுத்தனமா கமெண்ட் அடிப்பானான்னு பார்த்துக்கிட்டே வந்து அந்த கமெண்ட்டை பார்த்துட்டு உடனே டிப்ரெஸ் ஆவீங்க. எத்தனை பேருக்கு நான் சொல்றது தெளிவா புரியுது? அந்த 990 கமெண்ட் நினப்புலயே இருக்காது. அது மட்டும் இல்லாம கமெண்ட்டை படிக்க போகும்போதே இதைத்தான் கண்ணு தேடும். எவன் என்ன சொல்லியிருக்கான் பார்க்கலாம் வா, இன்னைக்கு எவனோட சண்டை போடலாம் பார்க்கலாம் வா. இதுக்குன்னே வந்துடுறானுங்க பாருங்க, ராங் கமெண்ட் போடுறதுக்கு, பேட் கமெண்ட் போடுறது. ஆட ஒரு சத்தியத்தை புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். 11 மில்லியன் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் உங்க முன்னாடி வந்தாலும் வெறும் 40 இன்ஃபர்மேஷனை மட்டும்தான் நீங்க எடுத்து ப்ராசஸ் பண்றீங்க. RAS எடுத்து ப்ராசஸ் பண்றீங்க. அந்த 40ம் உங்கள் நம்பிக்கைக்கு ஏத்த மாதிரி, உங்கள் நம்பிக்கையை பொறுத்து அந்த இன்ஃபர்மேஷனை எடுத்து த ரெட்டிகுலர் ஆக்டிவேட்டிங் சிஸ்டம்னு, இதெல்லாம் அறிவியல்ங்கய்யா. அறிவியல் சொல்லுது உங்களுடைய பிரெயினோட ஃபில்டர் சிஸ்டம் 11 மில்லியன் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் உங்களை நோக்கி வரும் பொழுது வெறும் 40 மட்டும் எடுத்து ஸ்டிச் பண்ணி உங்க வாழ்க்கையா காட்டுது. அதுல அந்த 40ம் உங்க நம்பிக்கைக்கு ஏத்த மாதிரி எடுக்குது. நீங்க எப்போ உங்களை பத்தி போட்டிருக்கிற நெகட்டிவ் கமெண்ட்ஸ் போய் ரிப்ளை கொடுக்கறது, இல்ல அதை பிளாக் பண்றது, டெலீட் பண்றது, இதெல்லாம் பண்றீங்களோ, அந்த டிஜிட்டல் ஈகோ சிஸ்டம் என்ன பண்ணுதுன்னா, அதோட அல்கோரிதம் நேச்சுரலா உங்களை பத்தி நெகட்டிவா கமெண்ட் போட்டிருக்க எல்லா வீடியோவையும் எடுத்து உங்க முன்னாடி காட்டும் மறுநாள். ஆக்சுவலா இந்த திருஷ்டி சிருஷ்டின்னு சொல்ற விவர்த்த சித்தாந்தத்தை உங்க டிஜிட்டல் அல்கோரிதம் தெளிவா உங்களுக்கு புரிய வைக்கும். போலரைசேஷன் அப்படிங்கிறது தான் பாழ்வாழ்வு. நீங்க ரைட் விங் லைக் பண்ணியிருந்தீங்க, ரைட் விங்குக்கு சப்போர்ட்டா கமெண்ட் போட்டிருந்தீங்கன்னா அது சார்ந்த வீடியோஸ் எல்லாம் உங்க டிஜிட்டல் அல்கோரிதம் உங்களுக்கு எடுத்து வந்து காட்டும் பாருங்க. அதே மாதிரி ரைட் விங்கை யாராவது கிரிட்டிசைஸ் பண்ணியிருந்தா அதுக்கு நீங்க போய் அங்க கம்பு சுத்தி இருந்தீங்கன்னா அதே மாதிரி கான்ஃபிளிக்ட கிரியேட் பண்ற அந்த மாதிரி வீடியோஸ் கமெண்ட்ஸ் இருக்கிற எல்லாம் உங்க முன்னாடி வந்து சேரும் பாருங்க. திருஷ்டி சிருஷ்டிய தனியா நீங்க ஒன்னும் தவம் பண்ணி அதெல்லாம் ஒன்னும் புரிஞ்சுக்க வேண்டியது இல்லைங்க. சாதாரணமா உங்க டிஜிட்டல் ஸ்கிரீனை ஓபன் பண்ணி உங்க ஆல்கோரிதம் தான் திருஷ்டி சிருஷ்டிங்கயா. இந்த மொத்த கந்தர் அனுபூதியையும் உங்க சொந்த அனுபூதியா மாத்திக்கிறதுக்கு இந்த ஒரே ஒரு சத்தியத்தை செய்யுங்கள். இந்த ஒரு சத்தியத்தை வாழுங்கள். நினையாது வாழத் துவங்குவோம். அழகா நினையாது உண்ணுங்கள், நினையாது வாக்கிங் போங்க, நினையாது உங்களுடைய டெய்லி ஒர்க் அவுட், யோகா பண்றீங்கன்னா யோகா பண்ணுங்க, ஜிம் பண்றீங்கன்னா ஜிம் பண்ணுங்க, யோகா பெஸ்ட்னு ஏன் சொல்றேன்னா, காலத்துக்கும் அதை செய்ய முடியும். இப்போ ஜிம் வந்து ஒரு வயசுக்கு மேல அவ்வளோ லோடு வெயிட் எல்லாம் தூக்க முடியாது. அப்ப என்ன ஆகும்னா, உங்க உடம்பால அவ்வளோ லோட தூக்காமலும் தன்னுடைய ஹெல்த்தை மெயின்டைன் பண்ண முடியாம போகும், தூக்கவும் முடியாது. அந்த பிரச்சனை வராம இருக்கிறதுக்கு யோகா பெஸ்ட். உங்களுடைய உடலை நீங்களே உடம்போட வெயிட்லயே பண்ற யோகா இது பெஸ்ட். அதனாலதான் யோகா ப்ரமோட் பண்றேன். நான் பிறந்த கலாச்சாரத்தில் யோகம் இருப்பதனால் அப்படின்ற காரணத்துக்காக இல்லை. யோகத்தினால் உண்மையிலேயே மற்ற எக்ஸசைசஸ் எல்லாத்தையும் விட யோகத்தினால் பல பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் அடைய முடியும். இந்த மைட்டோகாண்ட்ரியா செல் எனர்ஜி அவேக்கன் பண்றது, குண்டலினி சக்தியை விழிப்படைய வைக்கிறது, இதெல்லாம் யோகத்தால தான் முடியும். ஜிம்னாலேயோ பிலாட்டிஸ்னாலேயோ வேற எதனாலையும் முடியாது. ஈவன் காலிஸ்தானிக்ஸ் அதனால கூட முடியாது. யோகா தான் பெஸ்ட். யோகா பண்றதும் சரி, நினையாது செய்யுங்கள். வாக்கிங் போறது நினையாது செய்யுங்கள். உறங்கும் பொழுது நினையாது உறங்குங்கள். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. நமக்கு இருக்கிற மிகப்பெரிய பிரச்சனை என்னன்னா, நான் நினைக்க வேணாம் தான் சாமி நினைக்கிறேன், ஆனா திரும்பவும் நினைக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடுறேனே. அப்ப இதையாவது புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. நீங்க நினைக்க வேணான்னு கான்சியஸா முடிவு பண்ணிட்டீங்க, அதுதான் நீங்க. அப்ப நினைக்கிறது நீங்க இல்ல, வேற யாரோ உள்ள கழிந்த மன நரல். அதையாவது புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. அதை புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டீங்கனாலே நினைப்பின் மீது இருக்கும் ஈர்ப்பு போனதும் பாழ் வாழ்வும் பழைய வாழ்வும் பழி வாழ்வும் ஒழிந்து அனுபூதியில் இருக்க துவங்குவீர்கள். கார்த்திகை தீபம் வரைக்கும், அதாவது அக்டோபர் மாதம் 21ஆம் தேதியிலிருந்து டிசம்பர் மாதம் 7ஆம் தேதி வரை 17 நாட்களும் தமிழிலே அருணாச்சல புராணம் பரமசிவ அனுபூதியும் அனுபவமும் என்கின்ற தலைப்பிலே தொடர் சத்சங்கங்கள் இதே நேரத்தில், மன்னிக்க வேண்டும், 11th நவம்பர்லிருந்து 11ஆம் தேதி நவம்பர் மாதத்திலிருந்து 7ஆம் தேதி டிசம்பர் மாதம் வரை 21ஆம் தேதி நவம்பர் மாதத்திலிருந்து 7ஆம் தேதி டிசம்பர் மாதம் வரை 21ஆம் தேதி நவம்பர் மாதத்திலிருந்து 7ஆம் தேதி டிசம்பர் மாதம் வரை 17 நாட்கள் அருணாச்சல புராணம் பரமசிவ அனுபூதியும் அனுபவமும் என்கின்ற தலைப்பிலே பரமசிவ பக்தி, பரமசிவ ஞானம், பரமசிவ விஞ்ஞானத்தை உங்களோடு பகிர்ந்து கொள்ளுகின்றேன். அனுபூதி வேண்டும் அனைவரும் வாரீர், அனுபூதி பெற்று ஜீவன் முக்தர்களாய் வாழ்வீர். கார்த்திகை தீபம் வரை முயற்சி பண்ணி பார்த்துருவோமே. நினையாது வாழ்தல். இந்த முதல் வரி ஆக்சுவலா 10 பாட்டுல முதல் பாட்டோட முதல் வரியிலே தான் நின்றுட்டு இருக்கிறோம். பாழ் வாழ்வு எனும் இப்படுமாயையில் வீழ்வாய் என என்னை விதித்தனையே. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. இங்க அவர் முருகப்பெருமானை பழி சொல்லவில்லை, நீ விதித்தாயேன்னு தன்னையே சொல்லிக் கொள்ளுகின்றார். பாழ்வாழ்வு எனும் இப்படுமாயையில் வீழ்வாய் என என்னை விதித்தனையே. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. நீங்க எல்லாம் கேட்கிற கேள்வி, நினையாது இருத்தல்னா முடிவு பண்ணிட்டேன் சாமி, ஆனா இருக்க முடியலையே, அப்ப என்ன பண்ணுங்க? தெளிவுக்கு வந்துருங்க. நான் நினையாது இருத்தல் என்கின்ற முடிவுக்கு வந்துவிட்டேன். அப்ப இதுக்கு மேல உள்ள நினைப்பது நான் அல்ல, வேற யாரோ உள்ள போட்டது அது நினைச்சிட்டு இருக்கு. அப்ப நினைப்பவர்கள் அவர்கள், எனக்குள் இருந்து நினைப்பவர்கள் அவர்கள், நான் அல்ல. உங்க தலைக்குள்ள இருந்து வருதுங்கிறதுக்காக எல்லாமே உங்களுதுன்னு நினைச்சிடாதீங்கயா. இப்ப உங்க மூக்குல இருந்து வெளியில வர்ற காத்து எல்லாமே உங்களுதா? கிடையாது. ஏன்னா உள்ள போற காத்தோட குணத்தை சார்ந்து வெளியில வர்றது இருக்கும். வெளியில வர்ற காத்து பெரும் விஷமாக இருந்தால் அது உள்ள போறது அவ்வளவு பெரிய விஷயமா இருந்தா வெளியில வர்றதை நீங்க விஷயமா இல்லாம மாத்திர முடியுமா? முடியாது. அதனால நீங்கள் உயிர் உணர்வோடு, கான்சியஸா, சுய உணர்வோடு நினையாது இருத்தல் அப்படின்ற முடிவெடுத்தீங்கன்னா, இதுக்கு மேல நினைப்பதெல்லாம் யாரோ அப்படிங்கிற தெளிவுக்காது வந்துட்டீங்கன்னா, நினைத்தலின் மீது இருக்கும் விருப்பு அழியும். இது யாரோ சிந்தனை பண்றது அப்படின்னு ஒன்றே நீங்க என்ன ஆவீங்க? அட அவன் வேலையை நான் ஏன்டா செய்யணும், அவன் வேலையை அவன் செய்யட்டும் அப்படின்னு விட்டுருவீங்க. அவன் நினைப்பை நான் ஏன்பா செய்யணும், அவன் நரலை நான் ஏனப்பா சுமக்க வேண்டும்? நரல் சுமக்கும் செயல் விட மனம் நிகழ்வுக்கு, நிகழ்ச்சி நிரலுக்கு வரும். நரல் விடுக, நிரலுக்கு வருக. வாழ்வு எனும் இப்படுமாயிலே வீழ்வாய் என என்னை விதித்தனையே. அவரையே பார்த்து சொல்றாரு. அருணகிரிநாத பெருமான் அவரையே பார்த்து சொல்றாரு. அவரையே என்னை விதித்தனையே என வேற யாரும் போடல. நேத்தே சொல்லிட்டாரு, முன் பாடல்களே சொல்லிட்டாரு. கொல்லேன் பெருமான் இல்ல, நம்மளே பண்ணிக்கிட்டதுதான். நிறைய இந்த சாத்திர நூல்களில் பெருமானுடைய பஞ்சகிருத்தியம், பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளோட பஞ்சகிருத்தியத்தை பற்றி சொல்லும் பொழுது, ஆக்கல், காத்தல், மீளுருவாக்கல், அழித்தல்ன்ற வார்த்தை சரியான வார்த்தை கிடையாது. சம்ஹாரத்திற்கான சரியான மொழிபெயர்ப்பு மீளுருவாக்கல், ரீஜுவனேஷன், டிரான்ஸ்ஃபர்மேஷன், கிரியேட்டிவ் டிஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன். அதுக்கடுத்து இந்த துரோபாவத்தை மாயையில் இடுதல்னு சொல்றாங்க. கிடையாது. மாயையில் இட்டுக்கொண்டது நமக்கு பெருமான் அளித்த சுதந்திரத்தை வைத்து நாம் இட்டுக்கொண்டது. துரோபாவம்னா மாயையிலிருந்து விடுபடுத்தல். பெருமான் திருப்பணி மாயையிலிருந்து விடுபடுத்தலே தவிர மாயையில் இடல் அல்ல. இப்ப மாயையில் இட்டார்னா அவரை சாடிஸ்டா காட்ட முயற்சி பண்றாங்க. அதனால என்ன பண்றாங்க? தொடர்ந்து அவரை திட்டிகிட்டே இருக்காங்க. எனக்குத்தானே தெரியும் அந்த கஷ்டம். கடைசியான அனுக்கிரகம் ஜீவன் முக்தி அளித்தல், அனுபூதி அளித்தல், பரமசாயுஜ்யம் அளித்தல், அது அனுக்கிரகம். இந்த 5ல மாயையில் இட்டுக்கொள்ளுதல் மாத்திரம் நாமளா செஞ்சுக்கிறது. அப்படின்னும் போது நாம் அவரை பழிப்பதை விட வேண்டும். ஒரு சூழலை ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுத்து நம்மளை வாழச் சொன்னா நாமே நம்மை அழித்துக் கொண்டால், சிதைத்துக் கொண்டால், அது மட்டும் இல்லாம மற்றவர்கள் மீது அதற்கு பழி சுமத்தினால் அது எப்படி வாழ்வாகும்? அடுத்தவர் மீது பழிபோடும் வரை எந்த பிரச்சனைக்கும் தீர்வு இல்லை. கடவுளே ஆனாலும் ஜுவல் ஸ்டாண்ட் மாதிரி உங்க பழியெல்லாம் மாட்டி வைக்கிற ஸ்டாண்டா அவரை நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா தீர்வு இல்லை. எப்படி உங்க நகையெல்லாம் மாட்டி வைக்கிற ஸ்டாண்டு வச்சிருக்கீங்களா வீட்டுல? கோட் ஸ்டாண்டு, கொடை ஸ்டாண்டு, நகை ஸ்டாண்டுன்னு. அது மாதிரி பழி ஸ்டாண்டுன்னு கடவுளை உபயோகம் பண்ணீங்கன்னா, இந்த பழி ஸ்டாண்டா கடவுளை யூஸ் பண்றவங்கள தயவு செஞ்சு அந்த கடவுள் படத்துக்கு எழுதி வச்சுக்கோங்க. முருகன், விநாயகன்ற பேருக்கு பதிலாக கீழே அது கீழே ஒட்டி வச்சிருங்க, என்னுடைய பழி ஸ்டாண்டு. பழி ஸ்டாண்டா பரம்பொருளை உபயோகிக்கின்ற வரை தீர்வு கிடையாது. அனுக்கிரகத்திற்கு அவன் பொறுப்பு, மாயையில் மயங்குவதற்கு நாம் பொறுப்பு அப்படின்ற தெளிவு வரும் பொழுதுதான் இதிலிருந்து வெளிவருவதற்கு நம்மால் முடியும். அதற்கான செயலை செய்ய துவங்க வேண்டும் அப்படிங்கிற முதல் ஞானத்தின் மலர்ச்சி நமக்கு மலரும். இப்படுமாயையிலே வீழ்வாய் என என்னை விதித்தனையே, தாழ்வானவை செய்தன தாம் உளவோ. பாஸ்ட்ல பண்ணது எதுவுமே இன்னும் இருக்கா? கிடையாது. இதுவரைக்கும் மாயையில இருந்ததாக என்னை நானே விதித்துக் கொண்டிருந்தாலும் இப்பொழுது அதை விட்டு விடுகின்றேன். வாழ்வாய் இனி நீ மயில்வாகனனே. வாழ்வு எனும் இப்படுமாயையில் வீழ்வாய் என என்னை விதித்தனையே, தாழ்வானவை செய்தன தாம் உளவோ. இதெல்லாம் பண்ணேன் அப்படிங்கிறது உண்மைதான். தாழ்வானவை செய்தன தாம் உளவோ, இந்த வார்த்தைக்கு 2 பொருள் எடுக்கலாம். அருணகிரிநாதருடைய வரலாற்றிலிருந்து பொருள் எடுக்கலாம். அவர் தாழ்வானவை பல செய்ததாக வரலாற்று குறிப்புகள் இருக்கு, அதை பற்றி சொல்றாருன்னு நினைக்கலாம். இல்ல இந்த படுமாயையில் வீழ்த்திக் கொள்வதை விட வேற பெரிய தாழ்வானது வேற என்னவா இருக்க முடியும்? சோ இதையும் இந்த பொருளையும் எடுத்துக்கொள்ளலாம். எப்பொருள் எடுத்துக்கொண்டாலும் செய்தன தாம் உளவோ, பாஸ்ட் இஸ் டெட், கடந்தது, இறந்தது. இந்த கடந்தது இறந்ததுன்னு டிக்ளேர் பண்ணிட்டு அடுத்து ரொம்ப அழகான வார்த்தை சொல்றாரு. வாழ்வாய் இனி நீ மயில்வாகனனே, கந்த பெருமானே நீயே வாழ்வாய். என்ன அருமையா! சத்தியங்களை, பரமசத்தியத்தை என்ன அருமையா ஒவ்வொரு பாட்டிலும் சொல்லிவிடுகின்றார். கலையே பதறி கதறி தலையூடு அலையே படுமாறு, அதுவாய் விடவோ கொலையே புரிவேடர் குலப்பிடிதோய், மலையே மலை கூறிடுவாகையனே. இந்த மலை கூறிடு வாகையனேன்ற வார்த்தை இந்த கிரௌஞ்ச மலையை பெருமான் கூறிட்டார். முருகப்பெருமான் முருகப்பெருமானை பற்றிய செய்திகள், புராண செய்திகளை சார்ந்த திருநாமங்களை இங்கே விழிக்கின்றார். ஸ்தோத்திர பகுதியாக நாதா குமரா நம என்று அரணார் ஓதாய் என ஓதியது எப்பொருள்தான் வேதா முதல் விண்ணவர் சூடும் மலர்பாதா புறமின் பதசேகரனே. அரணார் சிவபெருமான் சொல் என சொல்லிய பிரணவத்தின் பொருளே இங்க முருகப்பெருமானை பிரணவத்தின் பொருள் சொன்னவர்னு சொல்லல, அந்த சொன்ன பிரணவத்தின் பொருளே நீதான் அப்படின்னு விழிக்கிறார். நாதா குமரா நம என்று அரணார் ஓதாய் என ஓதியது எப்பொருள்தான். எந்த பொருள் விளக்கத்தை அரணாருக்கு சொன்னாரோ அந்த பொருள் தான். அது ஒண்ணும் இல்லைங்க, அந்த குவாலிட்டி செக் பண்ணிட்டு வெளியில அனுப்புறீங்க ப்ராடக்ட, அந்த மாதிரி முருகப்பெருமான் சகலத்திலும் குருத்துவத்தின் முழுமையை அடைந்து விட்டார். ஒரு நல்ல குரு, பரமகுரு, இவரால் யாருக்கும் அனுபூதியை கொடுக்க முடியும்னு பெருமானே குவாலிட்டி செக் பண்ணி பார்க்கிறாருங்கய்யா. உட்கார வச்சு சொல்லுப்பா, பிரணவத்துக்கு பொருள் சொல்லு. குவாலிட்டி செக் பண்ணி பார்த்து, ஆஹா, அது ஒரு அழகான இந்த புராணத்துல டிஸ்கிரிப்ஷன். ஒரு பக்கம் கொஞ்ச நேரம் வலது தோள் மேல வச்சு உட்கார வச்சு கேட்டாராம், கொஞ்ச நேரம் எடுத்து இடது தோள் மேல வச்சுக்கிட்டாராம். ஏன்னு கேட்டா, தாயாருக்கு இடது பக்கம் தாயாராச்சு, நீ கொஞ்சம் கேளு, பையன் என்ன அழகா சொல்றான் பாரு அப்படின்னு தானும் ரசித்து தாயாரும் ரசித்து ரெண்டு பேரும் குவாலிட்டி கண்ட்ரோல் செக் பண்ணி குவாலிட்டி கண்ட்ரோல் பாஸ்ட், QC பாஸ்ட்னு அனுப்புறாரு. குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனேன்னு கூப்பிடுறவங்களுக்கு எல்லாம் போய் செய். தன்னுடைய புதல்வன் எக்ஸ்டென்ஷன். சிந்தாகுலையில்லொடு செல்வம் எனும் விந்தாடவி என்று விடப்பெறுவேன் மந்தாகினி தந்தவரோதயனே கந்தா முருகா கருணாகரனே. மந்தாகினினா கங்கை, கங்கையில் மலர்ந்த முருகப்பெருமானை கங்கா மந்தாகினி தந்த வரோதயனேன்னு சொல்றாரு. அடுத்த பாடல்ல கங்கா நதி பால கிருபாகரணின்னு சொல்றார். இதெல்லாம் முருகப்பெருமானுடைய புராண கதைகள், செய்திகளை சார்ந்த நாமங்களை இங்க விழிக்கிறார். ஸ்கந்த பக்தி, ஸ்கந்த அனுபூதி, ஸ்கந்த ஞானம், ஸ்கந்த விஞ்ஞானம் அனைத்தையும் ஒன்றாக்கி இந்த கந்தர் அனுபூதியாய் கடைந்தெடுத்து கொடுத்திருக்கின்றார் அருணகிரிநாத பெருமான். வியாசர் தான் இன்னைக்கு இருக்கிற சனாதன இந்து தர்மத்தோட ஆர்கிடெக்ட். அது மாதிரி இப்ப நாம வாழ்க்கையில கடைபிடிக்கின்ற தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கின்ற சைவத்தோட ஆர்கிடெக்ட் சேக்கிழார். அதே போல தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கின்ற கௌமாரத்தோட ஆர்கிடெக்ட் அருணகிரிநாதர் தாங்க. சைவத்தின் வியாசர் சேக்கிழார், தமிழ் சைவத்தின் வியாசர் சேக்கிழார். அது மாதிரி தமிழ் கௌமாரத்தின் வியாசர் அருணகிரிநாத பெருமான் தாங்க. சிங்காரமடந்தயர்தீ நெறிப்போய் மங்காமல் எனக்கு வரந்தருவாய் சங்கிராம சிகாவல சண்முகனே கங்கா நதிபாலக் கிருபாகரனே. அருணகிரிநாத பெருமான் மீண்டும் மீண்டும் காம மாயை, காம மயக்கத்தை பற்றி பேசுறார். இப்போ அந்த காலகட்டத்திலே இருந்த மிகப்பெரிய பிரச்சனையை பற்றி அவருடைய காலகட்டத்திலே இருந்த மக்களுக்கு இருக்கின்ற எது அனுபூதிக்கு தடைன்னு மிகப்பெரிய பிரச்சனையா அவர் இருந்த காலத்தில் யாருக்கு அவர் உபதேசம் பண்ணாரோ அவர்களும் எதிர்கொண்ட பிரச்சனையை இங்க திரும்ப திரும்ப டிஸ்கிரைப் பண்றாரு. அதே மாதிரிதான் அடுத்து ராமகிருஷ்ணர் இருக்கிற காலத்துல பாத்தீங்கன்னா காமினி காஞ்சனம்னு சொல்வாரு. அவருடைய காலகட்டத்திலே இருந்த மக்களுக்கு அனுபூதிக்கு தடையாக இருக்கின்ற மிகப்பெரிய பிரச்சனை காமினியும் காஞ்சனமும், காம மயக்கமும் பொருள் மயக்கமும். காஞ்சனம்னா பொருளுக்கு அலைதல். இப்போ அப்கிரேடடா சொல்லணும்னா காமினி காஞ்சனம் கம்ப்யூட்டர். கம்ப்யூட்டர்னா கம்ப்யூட்டரை யூஸ் பண்ணி வேலை செய்யறத நான் தப்புன்னு சொல்லல. இப்போ இது சத் சங்கத்தையே நீங்க எல்லாரும் கம்ப்யூட்டர்ல தான் கேட்டுட்டு இருக்கீங்க, டிவைஸ்ல தான் கேட்டுட்டு இருக்கீங்க, போன்லயோ இல்ல லேப்டாப்லயோ தான் கேட்டுட்டு இருக்கீங்க. இதை தப்புன்னு நான் சொல்லல. சுகத்திற்கு அடிமையாக அனுபூதியிலிருந்து உங்களை அகற்றி தூரமாக வைக்கின்ற, சுகத்திற்கு அடிமையாக கணினியை உபயோகப்படுத்துவது. அதனால இப்ப நீங்க விடணும்னா 3 விடணும். ஆனா உண்மையில பாத்தீங்கன்னா 3மே அடிப்படையா 1ல தான் முடியும். 3 கிளை, காமம் காஞ்சனம் கம்ப்யூட்டர். ஆனா இந்த 3க்கும் அடிவேர் நினைத்து வாழ்வை பழையதாக்கல். இந்த நினைத்து வாழ்வை பழையதாக்கல்றத விட்டீங்கன்னாலே பரன்னு புதுசா எதையாவது செய்யறதுனால வாழ்வு இனிக்கும், ருசிக்கும், எக்ஸைட்டடா இருக்கும், இன்ஸ்பயர்டா இருக்கும் அப்படிங்கிற மயக்கம் தெளியும். இருப்பின் சுகங்கண்டார்க்கு பாழ்வாழ்வு படுமாயை வீழ்வாய் எனும் விதியோ பந்தமோ இல்லை. இருப்பின் சுகங்கானலே சும்மாயிரு சொல்லற. யாரெல்லாம் ரொம்ப ஸ்ரத்தையோடு சீரியஸ், அதாவது those who are taking enlightenment very seriously, ஞான அனுபூதியை சீரியஸா எடுத்துக்கிறவங்க, இந்த அடிப்படை சத்தியத்தை புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உண்மையில ஞான அனுபூதியை சீரியஸா எடுத்துக்கிறவங்க தான் இத்தனை நாள் தினந்தோறும் இந்த அனுபூதி சத் சங்கத்தை கேட்பீங்க. ஏன்னா நான் இங்க அரசியல் பேசல, நிறைய எனக்கு தொடர்ந்து இந்த மாதிரி கேள்விகள். அந்த கேள்விகளை நான் படித்து அதுக்கு பதில் சொல்ல மாட்டேன்னு சொல்றத கூட விட்டுட்டேன். முதல்ல என்ன பண்ணுவேன், ஐயா இந்த மாதிரி அரசியல்லாம் கேட்காதீங்க, ஏன்னா எந்த நாட்டோட உள்நாட்டு விவகாரம் பத்தி நான் பதில் சொல்ல மாட்டேன் அப்படிலாம் அந்த கேள்வியை படிச்சாவது அதுக்கு பதில் சொல்லுவேன். இப்போ முக்கியமா ஐ திங்க் தமிழ்நாட்டுல தேர்தல் வரப்போது போல இருக்கு. அதனால கேள்விகள் இந்த மக்கள் அனுப்புற அன்பர்கள் பார்வையாளர்கள் அனுப்புற கேள்வியை திறந்தாலே அரசியல் நெடியாதான் இருக்கு. தமிழ்நாடு மட்டும் இல்ல, எந்த நாட்டோட உள்நாட்டு விவகாரத்துல நான் தலையிட மாட்டேன், கருத்து சொல்ல மாட்டேன், கருத்தே வச்சுக்க மாட்டேங்கய்யா. அதனாலதான் இப்ப என்ன பண்றேன், அந்த மாதிரி கேள்வி கேட்கிறவள் அந்த கேள்வியை அதை படிச்சு அதுக்கு நான் பதில் சொல்ல மாட்டேன்னு சொல்றத கூட விட்டுட்டேன். இப்போ கடந்த ஒரு 4-5 நாட்களா மேபி ஒரு 100 வீடியோக்கு மேல 1 மில்லியன் வியூஸ் ஓடி இருக்கு, போயிருக்கு. ஒரு 50 வீடியோஸ்க்கு மேல 2 மில்லியன் வியூஸ்க்கு மேல போயிருக்கு. அந்த கேள்விகளை எல்லாம் ஏஐ மூலமா கலெக்ட் பண்ணி தொகுத்து எடுத்துட்டு வர சொன்னேன், பதில் சொல்றதுக்காக, இந்த சத் சங்கங்கள்லயே பதில் சொல்றதுக்காக. அரசியல் நெடியா இருக்கு. இன்னொரு ரகசியம் கூட சொல்றேங்க, நான் எந்த செய்தி வெளி உலகம் சார்ந்து எதையுமே பார்க்கறத விட்டுட்டேங்கய்யா. 2 வருஷம் ஆயிடுச்சு ஆல்மோஸ்ட். அதனால ஞானத்தை, அனுபூதியை, பரமானுபூதியை ஸ்ரத்தையோடு எடுத்துக்கொண்டு அதை வாழ்க்கையில் ரொம்ப சீரியஸா கன்சிடர் பண்ற அவங்களுக்கு தான் நான் உபயோகமாவங்கய்யா. அவங்களுக்கு நிச்சயமா உபயோகம், அதுல சந்தேகமே இல்லை. அவங்களுக்காக தான் நான் பேசுறேன். மற்றபடி நான் அரசியல் விமர்சகர் இல்ல, சமூக விமர்சகர் இல்ல. இந்த மது, மாமிசம், புகைப்பழக்கம் இதை பத்திலாம் பேசுறது கூட நீங்க ஆன்ம ஞானம் அடைவதற்கு, பரமானுபூதி அடைவதற்கு அது உங்களுக்கு தடையா இருக்கு அப்படிங்கிற நிலை அளவுக்கு மட்டும்தான் பேசுவேன். அதை தாண்டியது அரசின் மது கொள்கைகள், அதை பற்றிய கருத்துக்கள் எல்லாம் நான் சொல்ல மாட்டேன், சொல்ல முடியாது. நிச்சயமா நீங்க எல்லாரும் ஆன்மீக தேடுதல், அனுபூதி தேடலிலே ஒரு ஸ்ரத்தை உடையவர்கள் அப்படிங்கறதுனால தான் வந்து உட்கார்றீங்க. தவறாம, அதுவும் என்ன, குறைந்தபட்சம் 2 மணி நேரம், சில நேரத்தில் 2.5-3 மணி நேரங்கள் கூட சத்சங்கம் நடக்குது. பல தொலைக்காட்சி உரிமையாளர்கள் சொல்றாங்க, சுவாமிஜியோட வியூவர்ஸ் வந்து டிராப்பே ஆகாது, அப்படியே உட்கார்ந்துருப்பாங்க. ஏன்னா அந்த மாதிரி தேடுதல் உடையவர்கள் தான் வர்றாங்க. இது அதுக்கான நிகழ்ச்சி. இந்த ஸ்ரத்தையோட இருக்கிற உங்க எல்லாருக்கும் இந்த அடிப்படையை சொல்லி விடுகிறேன், கேளுங்கள். நினைதல் விடுக, நினைதல் விட்டு விடுகிறேன் என்று உயிருணர்வோடு முடிவெடுத்த பின் உங்களுக்குள் நினைதல் நடந்தால் அது நீங்கள் அல்ல என்று தெளிக. பிணையோட விடும் கதிர்வேல் மறவேன், மனையோடு தியங்கி மயங்கிடவோ, சுனையோடு அருவித்துறையோடு பசுந்திணையோடு இதனோடு திரிந்தவனே. இதுல இன்னொரு ஆழமான சூக்ஷ்மம், ரகசியம், சத்தியம் சொல்றேன், கேட்டுக்கோங்க. அனுபூதி வேணும்னு சீரியஸா, சின்சியரா நினைச்சீங்கன்னா 1 வருஷத்துக்கு நீங்க இப்ப இருக்கிற ஈகோசிஸ்டத்தை உடைச்சிட்டு வெளியில வாங்கய்யா. வெறுமனே நீங்களா உட்கார்ந்து ஒரு சில மணி நேரம் அப்படியே இந்த ஆன்மீக கருத்துக்களை சிந்தனை பண்ணி அந்த மாதிரிலாம் செயல்படுத்தலாம் மிகப்பெரிய அனுபூதி அடைஞ்சிறது கஷ்டங்கய்யா. இங்க அருணகிரிநாத பெருமான் சொல்றாரு, மனையோடு தியங்கி. அப்படின்னா உண்மையில என்ன அர்த்தம்னா, வீட்டுல மயங்கி கிடக்கிறனே அப்படிங்கிறது மட்டும் இல்ல, மனையோடு தியங்கி மயங்கிடவோ அப்படின்றது மட்டும் அர்த்தம் இல்லைங்கயா. இப்ப நீங்க உங்களுக்கு ஏற்கனவே உங்க கடந்த காலத்தினுடைய ருசி, வாழ்க்கை முறை, சிந்தனை இது சார்ந்து உங்களுக்கு ஒரு ஈகோ சிஸ்டத்தை வடிவமைச்சிருக்கேங்க பாருங்க. அதுல அத இருந்து உடைச்சி வெளியில வாங்க. கூட்டை உடைத்து புழு வெளியே வர முடிவு செய்து வெளியே வரும்பொழுதுதான் பட்டாம்பூச்சியா மாறும். ஆயிரக்கணக்கானவர்கள் இந்த ஒரு வருட பரிவிராஜக ஆன்மீக நிகழ்ச்சிக்காக பதிவு பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. நான் நினைத்து பார்க்காத வரவேற்பு. ஆஹா, இவ்வளவு பேர் சிரத்தையோடு இருக்காங்களா? உண்மையில் நான் எதிர்பார்க்காத வரவேற்பு. எனக்கு மிகுந்த மகிழ்ச்சி. எத்துணை ஆயிரம் பேர் வந்தீங்கன்னாலும் ஒரு ஆண் ஒரு மாதம் இலவச பயிற்சி அளித்து உங்களை இந்த பரிவிராஜகத்துக்கு உடல், மனம், உயிர் இது மூன்றையும் தயார் பண்ணி இதன் மூலமா நீங்க அடைய வேண்டிய அந்த பரமானுபூதிக்கு உங்களை தயார் பண்ணி 1 லட்சம் கிராண்ட் கொடுத்து உங்களை அனுப்புறேன். இந்தியா முழுக்க யாத்திரை பண்ணுங்க. முடிந்த வரை எவ்வளோ முடியுமோ அவ்வளோ மனிதர்களோடும் சமூகத்தோடும் இணைந்து உத்தமோத்தமம் நடந்து போறது. அது ஏதாவது ஒரு காரணத்தால முடியாதுன்னு சொன்னீங்கன்னா 2 வீலர்ல போறது, அதுவும் முடியாது. குழந்தை இருக்கு, பையன் இருக்கான், பிள்ளை இருக்கு, குட்டி இருக்கு, மனைவி இருக்காங்க, அவங்களால முடியாது அப்படின்னீங்கன்னா அப்ப வேணா கார்ல போங்க. அது கூட என்ன பண்ணலாம்னா, ஒரே ஒரு கார் கூட வரும். நடக்க முடியாதவர்கள் மட்டும் அந்த கார்ல உட்காந்துக்கலாம். மற்றவங்க எல்லாம் நடந்தே போறது. நீங்க ஒரு 3 ஃபேமிலி 4 ஃபேமிலி ஒன்னா சேர்ந்துட்டு ஒரே ஒரு கார் மட்டும் எடுத்துக்கிறது. ஒரு எமர்ஜென்சிக்கோ இல்ல நடக்க முடியாதவர்கள் ஓய்வு எடுத்துட்டே வர்றதுக்கோ அவ்வளவுதான். மொத்தம் நீங்க ஒரு 20 பேர் இருக்கீங்கன்னா மேக்சிமம் அதிகபட்சமா எல்லா நேரங்களிலும் 3 பேர் 4 பேருக்கு மேல ஓய்வு தேவைப்படாது. அந்த மாதிரி இயலாதவர்கள் ஓய்வு கட்டாயம் வேணுன்றவங்க அந்த 3 பேர் 4 பேர் மட்டும் கார்ல வரலாம். மற்றவங்க எல்லாம் நடந்து போறது. இந்தியாவை அனுபவிக்கணுங்க, பாரதத்தை அனுபவிக்கணுங்க. அதுலயும் ஆலயங்கள் சார்ந்து அனுபவிக்கணுங்கய்யா. நல் மக்கள் கோயில் குடிகள்ங்கய்யா. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. பாரதத்துல கோவில் சார்ந்த குடிகள் ஊருக்கு ஊர் இருக்காங்கய்யா. அவங்க நன்மக்கள்ங்கய்யா. கோவில் சார்ந்து அங்க சேவை பண்றவங்க, பூகட்டி விற்கிறவங்க, அது சார்ந்த வியாபாரங்கள் செஞ்சு வாழறவங்க, அங்க சுத்தி இந்த அன்னதான சேவை பண்றவங்க, இந்த மாதிரி கோவில் சார்ந்த நன்குடி மக்கள் இத ஊரா போய் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா உங்க வாழ்க்கையை பற்றி நீங்கள் வைத்திருக்கும் கருத்து மாறும். உங்களை பற்றி நீங்கள் வைத்திருக்கும் கருத்து மாறும். விரிவடைந்து விடுவீர்கள். உங்களுடைய இறை அனுபூதி, இறை அனுபவம் மட்டுமல்ல, அதை வாழுகின்ற விதம் கூட விரிவடைந்து விடும். இறை அனுபூதியும் நடக்கும், ஜீவன், ஈஸ்வரன், ஜெகத் என்கின்ற 3ஐ பற்றியும் பரம சத்தியங்கள் புரிந்து பரமானுபூதி நடந்து நீங்கள் நல்லவர், இறைவன் நல்லவன். இந்த பிரபஞ்சம், உலக மக்கள் எல்லோருமே நல்லவர்கள். அனைத்துமே மங்களம் எனும் நன்மை எனும் சிவத்தன்மையிலிருந்தே இயங்குகின்றது அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு பரமாத்வைத அனுபூதி வந்துருங்க. மனையோடு தியங்கி மயங்கிடல் விடுக ஓராண்டாவது. அப்போ சுனையோடு அருவித்துறையோடு பசுந்தினையோடு தெரிந்த கந்தன் ஈதானோடு, அந்த வார்த்தையை பாருங்க, ஈதானோடு அப்படின்னு தன்னை காட்டி தன்னை சுட்டி எப்படி பாருங்க இந்த வார்த்தையை சொல்றது பாருங்க. சுனையோடு அருவித்துறையோடு பசுந்தினையோடுனா வள்ளியோட சுத்தனதை சொல்றாரு. வள்ளியோட சுத்தன மாதிரியே இதனோடு என்னோடு திரிந்தவனேன்னு அவரையும் சேர்த்துட்டு சொல்றாரு. வள்ளியை நீ எவ்வாறு அனுபவித்தாயோ, வள்ளிக்கு எவ்வாறு அனுபூதி தந்தாயோ, அதுபோல சுனையோடு அருவித்திரையோடு பசுந்தினையோடு இதனோடும் திரிந்தவனே. ஆக்சுவலா ஒரு படி மேல போய் தான் முருகனை அனுபவிக்கின்றோம்ங்கிறது போய் முருகன் தன்னை அனுபவிக்கின்றான்னு சொல்றாரு. இது அனுபூதியினுடைய ஒரு உச்சம்ங்கய்யா. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. ஜீவ ஈஸ்வர ஜெகத்திலே ஜெகத்திற்கு சத்துண்டு, ஈஸ்வரனுக்கு சத்தும் சித்தும் உண்டு. ஈஸ்வரன் நான் சொல்றது பரம்பொருளை சொல்ல, கடவுளை பற்றி நீங்கள் வைத்திருக்கும் கருத்து. அப்படின்னா என்னன்னா, உங்ககிட்ட எது இல்லையோ அதை கடவுள் மேல திணிச்சு பார்ப்பீங்க. பணம் ஏழ்மையில இருக்கவன் அல்லது கொஞ்சம் பணம் வச்சிருக்க இன்னும் வேணும்னு நினைக்கிறவன் லக்ஷ்மியை கும்பிடுவான். அவனுக்கு லக்ஷ்மி தான் ஈஸ்வரனா கடவுளா தெரிவாங்க, பணம் கொடுக்கிற சாமி. அதே மாதிரி தனக்கு அறிவு இல்லைன்னு நினைக்கிறவங்க அல்லது அறிவு இருக்கு இன்னும் வேணும்னு நினைக்கிறவங்க சரஸ்வதியை கும்பிடுவாங்க. தன்னிடம் எது குறையாக இருக்கின்றது என்று நினைக்கின்றோமோ அதன் நிறையைத்தான் நம்முடைய கடவுளாக நம்ம பார்ப்போம், ஈஸ்வரனாக. தனக்கு ஞானம் இல்லை, ஞானம் வேணும்னு நினைக்கிறவங்க தட்சிணாமூர்த்தியை கும்பிடுவாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி நம்முடைய ஈஸ்வரனுக்கு, பரம்பொருளை நாம் உணர விரும்புகின்ற வர்ஷனுக்கு தான் ஈஸ்வரன் பேரு. அவருக்கு சத்தும் சித்தும் உண்டு. ஜீவனுக்கு மட்டும்தான் சத்து சித்து ஆனந்தம் எனும் மூன்றும் உண்டு. அதனால் உலகம் கூட உங்கள் மூலமாகத்தான் தன்னை அனுபவிக்கின்றது. ஈசனும் கூட உங்கள் மூலமாகத்தான் தன்னை அனுபவிக்கின்றார் என்பதனால் இங்கு அருணகிரி பெருமான் சொல்லுகின்ற இதனோடு திரிந்தவனே என்பது சத்தியமே. ஐயா, பக்தி என்கின்ற பெயராலே உங்கள் பொறுப்பை கழட்டி மாட்டுகின்ற பழி ஸ்டாண்டா கடவுளை யூஸ் பண்ணாதீங்க. காரணம் இல்லாத செல்ஃப் நெகட்டிவ் டாக்கு உங்களை தாழ்த்திக்கிற பணிவுன்னு நினைக்காதீங்க. செல்ஃப் நெகட்டிவ் டாக் மூலமா பணிவா இருக்கவன் எல்லாம் அதிவினயம் தூர்த்த லட்சணம். அந்த செல்ஃப் நெகட்டிவ் டாக்கால பணிவா இருக்கவன் எல்லாம் பாத்தீங்கன்னா மத்தவனை பழிச்சுட்டே இருப்பான். பாரு பணிவு இருக்கான்னு பாரு, பாரு பணிவு இருக்கான்னு பாரு, பாரு பணிவு இருக்கான்னு பாரு. அட, நீ ஆனந்தமா பணிவா இருந்தீங்கன்னா நீ ஏன் மத்தவங்களை பார்த்து வயிறு எறிகிற? அவனுக்கு பணிவு இருக்கா இல்லையான்னு. மற்றவர்களுக்கு பணிவில்லைன்னு நினைக்கிறவன் எல்லாமே செல்ஃப் நெகட்டிவ் டாக்குனால பணிவோட இருக்கவன். உண்மையில உள்ள பணிவில்ல, வெளியில பணிவா காமிச்சாதானே அப்ரிசியேஷன் வரும் அப்படின்னு சொசைட்டிக்காக பணிவோடு இருப்பது போல் நடிப்பது. பணிவோர் அல்ல, பணிவது போல் நடிக்கும் குள்ள நரியோர். வாழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். அறிவோடு தெளிவோடு கூடிய பணிவும் தெளிவோடு கூடிய பக்தியும் ஞானத்திலே பிரதிஷ்டை செய்யப்பட்ட சரியை டிசிப்ளினும் தான் வாழ்க்கைங்க. ஆதாளியை ஒன்று அறியேனை அறத்தீதாளியை. அழகா இந்த வார்த்தையில 38வது பாடல்ல சொல்றாரு. ஆதாளியை ஒன்று அறியேனை அறத்தீதாளியை. அறத்தீதுன்னு சொல்றாரு. இதுக்கு 2 விதமான பொருள் சொல்லலாம். அறம் தீது ஆளியை. அது நல்லது கெட்டது இரண்டையும் செய்து கொண்டே வாழுகின்றேனே, அப்படியும் விளக்கம் சொல்லலாம். இன்னொன்னு, நல்லது என்று நினைக்கும் கெட்டது அறத்தீது. அதுதான் செல்ஃப் நெகட்டிவ் டாக்க பணிவுன்னு நினைச்சிட்டு பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கிறது. நமக்கு என்ன தெரியும், நான் என்ன பண்ணுவேன், எனக்கு என்ன தெரியும், எனக்கு ஒண்ணுமே தெரியாது. அப்ப செத்துப்போ. செல்ஃப் நெகட்டிவ் டாக்க பணிவுன்னு காட்ட முயற்சி பண்ணி, அதாவது மற்றவங்களை தாம் பணிவா இருக்கிறோன்னு நம்ப வைக்கிறதுக்காக செல்ஃப் நெகட்டிவ் டாக்க பணிவுன்னு காமிச்சு தீதை அறம் என்று நினைத்து ஆளுவது செய்வது. ஒண்ணும் இல்லைங்க, ஒரு சின்ன உதாரணங்க. இப்ப நான் அந்த போலி பணிவு செல்ஃப் நெகட்டிவ் டாக்க பணிவா காமிச்சு எனக்கு ஒண்ணும் தெரியாது அப்படிங்கிறலாம் செத்து போன்னு சொன்ன உடனே உங்களுக்கு யார் யாருக்கெல்லாம் கோபம் வந்ததோ அவங்க எல்லாம் நல்லா தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, நீங்கள் அறத்தீது ஆளி. அது எப்படி பணிவா இருக்கவங்களை போய் செத்து போன்னு சொல்லலாம்? அப்ப புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, நீங்க சமூகத்துல இருந்து ரெக்கக்னிஷன் வேணும்ன்றதுக்காக பணிவு மாதிரி நடிக்கிறீங்களே தவிர உண்மையில் பணிவு இல்லை. யாருக்கெல்லாம் பளிச்சுன்னு ட்ரிகர் ஆச்சோ முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. பஞ்சாயத்து முடிச்சது, கிளம்பு கிளம்பு. போ லைன்ல நில்லு. ஒரு இறுதி ஊர்வலம் நடந்துட்டு இருந்ததுதான். பெரும் கூட்டம். அந்த ஊர்ல இருக்கிற மக்கள் தொகையை விட அதிகமா இருக்க மாதிரி இருக்கு. வழியில நின்றுட்டு இருந்த ஒரு கேட்டாராம், யாருப்பா இறந்து போனது? இவ்வளவு பெருங்கூட்டம் வந்திருக்கே, இந்த ஊர்ல இவ்வளவு பிரபலமான ஒருத்தர் இருக்கிறது எனக்கு தெரியவே தெரியாத. நான் இந்த ஊர்லயே 20 வருஷமா இருக்கனே. இவ்வளவு பெருங்கூட்டம் கூடுற அளவுக்கு எந்த முக்கியஸ்தர் இறந்து போனார்? இந்த கொள்ளித்தீய கொண்டு போயிட்டு இருக்கிற அந்த நபர்கிட்ட போய் கேட்டாராம். அவரு சொன்னாராம், இல்லைங்கய்யா, இறந்து போனது எங்க மாமியார் தான். என் மனைவி ஒரு நாய் வளர்த்தா, அந்த நாய் கடிச்சு அந்த அம்மா இறந்து போயிட்டாங்க. அதனால நாங்க சுடுகாட்டுக்கு போயிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். அதுதான் கொள்ளி எடுத்துட்டு போயிட்டு இருக்கிறேன். இவன் சொன்னானா, அதுக்கு இவ்வளோ பேர் வராங்க, இந்த அம்மா அவ்வளோ பிரபலம்லாம் எனக்கு தெரியாது. ஆனா அதுக்குள்ள இவன் மனசுக்குள்ள ஒரு பெரிய ஐடியா கிளிக் ஆச்சு. மெதுவா அவர்கிட்ட காது கிட்ட போய் கேட்டான், அந்த நாய் ஒரு 2 நாள் எங்க வீட்டுக்கு வாடகைக்கு கொடுக்க முடியுமா? அந்த கொள்ளி தூக்கிட்டு போயிட்டு இருந்த அவர் சொன்னாராம், லைன்ல வாயா, கியூல வாயா. அப்பத்தான் தெரிஞ்சுதான் அவனுக்கு, ஏண்டா இவ்வளவு பெரிய கியூன்னு. அது வந்திருக்கிறது செத்த அம்மாவுக்காக வரல, சாகடிச்ச நாய்க்காக நிக்கிற ஊர்வலம். செத்த அம்மணிக்காக வந்துட்டு இருக்கிற கூட்டம் இல்லையப்பா, சாகடிச்ச நாய்க்காக வந்துட்டு இருக்கிற கூட்டம்னு. அறத்தீது ஆளியை ஆண்டது பல நேரத்தில் தீதை அறம் என்று நினைந்து செய்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். அதாய் ஒன்று அறியேனை அறத்தீதாளியை ஆண்டது செப்புமதோ. திருவாசகத்திற்கு உருகார் ஒரு வாசகத்துக்கும் உருகார் சொல்வாங்க. இந்த கந்தர் அனுபூதி கண்டு அனுபூதி அடையாதவனால வேற எந்த நூல் கண்டும் அனுபூதி அடைய முடியாது. அதை தெளிவா என்னால சொல்லிட முடியும். மாயேழ் சனனம் கெடமாயை விடா மூ ஏடனை என்று முடிந்திடுமோ. கோவே புறமின் கொடிதோள் புணருந் தேவே சிவசங்கர தேசிகனே. அதாவது கவிதை அழகு, கருத்து செறிவழகு, பாத்திர படைப்பழகு, அனுபூதி அழகு. இங்க முருகப்பெருமானுடைய பாத்திரத்தை இந்த வார்த்தைகளாலே அவர் படைக்கின்றாரே, அதுவும் அழகு. கவிதை என்ன வார்த்தைகளாலே கோக்கின்றாரோ அந்த கவிதையும் அழகு. கருத்து அவர் சொல்ல வருகின்ற சத்தியங்களும் அழகு. பாட்டமைப்பான சொல் அதன் பொருளாக இருக்கும் பாட்டுடை தலைவனான ஸ்கந்தபரம்பொருள் அந்த அனுபூதியை அவர் சொல்லுகின்ற ஞான தெளிவு அத்துணையும் அழகு. கருத்து, கருத்துன்ற வார்த்தையிலேயே உங்களுக்கு புரியும், கரு இருக்குங்க. ஒரு பொருளை சொல்வதற்கு வார்த்தைகளை உபயோகப்படுத்தும் பொழுது எதை சொல்ல வருகின்றோம் அந்த கான்டென்ட் தான் கரு. கண்டெய்னர் கருவை விட ரொம்ப அதிகமா போயிடக்கூடாது. இங்க கவிதை அப்படிங்கிறது கருத்தை விட அதிகமா போனா நாய்ஸ் வித்தவுட் மீனிங்கா போயிடும். அப்படி இல்லாம கருத்துக்கு தேவையான அடிப்படை தேவை வார்த்தைகளை மட்டும் வைத்து கவிதை செய்யப்படுமானால் அது வெறும் கவிதை அல்ல, அகவிதை. அதை அகத்திலே விதைக்க அதே அனுபூதி விளையும். திருவாசகம் ஒரு அகவிதை. அதை உணர்விலே விதைக்க சைவத்தை வேளாண்மை செய்வீர்கள். அதே மாதிரி இங்க கந்தர் அனுபூதி ஒரு அகவிதைங்க. அதை அகத்திலே விதைக்க கந்தர் அனுபூதியை வேளாண்மை செய்து அறுவடை செய்வீர்கள். மாயேழ் சனனம் கெடமாயை விடா மூ ஏடனை என்று முடிந்திடுமோ. மா ஏழ் சனனம், மகா எழுபிறப்பு அப்படிங்கிற இந்த வார்த்தைக்கு 7 பிறப்புன்ற அர்த்தம் கிடையாது. மாயேழ் சனனம் அப்படின்னா 7 விதமாகவும் 7 டிஃபரண்ட் வெர்டிக்கல் ஜோன்ஸ்லையும் 7 விதமாய் எடுக்கின்ற பிறவி, பேரலல் யூனிவர்ஸை பத்தி சொல்றாரு. மாயேழ் வெறும் 7ன்னு சொல்லியிருந்தாலும் 7 சனனம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி 7 பிறப்புன்னு சொல்லிடலாம். இங்க மாயேழ் சனனம்னா பேரலல் யூனிவர்ஸ். இப்ப நீங்க இங்க உட்கார்ந்து கேட்டுட்டு இருந்தீங்கனாலும் உங்களுடைய ஒரு பாகம் உங்களுடைய கனவு நிலையில இருந்து இப்ப கேக்குது. நீங்க கனவுல இருக்கிற பர்சனாலிட்டி இப்ப இங்கன்னு உட்கார்ந்து கேட்டுட்டு இருக்கு. அதனாலதான் சில நேரத்துல நனவின் அனுபவங்களின் ஒரு குறிப்பிட்ட பாகம் கனவிலே வருகின்ற காரணம். எத்தனை பேருக்கு புரியுது? உங்க பேர் அருண்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க. நனவு அருண் மட்டும் இப்ப உட்கார்ந்து கேட்டுட்டு இந்த சத் சங்கத்தை, கனவு அருணும் சேர்ந்து கேட்டுட்டு இருக்காரு. ஆழ்தூக்கத்தின் அருணும் சேர்ந்து கேட்கிறாரு. உங்களுடைய பேரலல் யூனிவர்ஸ் பர்த்ஸ், பிறப்புகள், நீங்க கொஞ்சம் கூட இதுவரையும் ஒரு முறையும் கூட அனுபவிக்காதிருக்கின்ற துரியத்து அருணும் உட்கார்ந்து கேட்டுட்டு இருக்காரு. துரியாதீதத்து அருணும் உட்கார்ந்து கேட்டுட்டு இருக்காரு. நான் அப்படியே மெதுவா உங்களை பிடிச்சி ஒலியாலும் ஒளியாலும் உணர்வாலும் தீட்சையாலும் கட்டி உருப்படவே துரியத்திற்கும் துரியாதீதத்திற்கும் இழுக்க, ஐயோ என இழப்பேனோ, நான் இழப்பேனோ, காணாமல் போவேனோ என்று உங்கள் கனவு ஆழ் உறக்கம் அருண் உங்களை அதுக்கு இழுக்க, எனக்கும் அதுக்கும் நடக்கிற பார்க்கடல் கடையும் நிகழ்வு தான் இப்ப நடந்துட்டு இருக்குங்கய்யா. நடுவுல நீங்க இருக்கீங்க. நனவு அருண் ஒரு பக்கம், கனவு அருணும் ஆழ் உறக்க அருணும் நின்னுட்டு இழுக்கிறாங்க அரக்கர்கள். இன்னொரு பக்கம் துரிய அருணும் துரியாதீத அருணும் நின்னுட்டு இழுக்கிறாங்க. நாம பொறுமையா நேரடியா தலையிடாம, எப்படி பெருமான் பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் ஆழ்ந்த அமைதியோடு சமாதியில் இருந்து ஆனா தேவர்களுக்கு பலம் கொடுத்து கொண்டே இருந்தார். விஷ்ணு பரம்பொருள் எப்படி அமைதியா இருந்து தேவர்களுக்கு இந்த அமுதம் ஞானம் கிடைக்கிற மாதிரி திரண்டு வருகின்ற அமுதம் தான் அனுபூதி, அவங்களுக்கு கிடைக்கிற மாதிரி பார்த்துக்கிட்டே இருந்தார். இதுல நேரடியாவும் தலையிடக்கூடாது, ஆனா ரிசல்ட் நாம எதிர்பார்க்கிற மாதிரி வந்துடணும். அதுதான் பெருமானும் விஷ்ணுவும் அங்க நிகழ்த்துகின்ற லீலை. இப்போ உங்களுடைய துரிய அருணும் துரியாதீத அருணும் ஜெயிக்கணும். ஆனா நம்ம நேரடியாக அதில் தலையிட முடியாது. தலையிட்டா உங்களுடைய கனவு அருணும் தூக்க அருணும் சண்டைக்கு வருவாங்க. அது எப்படி நீ பாரபட்சம் பார்க்கலாம்? உங்களுடைய parallel births எல்லாம் கெட மாயை விடாமூ ஏடனை என்று முடிந்திடுமோன்னு கேட்கிறார். இந்த parallel births எல்லாம் அழியணும். அதுதான் இப்ப இங்க நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு. நான் இந்த பக்கம் நீங்க இழுக்கிறதுக்கு துரிய அருணும் துரியாதீத அருணும் ஜெயிப்பதற்காக எல்லா முயற்சியும் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன், சப்போர்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன், எனர்ஜி கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்கேன், நடத்திட்டு இருக்கேன். ஆனா உங்களோட கனவு அருணும் ஆழ்வுறக்க அருணும் இன்னொரு பக்கம் இழுத்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. இப்ப நனவு அருண் எந்த பக்கம் ஓட்டு போடுறீங்களோ அந்த பக்கம் ஜெயிச்சிரும். துரியம் துரியாதீதம் நோக்கி நீங்க சாஞ்சிங்கன்னா இந்த பக்கம் ஜெயிச்சிரும். இல்ல கனவு ஆழ்வுறக்கம் இதை நோக்கி சாஞ்சிங்கன்னா இந்த பக்கம் ஜெயிச்சிரும். கனவுங்கிறது வேற ஒண்ணும் இல்லைங்க. ஆசையே சுகமாய் நினைத்தலும் அச்சமே பாதுகாப்பாய் நினைத்தலும் பயத்தை பாதுகாப்பு என்று நினைப்பவர்களும் அபாயத்தை அபயம் என்று நினைப்பவர்களும் அபாயத்தை அபயம்னு நினைக்கிறது வெறும் கால் வாங்கினால் நடக்கிறது நினைக்காதீங்க, அது தலை வாங்கிரும். அபாயத்தை அபயம்னு நினைத்தல், அபாயத்திலிருந்து கால் வாங்கிட்டா அபயம் ஆயிருச்சு, அது தலை வாங்கிரும். அபாயத்தை அபயம் என்று நினைத்தல் கால் வாங்கல் அல்ல தலை வாங்கல். டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ண முடியாம தடுமாறுறாங்க. ஏன்னா இப்ப எனக்கு டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்க பல பேர் ஜென்சி கிட்ஸ். தமிழ் பேச தெரியும், ஆனா எல்லா எழுத்துக்களும் தெளிவா தெரியாது. தெரிஞ்சாலும் உடனடியா மனசுக்குள்ள அந்த எழுத்துக்கள் தோன்றாது. அபாயத்துக்கு ஸ்பெல்லிங் என்னன்னு கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுக்கு 5 நிமிஷம் ஆகும். அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் அபயத்துக்கு ஸ்பெல்லிங் கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் அதுல கால் வாங்கினாத்தான் அபாயம் அபயம் ஆகுதுன்னு புரியணும். அபாயத்தை அபயம் என்று நினைத்தலும் ஆசையே சுகம் என்று நினைத்தலும் கனவு அருண் கம்ஃபர்ட்டுக்கு அடிமைப்பட்டு போய் கூட்டின் உட்கிடக்கும் புழுவைப் போல கம்ஃபர்ட்டுக்கு அடிமைப்பட்டு போய் இந்த சத்தியங்களை வாழவும் அனுபூதியாக்கிக் கொள்ளவும் எந்த ஸ்திரமான முடிவையும் எடுக்கின்ற திராணி இல்லாமல் கம்ஃபர்ட்டுக்கு அடிமைப்பட்டு போய் கிடக்கிறதா தூக்க நிலை அருண், சுஷுப்த அருண். ஆசையே சுகமென்றும் அபாயமே அபயம் என்றும் எண்ணிக்கொண்டிருப்பது கனவு அருண், சொப்பன அருண். parallel யூனிவர்ஸ்ல உங்களுடைய பல்வேறு ஜென்மங்கள் ஜனனங்கள் நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு. இப்போ ஒரே நேரத்தில் நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு. நீங்க எந்த யூனிவர்ஸ்ல இருக்கிற உங்களுடைய பர்சனாலிட்டிய பலமாக்குறீங்களோ அது வெற்றி அடையும். துரிய நிலையையும் துரியாதீத நிலையிலும் இருக்கும் உங்களை பலமாக்குகின்ற செயல்களெல்லாம் தவம், டிசிப்ளின். சொப்பன அருணையும் சுஷுப்தி அருணையும் தூக்க அருணையும் கனவு அருணையும் பலமாக்குகின்ற செயல்களெல்லாம் அவம். கிரிவாய் விடுவிக்கிறமவேல் இறையோன் பரிவாரம் எனும் பதம் மேவலையே புரிவாய் மனநே பொறையாம் அறிவாய் அடியோடும் மகந்தையே. 37வது பாடல். கிரிவாய் விடுவிக்கிறமவேல் இறையோன் பரிவாரம் எனும் பதம் மேவலையே புரிவாய் மனநே பொறையாம் அறிவாய் அடியோடும் அகந்தையே. அருமையான வார்த்தை. மனமே பொறாமை எனும் அறிவாலேயே உன்னை நீயே சிதைத்துக் கொள்ளும் இந்த அகந்தையை சிதைத்து விடு. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. உங்களுடைய மிகப்பெரிய பிரச்சனை கம்பேரிசன் தான். மிகப்பெரிய பிரச்சனை பொறை. அதை மட்டும் விட்டீங்கன்னா இறையாய் இருக்கலாம். குறையும் நிறையும் உங்களுக்குள் உரையாய் நுழைந்து உங்களை பிடித்து அகந்தை பேயாய் உலுக்குவதற்கு முதல் நீங்க அனுமதிக்கிறது பொறையை அனுமதிக்காது. சில பேர் இந்த அனுபூதியில கூட பொறை வரும். ஓ, எனக்கு அனுபூதி வந்துருச்சுன்னு எப்படி எனக்கு தெரியும்? அந்த அனுபூதி வந்தவங்களாம் அப்படி அப்படி இருந்தாங்களே, நான் அப்படி இல்லையே, அதிலும் பொறை. ஐயோ, பொறை விடலே அனுபூதி என்றாலும் அனுபூதியிலும் பொறையா? விதி காணும் உடம்பை விடா வினையேன் கதிகாண மலர்கழல் என்று அருள்வாய். விதி காணும் உடம்பை விடாவினையேன், அதாவது இதுக்குன்னு போக்கும் வரவும் இருக்கின்ற விதிக்கு உட்பட்ட உடம்பை விடாவினையேன். அறம் தீது அறத்தீது எனும் வினைகளில் எதை பற்றினாலும் விதிகானும் உடம்பை விட இயலாது. விதிகானும் உடம்பை விடாவிட்டால் இந்த வினை விடவும் இயலாது. ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். 35வது பாடல். விதி காணும் உடம்பை விடாவினையேன் கதிகான மலர்கழல் என்று அருள்வாய். போக்கும் வரவும் உணர்வும் எனும் விதிகளிலே படுகின்ற இந்த உடம்பை விடாவினையேன். இது அத்துணைக்கும் தீர்வு இதாங்க. கடந்தது இறந்தது. இப்ப நீங்க இருக்கிற உங்க ஃபோக்கல் பாயிண்ட்ல இருப்பது எல்லாமே வரும் போகும். அதை பற்றும் அகந்தையை விட்டு லைஃபோட ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜிய இந்த ஞான பரம சத்தியத்துக்கு அலைன் பண்ணிடுங்கயா. இப்போ செல்ஃப் நெகட்டிவ் டாக்ல ஒரு மிகப்பெரிய பிரச்சனை என்னன்னா, உங்களை பத்தி செல்ஃப் நெகட்டிவா பேசி 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 அதையே நிஜமாக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிருவீங்கயா. உங்கள் வாழ்வை நீங்க தான் உருவாக்குறீங்க. இந்த செல்ஃப் நெகட்டிவ் டாக்ஸை நிறுத்தினீங்கன்னா வாழ்வு சீரழிவதை நிறுத்தி விடுவீர்கள். சில பேர் கேட்கறது உண்டு, சாமி இந்த செல்ஃப் நெகட்டிவ் டாக்கை நான் நிறுத்தி 10 நிமிஷம் ஆச்சு, இன்னமும் என் மனைவி என்கிட்ட சண்டை போட்டுட்டே இருக்காங்களே. ஏய், ஏற்கனவே பண்ணதெல்லாம் அடங்கிறதுக்கு கொஞ்சம் நேரம் கொடுப்பா. ஃபேன் சுவிட்ச் ஆஃப் பண்ணாலும், எலக்ட்ரிசிட்டி போறதை நிறுத்தினாலும், அந்த ஏற்கனவே சுத்தி விட்ட வேகம் நிக்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு 2 நிமிஷம் டைம் கொடுப்பா. ஒரு குருநாதருடைய ஆசிரமத்திலே 3 குரங்குகள் படாத பாடுபட்டு செய்யாத அட்டூழியங்களை எல்லாம் செய்து எல்லாரையும் படுத்தி கொண்டிருந்தது. அங்க இருக்கிற அத்தனை பேரையும் நிம்மதியா இருக்க விடாம இந்த 3 குரங்குகளையும் கேட்டார், உங்களுக்கு என்னத்தான் பிரச்சனை? எங்களுக்கு ஒண்ணும் இல்லை சாமி, இந்த மாம்பழம் சாப்பிட்றதுக்காக வர்றோம். அவர் சொன்னாரா, சரி போனா போகுது, உங்களுக்கு ஒரு அனுமதி கொடுக்குறேன். நான் ஒரு மாம்பழம் கொடுப்பேன், அந்த விதையை நட்டு நீங்க விளைய வைங்க. அது விளைஞ்சி மரமாயி பழமாகிற வரைக்கும் நீங்க இங்க சாப்பிட்டுக்கலாம். அதுக்கு அனுமதி கொடுக்குறேன். அந்த மாமரம் விளைந்து பழம் நீங்க செல்ஃப் சஸ்டைனிங்கா சுயசார்பா மாறுற வரைக்கும் இங்க சாப்பிட்டுக்கோங்க, அனுமதி கொடுக்குறேன். யாருக்கும் தொந்தரவு பண்ணாதீங்க. 3 குரங்குக்கு ரொம்ப அருமையான ஆலோசனையா இருக்கே, இது மாதிரி ஒரு கருணாமூர்த்தி. உடனே ஒப்பந்தம் போட்டுருச்சுங்க, ஒத்துக்கிறோம் அப்படின்னு. குருநாதரும் ஒரு மாவிதை கொடுத்தார். மாம்பழத்தை அவங்களை சாப்பிட வச்சுட்டு மாவிதையை கையில கொடுத்தார். செல்லுங்கள். அது பார்த்தா 1 வருஷம் ஆச்சு, 2 வருஷம் ஆச்சு, 3 வருஷம் ஆச்சு, 4 வருஷம் ஆச்சு, 5 வருஷம் ஆச்சு. இன்னமும் இந்த குரங்குகள் தவறாம இங்கேயே சாப்பிட்டுட்டு இருக்குங்க. குருநாதருக்கு சந்தேகம் வந்தது, என்னையா நான் கொடுத்த விதையோ ஓராண்டுல எழுந்து பழம் தருகின்ற அது மாதிரியான குணம் கொண்ட மாமரத்து விதை, ஆனா 5 வருஷம் ஆச்சு, இன்னமும் ஏன்பா இங்க சாப்பிட வந்துட்டு இருக்கீங்க? ஒரு குரங்கு சொல்லிச்சான், எனக்கு தெரியவே தெரியல குருநாதா, என்ன நடக்குதுன்னே தெரியல குருநாதா, நான் தினம் தவறாம தண்ணி ஊத்துறேன் குருநாதா. அடுத்த குரங்கு சொல்லிச்சான், சத்தியமா எனக்கு ஒண்ணுமே தெரியல குருநாதா, நான் தவறாம உரம் போடுறேன் குருநாதா. 3வது குரங்கு சொல்லிச்சான், எனக்கும் ஒண்ணுமே தெரியல குருநாதா, நான் தினம் அதை நோண்டி எடுத்து முளைச்சிருச்சான்னு பார்த்துட்டு தான் புதைக்கிறேன் குருநாதா. ஏன் முளைக்கலன்னே இன்னும் தெரியல குருநாதா. ஒரு தீட்சையை வாங்கினா செல்ஃப் நெகட்டிவ் டாக்க, சுய எதிர்மறை எண்ண ஓட்டம் சிந்தனைகளை விடுங்கள். வாழ்க்கையில் எதிர்மறை நிகழ்வுகளே நிகழாத நிலை அடைவீர்கள். நான் சத்தியத்தை சொன்னேன்னா அதை கொஞ்சமாவது செஞ்சு பார்த்து, தினம் அந்த 3வது குரங்கு மாதிரி விதையை நோண்டி பார்க்காம, மாம்பழத்து விதையை நோண்டி பார்க்காம கொஞ்சம் அதை முளைக்க விடுங்க ஐயா. சில பேர் செய்யறதுக்கு முன்னாடியே அது முளைச்சிருச்சா விதை முளைச்சிருச்சான்னு பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தீங்கன்னா என்னங்கய்யா பண்ண முடியும்? சிங்கார மடந்தையர் தீநிதி போய் பங்காமல் எனக்கு வரந்தருவாய் சங்கிராம சிகாவல சண்முகனே கங்கா நதிபால கிருபாகரனே. தேவையில்லாத வாத பிரதிபாதங்களை விட்டு நினைதல் விட்டு இருக்க அனுபூதி முதல் நிலை துவங்கும். உங்களுடைய இருப்பு இப்ப இருக்கிற இருப்புல தான் எல்லா விதமான அனுபூதியும் நிகழ முடியும். இப்பொழுது இருக்கின்ற இருப்பிலே இருப்பு கொள்ளாமல் பரபரவென்று ஜெகம் சார்ந்து உலகம் சார்ந்து நினைதலும் ஈசன் சார்ந்து நினைதலும் அகம் ஜீவன் சார்ந்து நினைதலும் விட்டு அமைதியை இருப்பாய் இருக்க. நமக்கு பெரிய பிரச்சனை, சில நேரத்துல ஜெகம் சார்ந்து உலகம் சார்ந்து நினைதலை கூட விட்டுருவோம். ஆனா இந்த ஈசன் சார்ந்து நினைதல்னு ஆரம்பிச்சிருவோம். யாரு பெரியவர்? சிவன் பெரியவரா? விஷ்ணு பெரியவரா? இதெல்லாம் நிறைய எனக்கு வர்ற கேள்விகள். ஐயா, என் அனுபூதியிலிருந்து இந்த சத்தியத்தை சொல்றேன் கேட்டு. எனக்கு அண்ணாமலையானி அருணகிரி யோகீஸ்வரரே நேரடியாக, அருணகிரி யோகீஸ்வரர்ன்றது அண்ணாமலையார் தான். அருணகிரிநாதர் வேற, அருணகிரி யோகீஸ்வரர் வேற. நல்லா புரிஞ்சு. அருணகிரிநாதர் இந்த நான் இப்போ கந்தர் அனுபூதி பாடுற இந்த கந்தர் அனுபூதி சொல்ற இல்லையா, இதை பாடின முருகப்பெருமானுடைய பக்தர். அருணகிரி யோகீஸ்வரர் பெருமானே சித்தராய் வடி உருகொண்டு திருவண்ணாமலையில் இருந்து எழுந்தருளி வாழுகின்ற அந்த வடிவத்துக்கு பேர் அருணகிரி யோகீஸ்வரர். பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளே அண்ணாமலையானே அருணகிரி யோகீஸ்வரா எனக்கு வந்து காட்டிய அனுபூதி பரம். அவர் மூலமாக எனக்கு அனுபூதி நடந்ததனாலே சிவமே பரம் அப்படின்னு சிவ பரத்துவத்தை நான் அனுபூதியாக கண்டேன். அனுபூதியிலே பெருமான் பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள் மிக தெளிவாக இந்த சத்தியத்தை எனக்கு உணர்த்தினார். மற்ற பாதைகளிலும் கூட ஸ்ரத்தையோடு பயணிப்பவர்கள் பரத்தை அடைகின்றார்கள். அதனால் இந்த ஒரு பாதையில் மட்டும்தான் பர அனுபவம் கிடைக்கும், பரத்துவ அனுபவம் கிடைக்கும் என்று மாயையில் மயங்காதீர் அப்படிங்கிறத எனக்கு தெளிவ அனுபூதியாக பெருமான் காட்டினார். மற்ற சம்பிரதாயங்கள் மற்ற வடிவங்கள் மூலமாகவும் பெருமான் தன்னை வெளிப்படுத்தி பரத்துவ அனுபூதியை கொடுத்து பரத்தை காட்டி பரமானுபூதி தந்து, அந்த வடிவங்களும் பரத்துவமே, அவைகளும் பரத்துவத்தை அளிக்க வல்லவையே, அவைகளும் பரமானுபூதியின் வெளிப்பாடுகளே அப்படின்னு அனுபூதியாக எனக்கு காட்டினார். அதனால இந்த யார் உயர்ந்தவர்கள் இப்படின்ற சண்டைகள் எல்லாமே பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, உலகத்தை பற்றி நினைதல் விட்டும் ஈசனை பற்றி நினைதல் விட முடியாமல் தடுமாறிக்கொண்டிருக்கும் அறத்தீது தீதை அறம் என்று நினைத்துக் கொண்டு செய்து கொண்டிருக்கும் ஒன்று அறியாத மூடன் ஒன்று அறியேனை. இது எல்லாவற்றிற்கும் ஆதியாய் பரமாய் இருப்பது ஒன்றன்று ஒருமை தன்மை என்று அறியேனை. God is not one, oneness. அந்த ஒன்னஸோட ஸ்பான்டேனியஸான சைமல்டேனியஸான சைனர்ஜெட்டிக்கான வெளிப்பாடுகள் தான் நம் எல்லோருடைய இஷ்ட தெய்வங்களும். இஷ்ட தெய்வமே பரம் என்பதுதான் சனாதன இந்து தர்மம் காட்டும் மிக உயர்ந்த சத்தியம். என்னுடைய அனுபூதி அந்த சத்தியம்தான். அதனால இந்த பரத்துவ ஸ்தாபித சத்தியங்கள் வந்துங்கய்யா, நாம அத ஆன்மீக அனுபூதியை அடைந்தே ஆக வேண்டுங்கிற ஸ்ரத்தை வேகத்திலே செய்தால் கூட சற்று சரி தேடி மேன் வந்து தெளியட்டும் அப்படின்னு விடலாம். ஆனா இந்த ஹீரோவோட ரசிகர்கள், இந்த நடிகர்கள் ஹீரோக்களோட ரசிகர்கள் சண்டை போட்டுக்கிற அளவுக்கு அது கீழ் இறங்கி போகும்பொழுதுதான் பிரச்சனை ஆரம்பிக்குது. ஏன் ஹீரோக்கு 40 அடி பேனர் வைக்கிறேன் பாரு, ஏன் ஹீரோக்கு 100 அடி பேனர் வைக்கிறேன் பாரு, அந்த மாதிரி சண்டையாக அது மாறக்கூடாது. ஒருவேளை என் ஹீரோக்கு 40 அடினா உன் ஹீரோக்கு நீ 100 அடி வச்சுக்கோ, அப்படி போனால் கூட பெரும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை. உன் ஹீரோ பேனரை நான் கிழிப்பேன், அங்க பிரச்சனை. அதுதான் பெரும் பிரச்சனை. இந்த பரம சத்தியத்தை, பரமானுபூதியை தேடுவதற்காக சில நேரங்களில் இந்த வாத பிரதிவாதங்கள் நடந்தால் கூட பொறுத்து கொள்ளலாம். சரி, இதுல தேடி தெரிஞ்சு எந்திரிச்சு வரட்டும் அப்படின்னு. ஆனா தன் பரத்துவத்தை நிரூபிக்க, தான் வணங்கும் இறைவன் பரத்துவத்தை நிரூபிப்பதாக நினைத்து கொண்டு அகத்தை ஈசன் மீது போர்த்தி அறத்தீது ஆழ்வோருக்கு இல்லை முக்தியே, இல்லை பரமே. உண்மையில சில பேரு தாம் பெரியவன் சொன்னா ரொம்ப அகங்காரமா தெரியும் இல்லையா, பணிவா தெரியாது இல்லையா. அதனால தன் கடவுள் பெரியவன், நான் வணங்குவதனால் அவன் பெரியவன், அவன் பெரியவன் என்பதனால் நான் வணங்குகிறேன் என்று கிடையாது. நான் வணங்குவதனால் அவன் பெரியவன், நான் சூஸ் பண்ண கடவுள், என் டேஸ்ட் எப்பவுமே பெஸ்டா இருக்கும், அதனால அவன் பெரியவன். அதான் அறத்தீது ஆளி, அறம்போல் தெரியும் தீது எல்லாம் விட்டு அகத்தை நினைதலும், அகத்தை நினைதலே அகந்தை, ஜகத்தை நினைதலும், ஜகத்தை நினைதலே ஆசையும் அச்சமும், ஈசன் நினைதலும், ஈசன் நினைதலும் கூட ஆசை அச்சம் அகந்தை எனும் மாயைகளுக்கு உட்பட்டு விடும் என்பதனால் தான். அதனால்தான் ரொம்ப அருமையா திருமூலர் சொல்றாரு, ஆசை அருமின், ஆசை அருமின், ஈசனோடாயினும் ஆசை அருமின், ஈசனோடாயினும் ஆசை அருமீன் என்று அறுத்தீர்களானால் பரம்பொருள் உங்களுக்குள் வெளிப்பட்டு பரமானுபூதியில் இருப்பீர்கள். பரமானுபூதிக்கு கடைசி ஈசனைதல், நினைதல் விட்டு இருக்க பரமானுபூதி, கந்தர் அனுபூதி, பரமசிவானுபூதி, கந்தர் அனுபூதி நம் சொந்த அனுபூதி ஆகுமே. வாழ்வாழ்வு எனும் இப்படுமாயையில் வீழ்வாய் என என்னை விதித்தனையே, தாழ்வானவை செய்தனதாம் உளவோ வாழ்வாய் இனி நீ மயில் வாகனனே. கலையே பதறிக் கதறித் தலையூடு அலையே படுமாறு அதுவாய் விடவோ, கொலையே புரிவேடர் குலப்பிடிதோய் மலையே மலை கூறிடுவாகையனே. சிந்தாகுல இல்லொடு செல்வம் எனும் விந்தாவிடவி, எனும் விந்தாடவி என்று விடப் பெறுவேன், மந்தாகினி தந்தவரோதயனே கந்தா முருகா கருணாகரனே. சிங்காரமடந்தையர் தீ நெறிபோய் மங்காமல் எனக்கு வரந்தருவாய் சங்கிராம சிகாவல சண்முகனே கங்கா நதிபால கிருபாகரனே விதிகாணும் உடம்பை விடாவினையேன் கதிகாண மலர்கழல் என்று அருள்வாய் மதிவாழ்நுதல் வள்ளியை அல்லது பின் துதியா விரதா சுரபூபதியே நாதா குமரா நம என்று அரணார் ஓதாய் என ஓதியது எப்பொருள்தான் வேதா முதல் விண்ணவர் சூடும் மலர்பாதா குரமின் பதசேகரனே கிரிவாய்படு விக்கிரமவேல் இறையோன் பரிவாரம் எனும் பதம் மேவலையே புரிவாய் மனனே பொறையாம் அறிவால் அறிவாய் அடியோடும் மகந்தயே ஆதாளியை ஒன்று அறியேனை அறத்தீது ஆளியை ஆண்டது செப்புமதோ பூதாளக்கிராத குலிக்கு இறைவா வேதாள கனம்புகள் வேலவனே மாயேழ் சனனம் கெடமாயை விடா மூ ஏடனை என்று முடிந்திடுமோ கோவே குரமின் கொடிதோள் புணரும் தேவே சிவசங்கர தேசிகனே வினை ஓட விடும் கதிர்வேல் மரவேன் மனையோடு தியங்கி மயங்கிடவோ சுனையோடு அருவித்துறையோடு வசந்திணையோடு இதனோடு திரிந்தவனே. இந்த 10 பாடல்களாலும் அருணகிரிநாத பெருமான் சொல்லும் பரமானுபூதி நினைதல் இலாது சும்மா இரு சொல்லார என்று பெருமான் சொல்லும் இந்த கந்தர் அனுபூதி, கந்தர் அனுபவம் நம் சொந்த அனுபூதியாக, சொந்த அனுபவமாக மாற ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். கந்தர் அனுபூதி நம் சொந்த அனுபூதியாக, கந்தர் அனுபவம் நம் சொந்த அனுபவமாக, ஸ்கந்த பக்தி நம் சொந்த பக்தியாக, ஸ்கந்த ஞானம் நம் சொந்த ஞானமாக, ஸ்கந்த விஞ்ஞானம் நம் சொந்த விஞ்ஞானமாக நித்யானந்தத்தில் நிறைந்து நித்யானந்தத்தில் மலர் நித்யானந்தமாகிட ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். ஆனந்தமாக இருங்க.
உலகெங்கிலும் உள்ள கைலாசாவின் கோவில்களில் ஸ்கந்த சஷ்டி மகோற்சவம் ஆன்மீக உற்சாகத்துடன் வெகு சிறப்பாக நடைபெற்று வருகிறது. ஜெகத்குரு மகா சன்னிதானம் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் தெய்வீக அருளால் இந்த ஸ்கந்த சஷ்டி திருவிழாவில் நமக்குள் இருக்கும் அறியாமை, பயம், தடைகள் அனைத்தையும் அளித்து ஞானம், பக்தி, சக்தி ஆகிய தெய்வீக நிலைகளை விழிப்புணர்த்துகிறது. ஒவ்வொரு நாளும் பகவான் அருளும் கந்தர் அனுபூதியும் அனுபவமும் எனும் சத்சங்கங்களும் தீட்சைகளும் நமது உள் மனதை தூய்மைப்படுத்துகின்றது. முருகப்பெருமானின் தெய்வீக ஆற்றலை நம்முள் பிரதிஷ்டை செய்கின்றன. வாழும் அவதாரமான பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்கள் சிறு வயதிலிருந்து இன்று வரையிலும் வெளிப்படுத்தி வரும் அசைக்க முடியாத ஒழுக்கமும் தளராத பக்தியும் நமக்கெல்லாம் ஆன்மீக வழிகாட்டுதலும் ஒளியாக விளங்குகிறது. ஸ்ரத்தையுடனான பூஜைகள், ஸ்கந்த சஷ்டி பாராயணம், தீட்சைகள் மற்றும் தியானங்களால் இந்த மகோற்சவம் நம்மை தெய்வீக உணர்விற்கு எடுத்து செல்கின்றது. கந்த சஷ்டி கவசம் நமக்குள் உருவாக்கும் அந்த தெய்வீக தூய்மையை பகவான் அனுபவித்த முருகப்பெருமானின் நேரடி தரிசனத்திற்கான தயார் நிலையை நமக்கும் அளிக்கின்றது. இந்த 5ஆம் நாள் ஸ்கந்த சஷ்டி மகோற்சவத்தில் நமது மன உறுதியையும் பக்தியையும் பகவானிடம் சமர்ப்பித்து முருகப்பெருமானின் அருளால் நம் வாழ்க்கை முழுவதும் தெய்வீக வெற்றியும் ஆனந்தமும் நிலைத்திருக்க பக்தியுடன் பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களிடம் பிரார்த்திப்போம்.
वन्दे सिन्दूरकान्तिं शरविपिनभवं श्रीमयूराधिरूढं षड्वक्रं देवसेना मधुरिपुतनया वल्लभं द्वादशाक्षं शक्तिं बाणं कृपाणं ध्वजमपि च कदां चाभयं सव्यहस्तैः चापं वज्रं सरोजं कटकमपि वरं शूलमन्यैर्दधानम् सहस्रदलपङ्कजे सकलशीतरश्मिप्रभं वराभयकराम्बुजं विमलगन्धपुष्पाम्बरं प्रसन्नवदने क्षणं सकलदेवतारूपिणं स्मरेत् शिरसि हंसकं तदभिमानपूर्वं गुरुम् अथ धूपः दशाङ्गं गुग्गुलोपेतं सुगन्धं च सुमनोहरम् आघ्रेयः सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम्। श्री आनन्द सुब्रह्मण्य स्वामिने नमः। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। धूपम् आघ्रापयामि। अथ दीपः साज्यं त्रिवर्ति संयुक्तं बन्धिना योजितं मया ग्रहाणमङ्गलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहम्। श्री आनन्द सुब्रह्मण्य स्वामिने नमः। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। दीपं सन्दर्शयामि। अथ नैवेद्यम् अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणि अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा। श्री आनन्द सुब्रह्मण्य स्वामिने नमः। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि। नैवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि। नीराजनम् साङ्ग्रहण्येष्यायजते इमां जनतागुं सङ्गृह्णानीति द्वादशारत्नीदशना भवति। द्वादशमासाः संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति। पूर्वैमुन्द्राः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे चित्रानक्षत्रं भवति। चित्रं वा एतत्कर्म कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। श्री आनन्द सुब्रह्मण्य स्वामिने नमः। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि। रक्षां धारयामि। षोडाद्रीशावताराय ज्योतिस्तम्भस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। तत्त्वज्ञानप्रदाताय नित्यानन्देश्वररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। मूलप्रकृतिरूपाय परमशिवशक्तिस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। दण्डत्रिशूलहस्ताय कालकालस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। आदिपूज्याय देवाय सकृत्पूर्णत्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम्। सर्वाभयविनाशकाय शत्रुसंहाररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् योगपट्टाभिषिक्ताय राजसन्न्यासधारिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् सार्वभौमैकपत्याय राजराजार्चिताय च श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् कल्पवृक्षाय मङ्गलम् ज्ञानदायिने परमशिवाय श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वराय मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलम् कामदायिन्यै सर्वमङ्गलदात्री नित्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलम् परमावताराय नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम् हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वम् भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूत द्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमानछत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादिसमस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्घसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासनपीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठसुराङ्गि साम्राज्यमूर्धाभिषिक्तचूडामणे साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कपिलमहागुरुपुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तरसहस्र श्रीमहामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्तगणनायक श्रीमहागणारम्भ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरम्परा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तरसहस्र श्री अटलपीठाधीश्वर धर्ममुक्तिस्वर्गपुरस्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलासपरम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्रीकैलासपुनरुद्धारक श्रीकैलासपरमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्यवर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणवस्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवच्छ्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव श्री ज्ञानसम्बन्ध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञानवितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
வாழ்க்கையில் வெற்றி பெற 6 சக்தி வாய்ந்த தரிசனங்கள். கைலாசாவின் கந்த சஷ்டி மகோத்சவம். பகவான் நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள். ஆறு நாட்கள் சிறப்பு சத்சங்கம். தலைப்பு கந்தர் அனுபூதியும் அனுபவமும். 22 அக்டோபர் முதல் 27 அக்டோபர் வரை தினந்தோறும் இரவு 7 மணிக்கு நேரலையில் இணையுங்கள்.
கச்சியப்பர் அருமையாக சொல்வார். வலது தோளில் அமர்த்தி கந்த கடவுளை உபதேசம் கேட்டுக் கொண்டிருந்தான் சதாசிவன். திடீரென இடது தோளுக்கு மாற்றுகிறான். முருகன் கேட்கிறான், தோள் வலிக்கிறதா? இல்லை மகனே, உன்னை சுமந்து வளர்ந்த தோள்கள் வலிக்கவில்லை, அவளும் கேட்கட்டும் என்று இடது காதிற்கு மாற்றி.
கைலாசாவின் கந்த சஷ்டி மகோத்சவம். பகவான் நித்யானந்தரை கேளுங்கள். 6 நாட்கள் தினந்தோறும் நடைபெறும் தொடர் நேரலை சத்சங்கத்தில் இணையுங்கள். உங்களுக்குள் இருக்கும் தெய்வீகத்தை உணர, வாழ்க்கையில் வெற்றி பெற 6 சக்தி வாய்ந்த தரிசனங்கள். கைலாசாவின்
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share.
Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dandvatītam Gaganasadisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, and welcome to today's Paramashivoham Glimpses of Paramashivoham, as we just received the intense, powerful revelations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham. And after this revelation, welcome all of you. We would like to welcome each one of us here who are here with us. We have Yi Wen Chuing Nityanandam, Ji Ling Nityanandam, Om Nityanandam, Wei Chung Fang Nityanandam, Ma Luhya Nityanandam, Shermemus, Ma Aghur Sarupni Nityanandam, Jyotkananda Aya Nityanandam, Ma Weng Question Aya Nityanandam, Ma Yoga Triyantkasti. Yes, Nityanandam. Yes. All right. So after this intense and powerful revelations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivoham, let's directly jump on to the power manifestation. As most of you know, that when we have the Nayana Diksha means when that super conscious energy, where Swamiji is established in, his brain activities gets mirrored in our brain through the mirror neurons, which is present in our brain. And simply we also fall into that state. So when our frequency are raised to that super consciousness, let's jump into the power manifestation, because this is the right time to start manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, the powers of third eye. So with this, let's get ready. Requesting all of you to please switch on your cameras. Please be available in the camera and close your eyes.
So now we are going to start the first round of power manifestation. After this powerful darshan, it is very important to manifest powers, because what happens is all these powerful cognitions which you gain during the satsang will get solidified in your muscle memory and biomemory. So even if the satsang was in Tamil, your being gets energized, gets blessed by those powerful cognitions. And of course, you can always get the translation. Some of the translations were available in some of the Zoom rooms and also in Ask Nityananda. Yeah. So in various combinations, you have received these powerful cognitions, and now it's time.
And with this, we like to also introduce Ask Nityananda, especially for those who have not yet used the Ask Nityananda, which is the first spiritual AI. Understand? Of course, whenever darshan is happening, if you just go to ask.nityananda.ai and live translation, you'll simply have the translated, the Tamil satsang translated into English. You can have that benefit. And apart from this, there are so many other benefits. The Ask Nityananda model, the AI that Swamiji has released, is the world's first spiritual AI, and which is having so many models. Just a few days back, there were so many models released to the whole people around the world to use, get benefited, and I can actually ask any question that you wish, any problem that you face in your life. We can ask to these models and get the answer.
So now let's proceed to power manifestation. So we request all the participants, please put on your blindfolds, please switch on your cameras and be available in front of the camera frame. So yes, Ma Jingli Om Bechung Pan, Ma Luya, Ma Sharmain Muse, Ma Agora Sarupani, Ma Venki Singh, Jyotikananda Aya, and Ma Yoga Trinetra Shakti. So please come in front of the camera frame. Put on your blindfolds. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Yes. So after the satsang, all the participants are just settling down. We'll give you a few minutes, but in the interest of time for the whole group, let's settle down quickly. Yes. You see some of the participants are settling down. Thank you. Now please put on your blindfolds. Understand? It's time to enter into the deep restful awareness, the deep meditative space. As you're settling down, breathe deeply and slowly. Put on your blindfolds. Bring your attention to the Anand Gandha region, that is below the heart center and just above the navel center. Visualize Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your Anand Gandha, the most dearest and beautiful form that you hold of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, of Swamiji, in your heart. Visualize that form in your Ananda Gandha. Drop all your inner chatter and all your lower identities. Understand? Your real identity is you are Bhagwan Shri Nityananda Paramashivoham. Any other identity is delusion. So now, if you have blindfolds, if you haven't tied them yet, please tie them quickly. Otherwise, make sure you at least close your eyes as we move on to this round of power manifestation. So please close your eyes and start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Now we are going to project the image. Look at the image through your third eye. The image is now projected. Let's begin.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly, very slowly, remove your eye bands, open your eyes. Yes. And from this space of oneness with Swamiji, let's take a moment and let's share what Swamiji revealed to you through the power of third eye. As Swamiji says, third eye is a door to the cosmos itself. When your will aligns to Paramashiva's will, anything to manifest, simply manifest. So again and again, bring yourself back. Sit with your eyes closed to manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Revelations, every single revelations of the third eye, whether you had some visuals, images, you heard some sound, or anything even related to the image, or anything that two things were not connected, not logically connected. You might be thinking, how is that can also be revelation? Do not bother. It is Swamiji who is manifesting through you. So let's take one and share without any hesitation. in a moment we'll be projecting or bringing back the image once again on our screen. So if you are sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let's bring back the image once again on your screen. And write as much as detail. Do not hesitate. Nobody is going to judge here. Nobody is going to rank here. So you can be totally free and start sharing. Yes. So this is the image that we had projected. So as you can see, a beautiful natural image. You can see the trees. You can see the flowers and the sun rays just falling from top to down on the grasses, and there are flowers, the white color flowers. Yes, and it's just filled with the trees. So this is the image. So if you have seen anything, and there are even glowing flies, or probably the butterflies, which are glowing from even in the dark and even in the sun rays. So a beautiful picture. So yes. So if you have seen anything, whether the trees, forest, sun, flowers, golden, glowing, you can congratulate yourself that you have successfully manifested this power, this round of power manifestation. You also have sharing from Ma Zhangzun.
So Ma Zhangzun is sharing white on top, blue or green under, black right and left. So yes, definitely the green under is there. White on top is also there as a sunlight is falling, and green under is also correct. The whole lower part is green, and some of the flowers are glowing in bluish in color. So thank you and congratulations for manifesting, Ma.
Yes, thank you everyone. And we are just joined by Ma Ananda Rukni, yes, Nityanandam Singh Ling Nityanandam. And with this, requesting everyone to let's get ready as we enter into today's sessions. As deities is Sada Nityamurti. Swamiji will be gracing us as Sada Nityamurti, Natarajamurti. So let's enter into the revelation by Swamiji, understanding that yoga for the body. Understand, Swami shares, there is no controversies in the existence. There is no contradictions. There is no contradictions. There is no controversies. But we don't feel. We always, as a human being, we always feel controversies. We see conflicts everywhere. So only when you start realizing, establishing yourself in the space of oneness, you'll realize that actually there is no contradictions or conflict in the existence. And when you start living within your boundaries, then simply you fall into that space. So let's come to the space of listening and let's enter into these revelations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on yoga for the body. So please, let's get ready.
One more thing. Now the scientists are saying constantly our body is getting updated. Our body is healing itself. But when you bring back your past memory, engrams, when you are engraved memories, again and again you bring the same kind of body. Recently I read a beautiful book, Biology of Belief. Great doctor and a research scholar. He says, in the biology we believe that DNA are cells, only they manage our system. But he says after 30 years of research, not only DNA and cells are not managing your body, your belief system guides the DNA and cells. Whatever you believe, whatever you think you are, only that guides your DNA and cells. And moreover, he says that structure does not monitor the function. Function monitors the structure. It's an important. Structure does not monitor the function. function monitors the structure. It's a very surprising or amazing breakthrough. But he's able to prove structure does not monitor the function. Only function monitors the structure. He says, whatever you believe, your belief system only designs your whole structure. Even your body can be healed when you are out of these engrams. You can heal your body if you can come out of these engrams. For example, the young age, if your mother has taught you, don't go in the rain. If you go in the rain, you will have cough, you will have cold. If that becomes engraved memory in you, even if you see a rain through window, you will start sneezing. You don't have to feel the rain, experience rain. Just see the rain through window, you will start sneezing. The engraved memories are so deep. It disturbs even your physical health. Coming out of engrams, liberating yourself from the engrams, even can heal you. It can even heal you physically.
Very intelligent research. Very intelligent research. 30 years of research. He reveals with the scientific facts, he proves even your DNA system can be altered. Understand? He goes to the extreme of saying your DNA system can be altered by your thought. He says, don't think you are living as per your body. Your body changes as per your living. Completely shifts the understanding. Shifts the understanding. He goes to the extreme of proving some of the major things like if a child is adopted by somebody else in the young age, neither the parents nor the kids should know that they are not physically connected. It's like change the kids in the hospital. You will be surprised. Kids get the disease of adopted parents. The genetical disorders are adopted parents, not the physical parents, actual parents. Then what do you mean by the genetical disorder or hereditary diseases? It's nothing but mind. Nothing but mind. I was really surprised, shocked to see his report. He has done a thorough research, 30 years of research. Every point, what Patanjali says, what I am talking now, is proved scientifically. Now all we need to do, reduce the depth of engrams in etheric layer. First, the word yoga. Let us analyze the word yoga. In Sanskrit, the word literally means to unite or to become one with. Again and again, all the Eastern mystics, they declare, you are energy. The body is not just a biomechanism as we think. Body is the expression of energy. In the Eastern system, we call it Annamaya Kosha, means the sheath covering the energy. It is not just biomechanism as we think. It is the expression of energy. It is the outer shell of energy. Again and again, mystics declare, body is the expression of energy. You are energy. You are Atman. Whatever word we may use, you are something more than what you think you are. You are something more than what you think you are. Having direct experience with that energy, or uniting yourself, having a direct communion with that energy is what we call yoga. Of course, meditation is a technique to achieve yoga. the word yoga should be understood much deeply. It is not just something to do with body. It is something to do with body also, but it is not just something to do with body. Moving the body and doing some asanas helps, but it is not the end. Meditation is a technique to reach the state of yoga. Yoga is a state which can be achieved through meditation. Of course, the word meditation and the medicine both come from the same root. Both are healing powers. Medicine heals the body, meditation heals your being. Both are healing powers. In the next word, healing. The healing also, healing and the word whole, both are same root. When I use the word healing, I mean being complete, achieving your wholeness, reaching the complete fulfillment, what mystics declare as realization, self-realization. Of course, too big word, but it is much easier than we think. Somehow, traditionally, we are made to believe it is too difficult, but it is not. We will analyze about it a little later. Now we will touch the first body part. I want to make few statements, few concepts. Then we will analyze it with questions. First thing, by nature, your body is intelligence. It is not just biomechanism as we think. It is not just force. It is force with intelligence which can respond to every single thought of your mind. It can respond to every single thought. It is created, maintained, and destroyed according to your thoughts. You are the Brahma, creator. You are the Vishnu, sustainer. You are the Rudra, destroyer of your body. It is your thoughts which creates your body, sustains and destroys. Second thing, reaching, achieving the zone of intelligence or the space of consciousness which is inside your being is the goal why you have taken the body. Body is alive, body is functioning just to reach the space in which you can experience the deep restful awareness. You can experience deep peace. You can experience the bliss. By this statement, I mean the very reason for your existence is to achieve the ultimate experience of your consciousness, to achieve the ultimate bliss. Next thing, it is not so difficult as we think. First, these two are goal. Next, I am speaking about the path. It is not difficult as we think. Next, what are the hurdles? Why we are not able to experience? If we say it is not difficult, why we are not able to experience it? Where we are missing? Yes. A small thing which we need to understand. Usually, no master, no spiritual master will agree with the other master in any concept. If it comes to history, all the historians will accept or agree something in common. If it comes to medicine, almost everybody agrees something in common. If it comes to any other department, mathematics, the top level people, they agree something. When it comes to spirituality, you can't see two rishis accepting any one concept. That's a beautiful statement. If two rishis accept one concept, be very clear, someone is fake. Someone is fake. In spirituality, each one has got their own theory, their own expression, their own experience. But when it comes to this one concept, by nature we are intelligence, by nature we are bliss. Almost all the masters, not only Hindu mystics, the mystics or masters belong to all the religions, all the cult, all the group, all the sect. They agree this one concept. Then it must be the basic concept, the basic truth. It must be something important. Then why we are missing it again and again? Why? How we are missing it? We'll analyze few things which we are doing to stop experience the Ananda Spurana or the bliss happening in our being. First thing, we accumulate too much of negative emotions, toxins in our system. Our body is not just material as we think. It can hold energy. It can hold thoughts. It can hold memories. The Tantra, beautifully they say, you can't think, you can't continue any thought unless you remember your form. Because in your form, you have the complete memory. All the memories are recorded in your form. If you can't remember your form, you can't proceed in thinking. You can't have even a single thought without remembering your form. Because in your form, you have all the memories. Your body is not just dead biomechanism as we think. In that, you store memories. You store your emotions, whether it is positive or negative. We store emotions in our system, in our body. When you store negative emotions, you accumulate too much of toxins, unnecessary negative energy inside your being. That's the first reason why we are not able to experience the deep blissful awareness or the restful awareness. Why we are not able to be alive like kids. You can see the kids, how alive they are, how bubbling. People ask me, Swamiji, how to bring up the kids? I tell them, you relax, they will grow automatically. Actually, we don't bring them up, we bring them down. All our so-called bringing up only brings them down. All our so-called bringing up is nothing but bringing them down from their blissful awareness or restful, deep ecstasy. Again and again, we infuse negative emotions, negative energy inside our being, inside our body, and we stop experiencing the ecstasy. If you look deeply into your being, if you don't have anything to worry, you feel like you are losing your boundary. If you don't have anything to bother, you feel you are losing your identity. Actually, your identity is defined only based on your worries. If you don't create more and more trouble for yourself and others, you feel your identity is lost. Actually, you enter into a boundaryless consciousness. You will have your boundary as long as you create trouble for yourself and others. If you stop that one activity, immediately you lose your boundary. You start experiencing the boundaryless awareness, the timeless awareness. That's the first thing. Next thing, the idea of I am not enough unto myself. Whether it is physical beauty or mental stability or being level, energy. First we will touch the physical beauty. Again and again, you are made to believe by the society that you are not beautiful. You are not enough unto yourself. The moment you start believing you are not enough unto yourself, you are not beautiful, you start running behind the cosmetics. I think it is a business. Only when you are made to believe that you are not beautiful, you start searching for all the extra things. First, let us analyze. Where is the scale of beauty? There is no scale. If God is an engineer, he would have done a mass production. Miss World or Mr. World have that mold, do just mass production. But God is not an engineer. He is a painter, he is an artist. He paints every one of us. He carves every one of us. That is the reason each one of us are so unique. Be very clear, we are not equal, we are unique. The idea everyone is equal is totally wrong. Everyone is unique. Everyone is unique. We are unique, and not only that, we are enough unto ourselves. If you look little deeply into yourself, you can see we never feel relaxed, we never feel comfortable with our own body. When you have the idea somebody is beautiful, you want to look like that person, you want to look like him, you want to look like somebody. You already created a gap between you and your body. You already started feeling uneasiness. That uneasiness between you and your body is the root for dis-ease. Male feeling attracted towards female or female feeling attracted towards the male is natural. But when a male has got a poster of a male model and wants just to look like him, or a female has got a poster of a female model and she just wants to do makeup, or she just wants to look like her, there is something seriously wrong in your being. God is not engineer. If he is an engineer, he would have created everybody in the same mold. He would have done a mass production. But he is an artist. Each one of us are enough unto ourselves. If you can relax into this one idea, you will feel a tremendous homely feeling inside your own body. If you look deeply into your being, this is the main problem. This is one of the root cause why we create distance between ourselves and the body. We may think superficially, we may think it's a very simple problem. But if you look little deep, I think this is the root. This is the problem. We start rejecting our body unconsciously. We don't live inside our body. Look your life, early morning, when we get up and start brushing the teeth, we are already in the office. When we are in the office, sitting and seeing the patients, already we are on the beach. When we are in the beach, sitting and seeing the waves, already we are in the house. Started thinking about the house. One thing is sure, you are not where you are. That has become our lifestyle. We are not where we are. If your body is here, we can be sure you are everywhere except here. If your body is here, you will be anywhere else except here. We don't feel comfortable. We don't feel relaxed. We don't feel homely with our body just because we don't love our body as it is. We have an idea. We have particular standard measurements. The so-called Miss Universe or Mr. Universe. We have some particular measurements. Again and again, we wanted to look like somebody. We wanted to be seen like somebody. We don't understand. When we create a model, we just abuse our body. You disrespect your body. Apart from using chemicals from outside to decorate your body, that is different. Even the very thought, the very idea creates a gap. I call this thought as a wedge between you and your body. In India, to break big wood pieces, once they break, they will insert a wedge so that the wood will not again unite or something. This thought that you are not enough unto yourself, you are not beautiful, is the wedge inserted into your being. If we can remove this one thought, of course, today we will do a meditation technique to relax into our body, to enter into our own home. There's a beautiful book in Advaita Vedanta, they call it Swarajya Siddhi, means reclaiming your own kingdom, achieving your own kingdom. The first part or the first thing which you need to achieve is your body, your own body, but you are not living inside. The body is there, you are there somewhere else. We are almost living like a ghost. We are almost living like a ghost. Your body is here, but you are somewhere else. First thing we need to do, enter into your body. Enter into your body and start living inside it. Try to be inside your boundary continuously. All our pain, all our disease is nothing but your body asking your attention. Your body asking your presence. Your body asking your energy. If we can give enough attention to our body, naturally there will be no problem. You know, if you don't give enough attention in the home, what all the problems will be created. The same way, the body is your home. Give enough attention, that is enough. All the problems will be solved. Only when we don't give enough attention to our body, when we don't give our presence to our body, we create all troubles. People ask me, Swamiji, to do meditation, master's presence is necessary. I tell them no. At least to do the meditation techniques which I am spreading, my presence is not necessary, your presence is enough. Let your body have your presence. That's the first thing which we need to understand. Through this meditation technique which we are going to do, first we will remove the toxins, unnecessary toxins which we have accumulated inside our system through a particular breathing cycle. The technique is originally from Vijnana Vairava Tantra, ancient scripture attributed to Shiva. First we will do a particular breathing exercise and remove the unnecessary toxins in our system. The next we will awaken the energy which is inside our being. We call it Kundalini Shakti, a potential energy. Then it is actually 3 steps. The first step, we will be removing all the toxins from our body. The next step, we will be awakening the higher energy which is in our system, which is inside our body. Third, we will completely rest and relax, feel at home with our body. We will reclaim our body. We will start living inside our system. Instead of living like a ghost, your body is here, you are somewhere else, means you are living like a ghost. Instead of living like a ghost, we will start living inside our system, inside our boundary, inside our body with full awareness. These are the few ideas which I wanted to present to you. We will now internalize these ideas through our questions. One thing, if I just continue to speak, usually we don't believe others. That is the truth. To tell you honestly, we never believe others. I tell you, all lectures, all dialogues, all discourses are just waste. May not be 100%, but 99.9%. That's all. When the other person is speaking, you just keep quiet so that you will be allowed to speak. Usually, we never listen, we never allow any words to penetrate our being. Unless we question, unless we understand, unless we directly involve ourselves into the program, we don't internalize any ideas. Either we sit, we keep quiet out of courtesy, or we don't want to open our mouth. We feel too lazy. Why to ask question unnecessarily? Let's relax. This is the usual thing which happens. Now, let's internalize these ideas through our questions. You are welcome to ask anything related to the statements or the concepts which I expressed. Yes.
So, how do we pay attention to our body when we feel?
Today we are going to do a meditation technique. That's the first thing. Next thing, whenever you do anything related to your body, brushing the teeth, taking bath, eating, whenever you do anything directly related to your body, just be inside your boundary. You can see, only when you brush your teeth, you will have all ideas about your business. You will be thinking everything about your passions, about your business, about your life, everything. Whenever you do something directly to do with your body, be inside the boundary. Decide that. That's more than enough. Nothing else is necessary. That is more than enough. At least 2 to 3 hours you spend with your body every day. Brushing the teeth, cleaning yourself, taking bath, eating, dressing, all these things. In those moments, decide, I'll be with my body. I'll be inside my body. Especially when you take bath, just relax with your body. We never look our body. If you see your routine, you can see very clearly, you never look your body. You only wanted others to look your body. You never look your body. No, really. You never penetrate your body. You never deeply look your body. You never deeply relax into your body. You try, you think, you do all possible things to look beautiful according to the standard of the society. But you never relax into your body. I tell you, the moment you relax into your body, the moment you accept yourself, something called grace happens to you. It is not beauty, it is grace. Beauty comes by painting and doing all the makeup. Grace comes by accepting yourself. When you accept yourself, when you relax into yourself, something called grace happens to you. Apart from the meditation technique which we do today, you can take this one thing, this one statement, you can take as a message which you can carry in your life to your home. Decide, whenever I work with my body, I will be inside my boundary. Whenever you work with your body, just be inside the boundary. When I say just be inside the boundary, just feel what is happening inside your body. Stop thinking anything else except your body. Just see what is happening inside your body when you pour water, when you take shower. Just see what is happening inside your body, how your body is responding. When you brush, just feel how your mouth is feeling. When you are dressing, just feel how your body is feeling. Understand, your body responds to every single thought of your mind. Every single thought of your mind. you can just restructure your whole body with your mind. That's why in the East we have a beautiful philosophy called Samudrika Lakshana. The whole theory is your mind can be studied. The person who has mastered this art can tell everything about your mind just seeing your body. Because your body is the expression of your mind. Your body is just created by your mind. So whenever you are working with your body, decide, I will be with my body. I will not think of anything else. I will not do anything else. After all, when you are working with your body, you can't do anything else. Am I right? Surely you can't see your patients when you are taking bath. Surely.
Not a good idea.
Not a good idea. At least for patient. I don't know about yourself. For patient. Yes, something.
Swamiji, we go to the temples and all religions preach prayer, preaching the God, and we pray. And the prayer is one way of attaining the awareness of the bliss. What's the difference between the prayer and the meditation?
Beautiful question. What's the difference between prayer and meditation? When you pray to God. When you meditate, you become God. When you pray to God. When you meditate, you become God. That's all. You became that energy to whom you are praying, or to which you are praying, towards which your prayer is directed. Of course, prayer is a beautiful step. It is a good start, but not to end there. You can start with prayer, but don't end there. It's like a first or second grade. See, it is good to start, but not to end there. You can directly work with the energy and see the result. And moreover, prayer needs belief, faith, and all these things, which is outdated. To tell you honestly, how much you try, always one part of your being is ready to raise doubts. It is just waiting. See, if God does, as long as God does your homework properly, He can sit in the throne of God. The moment He misses some job which you have given Him through your prayers, immediately He will be dethroned. He will be questioned. He will be dethroned. He has to lose his place. He has to lose his post. So, I feel better build your life on meditation, in which you don't have to believe anybody. You don't have to have faith on anybody. And especially the words believe, faith, all these words are outdated. In the modern day, we can use only the words like look, see, experience. We can't use the words believe, have faith, trust, and all those words are lost their meaning. They are no more. Our people, this generation can't even relate with those words. Even if they are able to relate, they will be able to relate with these words only out of fear and greed, not out of understanding and love. Even our so-called prayers, you can see, it is out of fear and greed, which is not going to last long. The fear will disappear when you feel secure. The greed will disappear when your things are fulfilled. Or it will be just going to this extreme to that extreme. So better to drop these initial level ideas. Better you build your life on understanding based on meditation. It will be a solid base. It will be solid base. Of course, it takes little time and little more intelligence, little more patience to understand these concepts, to analyze them and to internalize them, then start expressing. It's a little big process, but better to go for this than prayer. Prayer is like it will give immediate effect, but only for few days. You know, whatever gives immediate effect, how long it will stay, and what are the side effects, all those things, you know. Yes, somebody behind raising the hand. Yes.
Most of the time, the wandering of the mind occurs at night when you're getting ready to go to sleep. What you do at that time. Second question is it a right time to meditate?
Yes. I'll answer these two questions. And his question also, please, can you? Yes, please.
Every individual passes through a stage of loving his own, her own body. It is known as autoerotism. After that stage, the love for body does not remain. What is the reason?
First thing, and please be seated. There's a beautiful question. Shiv, do you have a mic? Can you give the mic so that everyone will be able to hear the question? All of you are able to hear the question?
Yes.
Arrange tomorrow. I'll arrange for one more tomorrow.
Shall I repeat it?
Get little loud so that now I'm able to hear. I heard.
Every individual, man or woman, passes through a stage of development at a particular stage, and every individual loves his or her own body. That is known as autoerotism. After that period of stage of development, man or woman, that love for body does not remain. What is the reason?
Reason. Society doesn't allow you. You can see you can see a child, it will put the finger into the mouth. It will put the thumb. It will catch the thumb and put it into the mouth and play. And you can see kids whirling, spinning, and you can see kids eating with both hands, playing with their genitals, playing with their whole body. Through all this way, they express their love for their body. They express they are feeling homely with their body. They express they are very happy with their body. But we don't allow them. Do you allow when the kids spin around? Do you allow when the kids eat with the left hand? We suppress them. We suppress their joy. Actually, one more thing. When a person feels happy with his body, when a person loves his body, he will be in ecstasy. He will be continuously smiling for no reason. He will be just bubbling. He will feel like dancing. You can see kids. There's a beautiful definition of health in Ayurveda. They say health means it is not just no diseaseness. No diseaseness or clinically alright is only one part of health. It is not health. Health means feeling like dancing. The early morning when you come out of your bed, your steps from bed to the bathroom, if it is more like a dance than like walking, then you are healthy. That is the definition they say for health in Ayurveda. You can see kids just continuously alive. If they laugh, their whole body will laugh. Their whole body will smile. When we laugh, we see the next person. We see the next person and decide how much we can open our mouth. Really, we see the next person and decide. First we take the permission, or we see what we can do. We wait and see. When kids laugh, you can see their whole body will laugh. Their whole body will participate. In every activity, their whole body will participate. When somebody is homely, when somebody is feeling relaxed with his body, he will be so alive, so ecstatic, so joyful. Society cannot tolerate it. You can't tolerate when somebody is happy. If somebody is sad, things are okay. See, if somebody is sitting silently, sitting very deeply depressed, you feel he is okay, he is as he is. If somebody is just laughing, just bubbling, just singing, or dancing, or expressing himself, it's very difficult. We feel little uneasy. And especially when kids express themselves, we feel little uneasy. The so-called social bringing up, disturbs, and we start feeling disturbed. Naturally, we stop living inside our body. One more thing, when we take up the responsibilities, when we take too much of responsibility, which we can't handle, or when we don't create enough energy to take the responsibility, we just take the responsibility without creating enough energy, then we move away from the body. We stop living inside our body. Two things. First thing, take care of your kids that they don't lose this connection. Allow them to live with their body. Allow them to be happy with their body. When they take bath, if they jump in the water, allow them. If they just spin, put a mattress. Even if they fall, they will not hurt themselves. Never stop them. And if they eat with both the hands, just keep the left hand also clean. That's all. Why should we stop them? Allow them to use left and right equally. We don't have to suppress half of the body. And there are a few more things which we can do. Try to avoid separating the upper body and lower body through tight clothes. When we put tight clothes, we separate the upper body energy and lower body energy. We can use these few things to help our kids, and in our own life, as I told, try to live inside your body continuously whenever you work with your body. That's more than enough. It is just a social bringing up is the reason why we lose that autoeroticism. What he says, that love for our body. And we are taught one more idea. You should not stand in front of mirror and enjoy your body. That is considered as a ego or some kind of disease. Be very clear. Only thing, you should not think that you should look like somebody. Only that is a disease. You enjoying you as you are is perfectly alright. You enjoying yourself as you are can never be ego. It is perfectly alright. You can be with yourself. You don't have to take somebody's permission to be with yourself. Yes, your question. I have not answered your question. Yes, sir, your question.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, many times when people have, their mind wanders just when they're getting ready to sleep, when their mind should be at ease or at peace with themselves. And how you prevent that? That's one. And secondly, is that a good time to meditate, or what are the other good times when you should meditate?
I think the good time to meditate is when you get up from sleep and when you go to sleep. These two are the good time to meditate. But use very passive techniques. In meditation, 2-3 level techniques are there. Active techniques and passive techniques. In active techniques, your body also needs to be involved. With passive techniques, you don't need to involve your body. You can just do some visualizations. So use that type of techniques in which you don't need your body to be involved. You can just rest within yourself. Use that type of meditation techniques before you fall asleep. Yes.
Swami, tell us about your enlightenment. When
Please speak loud.
Your enlightenment. When did it occur? How do you? What changes happened? Give us educate us something about yourself.
Is it not too personal to? Can I speak about this? Surely I'll answer this question, but day after tomorrow, let's have a little more time with each other. You understand? If somebody, you meet somebody, in the first meeting itself he starts asking about your personal life. It's too intimate, you understand?
You have gotten us here. There must be a reason. You have gotten us here. There must be a reason for that. So
I understand. Surely I'll answer this question. Day after tomorrow?
Sure.
So let's have a little more time. Let's. You see, one thing, if I answer now, I'll give a social answer. If I answer day after tomorrow, I'll give an honest, intimate answer.
which you want. See, if I have to give an honest, intimate answer, we need little more intimacy. If I have to give a social answer, I can give, I was in Omkareshwar, I can say the place, I can say the time, I can say some few words, what has happened. Neither you will understand, nor I will feel satisfied that I have shared. So if we can have little more time with each other, then I think I will be able to open up to that much.
I have a question. You say, what you're talking about is being mindful all the time. Mindfulness that you're talking about in terms of loving.
Yes, you can use the word mindfulness, being here and now, meditating or creating awareness. All these words you can use. All these words are one and the same. It is just one and the same. I can say, being inside your system is a technique or a method to achieve that awareness. Surely I'll answer your question day after tomorrow. Give me a little time. Yes. Yes. One thing, there are two levels of japa. Repeating the word unconsciously. Just you start repeating for the sake of repetition. Some guru has inspired you, somebody has told you, so you started repeating. At some moment you had some ecstasy, so you started repeating. You are continuously repeating without awareness. This becomes unconscious process and it is very dangerous. Not only it doesn't help you, it is very dangerous. You have two parts of thinking. One is verbalization, another one is visualization. Both should be engaged in japa. Only then it will help you. If only verbalization is engaged and visualization is thinking of something else, then not only it will not help you, it is dangerous. There is every chance we will become schizophrenia. We will become split personality. So be very clear. The japa, when you do the repetition of some mantra, your verbalization part and visualization part both should be engaged. If you repeat the mantra, either you should contemplate on the meaning of the mantra, or the deity of the mantra, or the letter of that mantra. At least two processes should be done by you continuously. So if you don't do the other process also, which is related to mantra, you will start doing something else. I have seen many people repeating mantra, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, then, hey, what happened to the bridge? What did you attend the phone call? What happened to this? And then Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya, Namah Shivaya. So this will make you as a split personality. Not only it will not help you, it is dangerous. So when you repeat, be conscious of the word which you are repeating and be aware of the meaning of the word, or be aware of the person or the deity on which you are meditating through this word. Do both, let your visualization and verbalization both be engaged in the japa.
Then the traditional dogma says that pray to a deity or pray to an idol, for lack of better words. So what is the right way?
Now I have to honestly say a few things. First thing, praying to a deity or praying to an idol, praying to a god is an initial level step. It is a good thing to start. But being inside your own being or entering into your consciousness is the real thing which needs to be achieved. And even all these deities are nothing but the expression of enlightenment, nothing but the expression of higher experience. See, for example, when somebody has achieved the enlightenment experience or the higher consciousness experience,
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection.
Yes, welcome back. So we had a nice introduction to yoga for the body, and understand there is no controversy in existence. Today's theme is yoga, integrated science of the mind and body and spirit. So understand yoga is all of these together. It's not just about bending the body, it is about everything to do with the body, mind, and spirit. Yoga, in fact, means union. That's why it's integrated science, union of mind, body, and spirit. So now, based on this same topic, we're going to enter into a little activity. Just before we do that, requesting everyone to please switch on your cameras and be available in the camera frame. So we have Jing Li. So to everyone, Jing Li. We have Ma Om. We have Wei Chun Fang Ma. We have Ma Malukia. We have Ma Shamin News. Ma Agora Swarupini, we have Atma Jyotikananda Aya, we have Ma Zhang Jun, we have Ma Anandeshwari, we have Ma Fan Yan Ping, we have Ma Yao Chi No, we have Ma Ananda Agora Rupini, we have Ma Liu Hai Ying, and we also have Ma Ananda Paramashakti. And we also have one participant with the label iPad. If you could please rename yourself. So welcome to everyone, requesting everyone once again, please make yourself available on camera. Let us start into this exercise on yoga for the body. And understand when you come on camera, when you are on camera, it's easier for us to tailor the content to your needs. So whatever your needs are, we can give tailored solutions, guidance, and so forth. So it's a win-win situation, requesting everyone to please once again come on camera. Let's get ready for this internalization exercise. In fact, it is a technique.
Yes, so this is a technique that can be done at any point of time. When we look at our lives, early morning, when we get up and let's say we're brushing the teeth, we're already in our mind at the office. When we are in the office and let's say you're a doctor and seeing your patients, you're already at the beach. When you're actually in the beach, sitting and seeing the waves, you're already back in the house and starting thinking about the house and what not about the house. So one thing is very clear, we are not where we really are. At the house, you're thinking about the office. At the office, we're thinking about the beach. At the beach, we're thinking back about the house. So this powerful technique, this powerful process that Swamiji is giving us is going to make sure, is going to bring us back into where we truly are. Wherever our body is, our awareness should be aligned with that. And that is yoga for the body, uniting our mind, our thinking, our awareness with where the actual body is. So this is going to be a very powerful exercise process. Swamiji says the one thing that is really sure is we are not where we are, and that has become our lifestyle. If our body is here, we can be sure we are everywhere except here. If our body is here, anywhere except here. We don't feel comfortable, we don't feel relaxed, we don't feel homely with our body just because we don't love our body as it is. And this, Swamiji is giving the reason also why that is. Wherever we are and whatever we are, however we are, we don't feel comfortable, we don't feel relaxed, we don't feel homely, only because we don't love our body as it is. So this powerful process is to jump to the present moment. The time to do this and also the duration of this is actually anywhere and anytime and how much ever time is possible. Whether it is bedtime or anytime, anywhere, just ask yourself this powerful question. Whether you are here. Ask yourself this question. Am I here? As soon as you consciously ask yourself this, the thinking will stop. Instead of wandering here and there, to the office, to the beach, and back to the house, you'll actually immediately, the thinking will stop and respond to that question yourself and say yes. It will directly bring your awareness to the present moment. Try it now. Ask yourself, am I here? I have decided to set my time and all my other schedule to just sit here in the class in Paramashivoham. Am I here? And loudly say yes. You can be sure you're not there. Even though all of us, so many of us here are sitting in Zoom and some of us watching us on YouTube, we can be very sure, we can be very clear that we are not here. Our physical body may be sitting here, but we are not here. Even some of us are not even in the camera and not even present inside the camera. So that tells us we are really not here. So ask yourself this question, am I here? Let your whole thinking stop and answer the question, yes. You'll see a powerful uniting happens. So let us all take a moment and do this. We'll project the site. We are actually already projecting this slide. That will help you go through this.
Yes, you can relax now. And this is a very short but yet very powerful process, very powerful technique to bring you to the present moment, to bring you into the present moment, into awareness, simply by asking yourself, am I here? And answering, yes, I am here. You bring yourself to the present moment, you bring awareness to yourself, your surroundings. And of course, Swamiji says, all we need to do is to bring more awareness into our life. And that is the path to enlightenment, becoming more and more aware. All right, so we have Ma Zhang Jun that is actually written in the messages, am I here? Yes, and answered as yes. Thank you very much for sharing, Ma. All right, so let us now move on to the power manifestation. So the power manifestation will be entering into, it is the power of changing temperature, and we'll be changing the temperature of water. So what we'll do is, first of all, we'll enter into the Shastra Pramana, which is a scriptural reference of the science of altering temperature, the power of altering temperature.
Yes. Let's listen to the Shastra Pramana given by Paramashiva himself, delivered by Paramashiva himself. Kvachit vastuni vinyasya shanai drishtim nivartayet tajnanam chitta sahitam devi shunya layo bhavet. The translation of this verse says, having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, one should slowly withdraw the sight from that object, as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object along with any thoughts or impressions of it. Then, O Devi, one abides in Shunya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, which is a state of all-inclusiveness or infinity, the space of oneness. Now, with this power, let us pick up a cup of water. A small cup is sufficient. And let's first measure the temperature of the water. Let us measure the temperature of the water first. If you have a thermometer or anything similar for you to measure, great. Note that down. Note down the temperature of the water, or you could just use your finger, just dip it in the water, just feel for it, use your skin sensors, and write down exactly how you felt the water is. You can say the water is lukewarm, the water is cold, and it feels like, let's say, room temperature or much hotter. Whatever your impression is, whatever your first impression is, write that down. Now, please make sure you note it down. If you're just dipping your finger inside the water, please make sure to write down exactly how the water felt, the temperature of the water felt. We'll be doing this again after the manifestation. So let us, once you have written it down, let's sit comfortably with our head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Now, hold the intention to manifest the power of altering the temperature of the water. Hold the intention to manifest Paramashiva through you. Chanting the Mahavakya given, blessed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, brings us back to that space of oneness again and again. So let's chant the mantra with the japa intensely. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Chant intensely with the intention to manifest the power of altering the temperature? Let us start.
Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Nityananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham
Yes, you can now relax. And let's take a second measurement of the temperature of the water. So we had a glass of water, or a container of water, whatever you decided to have the water in, a container of water. We have taken the initial measurement of the temperature of the water. And now I'm requesting participants, after affecting the temperature of the water, let's measure the temperature once again.
And let's hear from all of you. How was it to sit in that meditation process for manifestation? And what are your results? How was the water before and how is it right now? Let's have a quick moment of sharing. We'll share our experience. And also call people even during the day when you are going through your day. Every moment, every chance you get, share what you're doing, how you're expanding. Give people the gift of Paramashivoham. So while you're all sharing, just take a quick moment to share, and while we're sharing, we can enter into the next segment for the day. As you know, today we are listening. Of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, manifesting as Nataraja Murthy.
All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us get ready for the next revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which will be on quantum spirituality. And then we'll have a short meditation as well on how to stop the mind. Understand that the mind is an action. It is our action, and we are responsible for it. And in the same way that you can stop your talking, you can stop your walking, you can also stop your thinking, you can also stop the mind. So Swamiji will be taking us through these beautiful revelations and the meditation to stop the mind. Let us come to the space of listening. Let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us hear directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on these very topics. Let us begin.
We'll start with a small story. An American gentleman went to England, was traveling in a train along with a British gentleman and a lady. Lady had a pet dog, just running all over, creating a lot of trouble. Suddenly the dog jumped an American guy and his lady, instead of asking sorry or apologizing, she started petting the dog who had some serious problems. We need to be attended, something has to be done, I will take care of you. After 10 minutes, again the dog jumped on the American guy. And now you know what he would have done. He has done everything. Again this lady, instead of asking for apology, she started petting the dog. Oh, you have some serious stomach trouble. I should take you to the doctor. I should give you some care. The guy was keeping quiet. Again, after a few minutes, the dog jumped on the American guy and made the whole place dirty. Now it is too much. The American guy didn't speak a word. He simply picked the dog, threw out of the window. Didn't do anything. He didn't speak. Just he picked the dog and threw out of the window. Till this moment, British gentleman was keeping quiet. Now he started speaking. You American guys drive in a wrong way, measure with wrong scales. Now you threw the wrong pitch out of the window. We always throw the wrong pitch out of the window in our life. Of course, whenever you choose someone, your decision is wrong. You choose anything, the very idea of choosing is wrong. Anything you choose, you omit something or you eliminate something, you bracket out something. In the life, whatever you bracket out or eliminate, you are doing a wrong decision. We always throw the wrong pitch out of the window. One thing we need to remember, it is one of the wonderful quotations from a great master. There is nothing controversial in existence. If you feel something is contradicting the other things, if you feel there is a controversy, only one thing you need to understand, you have not got the link. You are missing some link which connects the things of the world. In the existence, there is nothing controversial. Everything complements the other things. In existence, whenever you choose something for something or something against something, you take a wrong decision. In life, we always have a big problem, conflict, whether to choose a spiritual life or material life. whether to do this or that. We always have conflict. A small incident has actually happened. And it continues to happen. I've seen many people doing the same thing. People come to me and ask me, Swamiji, should I stay in the ashram for a few days? If I tell them, all right, please stay and enjoy the atmosphere, immediately they will give all the reasons why they should not stay. Immediately they will start, no, Swamiji, I have this work, I have that work. If I say, all right, don't stay, you can go and carry on, do your work. Immediately they will give you all the reasons. No, then I will miss all this atmosphere, then I will miss everything. I have always seen, if you give any decision, immediately your mind, other part of your mind, is ready to support the other side. The whole life, we live in dilemmas. If you choose some one part, always the other part is waiting. If you choose this, then you start thinking, oh, I missed that. If you choose that, you start thinking, I missed this. Before the idea of quantum, in science also, there was a big clash between the matter and energy. It is the idea of quantum which solved the problem of matter and energy. Early time, the scientists, people who work in the physics field, they always thought matter is something different from energy. Later on, one group of scientists, one sect, I can call it one sect, they always think only in religion there is a sect. In spirituality, things are only in the spirituality there is a sect. You do not know. If you go a little deep, you will understand. Among the scientists, also a lot of sects, and among the scientists, a lot of superstitions do exist. We need to understand an important thing. Even among scientists, a lot of prejudice and superstitions do exist. They start with their own ideas. To conclude their ideas, they create theory or hypothesis. They collect the data which supports the theory. So one sect of physics people are thinking, they start telling, energy and matter both exist. Only the time and space difference. In different time and different space, the same particle is energy. And in different time and different space, the same particle is matter. Next came another one group. They started claiming, no, there is no space gap. At one time, it's a matter, in another one time, it's an energy. No space gap. Then came the third group, started declaring, there is no time gap. Neither space nor time. There is no time gap. In every moment, at any given moment, the same particle is matter and same particle is energy. Now the new theory is getting developed. They say that space called singularity beyond matter and energy, where our concept, our logic, our words are not able to penetrate. They call it space of singularity. After the word quantum came to existence, after the idea came to existence, the conflict between the energy and matter is solved. The idea, energy and matter, is expressed in a much better way, in a much more beautiful way. Same way, in the spirituality also, we can remove the conflicts, we can remove the contradictions, we can go beyond the conflicts and contradictions. As long as we have conflict and contradiction, be very clear, we have not entered into the zone of spirituality. We are only living in the zone of intellect. The moment you enter into the spiritual zone, all the conflicts, all the controversies, it simply disappears. As long as the conflict and controversy is there, you can be sure you are playing with words. Playing with words is a dangerous game. You can be playing with words. You can never understand the truth. When you play with words, only half truth is expressed. Half truth is much worse than a lie. Whenever we play with words, we create conflicts. When you really go into the experience of spirituality, conflicts simply disappear. As long as you play with words, there is every chance of misunderstanding. Small story. One lady was trying to fit herself in a new fur coat. She was standing in front of a mirror, seeing how it looks on her. Her daughter, small girl, she started telling, "Mom, don't you feel how much the poor animal has to suffer for the fur coat?" Immediately she shouted, "What? How dare you talk about your dad like this?" Doctor is mentioning about an animal. Mom understands. In the other way, doctor is talking about the animal. It's supposed to give the fur. Mom is understanding. She understands about the person who is supposed to pay for the coat. With words, there is more chance of misunderstanding than understanding. With words, you continuously create more and more and more conflicts. One person asked me, "Swamiji, should I take up a spiritual life or material life?" Actually, if you look a little deep, there is no two different life. There is no two different life. As long as you feel there is two different life, you are not living the real life. You are only living with mere words. You are only playing with mere words. A small idea which you need to understand. After I expressed this idea, I wanted any questions from audience because this is a wonderful idea to be understood. Just by clear understanding, it can become experience. There are few ideas. Just by a simple understanding, it can become experience. A normal so-called life, a normal living from incident to incident, from past to future. You can think this as a horizontal line. Continuously thinking, planning, working. Continuously thinking, planning, working. The life moves. This you may take it as a horizontal line. Horizontal line. You think, you plan, you decide, and you do the things. You may call it as a materialistic life. There's another kind of life, spiritual life. Continuously living in the present moment. Neither worrying about the past, nor worrying about the future. Continuously living in the present moment. When you live in the present moment, you travel in a vertical line. If you live with the thoughts, you travel in a horizontal line from thought to thought, from thought to thought, from thought to thought. If you live in the present moment, you travel in a vertical line. You travel in a different space, vertical space. When you ask, should I live a worldly life or a spiritual life? You try to choose between the horizontal line and the vertical line. You ask, should I take this kind of line or should I take this kind of line? If you look little deep, if you understand little deep, if you penetrate your consciousness, if you have even one glimpse of the present moment, you will understand life is neither horizontal nor vertical. As long as you think you can travel either horizontal way or in a vertical way, you are with mind. Only when you understand you can travel horizontally and vertically in the same time, in same space. Not only you can travel horizontally and vertically, you can explore in all 360 degrees. 360 degrees this way and 360 degrees this way. If you understand, you can explore in all the directions, in all the possibilities. You will not have a conflict between the horizontal line and vertical line. As long as you understand, as long as you accept, you can explore. You don't have to travel. You can explore through in horizontal line and vertical line in all directions. Till you understand that, you will continue to have a conflict between the materialistic life and spiritual life, between the horizontal line and vertical line. The mind keeps you as a slave by making you believe you can travel only in horizontal line or the vertical line. You will be slave of your mind as long as you believe you cannot travel in all the directions. As long as you believe you can travel only in the horizontal line or the vertical line, mind will keep you as a slave. That is why even the so-called spiritual sadhana, you don't grow, you don't experience the transformation. As long as you decide spiritual practice against the worldly life, you cannot grow into the life. Please be very clear. Whenever you choose spiritual life against the worldly life, be very clear, you can never grow in the spiritual life. As long as you are staying in a plane of making choice, be very clear, you are in a worldly plane. You may give a new coat to your worldly life and the spiritual life. Most of us don't want to transform our whole being. Just we want to show we are struggling for transformation. If you look a little deep, you will understand we have a deep fear of transformation. We don't want the transformation, but we don't even want to say that we don't want the transformation. It's a wonderful game between our mind and the consciousness. You are kept as a slave as long as you believe you can travel only in the horizontal direction or in the vertical direction. The moment you understand, you start believing, you start having trust in your being, you can travel in horizontal direction and vertical direction simultaneously without the gap of space and time. There is no need for space and time gap. If you think, if you travel in horizontal, you can't travel in vertical. Naturally, you will share your life. Some portion for spirituality and some portion for worldly life. That's what I call holiday religion. Holiday religion. In holidays, we go to some discourse, a little bit of meditation, some puja, some ritual. As long as spirituality is a part-time job for you, Please be very clear, you can never become spiritual. You may give title spirituality for your acts, but you can never become spiritual by your being. If the spirituality is your part-time job, you can be sure it is just can be. It can transform your life. As long as spirituality is a part-time job, be very clear. You will continuously have hypocrisy and guilt. Hypocrisy and guilt. Either you will know that it is not going to help and you will do it, or you will think it is going to help and you have to think you are not able to do it. Either you will know the meditation is not going to help you, but you will try to do it. Just to show for the people in a hypocritical way. Most of us don't believe in some rituals. We do it just for the sake of social prestige. So hypocrisy or guilt. Sometimes you start believing in some ritual, some meditation. Even a meditation is a ritual. As long as you believe, you can travel only in horizontal line or vertical line. Meditation is also a ritual. As long as you believe, it can be done only some portion at some part of your life. If you do it at some part of your life, if you do it in particular time, be very clear, your so-called meditation is also nothing but a ritual. Only when it becomes your life, only when it becomes your consciousness, you can be sure you are meditating. Till that moment, till that time, it's only a ritual. Either you have hypocrisy, or if you start believing the meditation or a ritual, you will have deep guilt. You are not able to do it continuously. Be very clear. Here I am making a bold statement, which is a little controversial. No intelligent man can do any practice more than 21 days with inspiration. It's a little sharp statement, but I make from my experience. In last 2 years, I have met more than 2 lakh people personally in 5 countries. I have seen thousands of people entering into meditation. I can say I myself initiated at least 40,000 people into meditation. But when I initiate them into meditation, people ask me, we do a meditation camp called Ananda Swaram. People ask me, Swamiji, should I do all the meditation techniques? I tell them, no, please don't. Do it only 1 or 2, that's enough. They say, no, Swamiji, it's so nice, I want to do all the 7. Can I do it? I tell them, all right. Just after a month, if I meet them somewhere and ask them, have you started? Always the usual reply, no, Swamiji, I have to start. I'm searching for a good day. It's a usual thing. At least from my experience, I can say, no intelligent man can do any practice more than 21 days with inspiration. If it becomes more than 21 days, it will become a dead ritual. I've seen the people doing puja. They will just wait when they can come out of the puja room after finishing the puja. They will finish with so much such a speed and hurriedly move. They will never enter the puja room again. See, the same way meditation. When you do it as a part-time job, as a part of your routine, always you have hypocrisy or guilt. I have seen the people. They come to me because they suffer with some guilt. And I tell them, don't bother, don't worry, relax, and understand some good ideas. I give them some consolation or some idea. People don't feel that they will attend it. So they asked me, no, Swamiji, please give me some meditation. I tell them there is no need for meditation for your mental setup. Please just understand these few ideas, that is more than enough. But they don't feel fulfilled. They again and again ask me, no, Swamiji, please give me some meditation. Finally, I give them some meditation technique just to console them. After a month, if I ask them, are you following the technique? I find they have one more guilt. Apart from their usual guilt, now they have one more guilt that they are not able to do the meditation. Whenever you make anything as part of your life, be very clear, another one is going to take revenge on you. As long as you think meditation is the quantity to be added to your routine, you will have conflict. You will have conflict. Meditation is not the quantity to be added to your routine. It is the quality to be added to your routine. Only when you understand, you don't need separate time for worldly life and separate time for meditation. You enter into a real spiritual life. What the scientists call a singularity. That is what I think. I feel the word Brahman can be translated with the word singularity. The space beyond the matter and energy. The space beyond the conflict of worldly life and spiritual life. That is what I call quantum spirituality. When you understand, you can travel in horizontal level and the vertical level, both in the same time, in same space. Little difficult concept to understand. A little difficult concept because verbally you can't express. When you say the word horizontal line and a vertical line, I will make a difference between the space, different space, difference I express difference in space. But again I say, you can travel in horizontal line and vertical line the same time in same space. It's a little difficult to understand intellectually. It's a little difficult to express verbally. But experientially, if you go a little deep into your being, a little deeper than a word, a little deeper than your inner chattering, you can really understand the idea. You can travel in horizontal line and vertical line simultaneously. Let me make a small sketch for you to understand this idea because I am bored of giving the public resources. As long as you think you can travel only in the vertical line, you go in the horizontal line. As long as you think you can travel only in the spiritual line, you travel in the vertical line. You escape to Himalayas, or you go to Vipassana, you do only the techniques. As long as you travel in the horizontal line, you just plan for your life, work, and go to the success or the result. Horizontal line and vertical line. Whether you travel in horizontal line or vertical line, under the control of the mind. But only when you understand, you can travel in all these directions simultaneously. You can explore in all the directions at a time. You go beyond mind. You go beyond mind. Right. Close your eyes. Close your eyes and feel your boundary. Feel where your body ends and the universe starts. Where the existence starts. Just feel your boundary. Witness whatever is happening inside your boundary. Don't move out of your boundary. Trust whatever you are seeing and you have heard. Just be inside your boundary, inside your body. Witness whatever is happening inside your boundary, inside your body. Witness deeply, you are witnessing. Witness the witness. Just witness where you are hearing the music inside your body. What is happening inside your boundary? Witness it. Witness the witness. Come down to this present moment. Be here and now. Just be here and now. Witness the witnessing consciousness. Body into the present moment. Penetrate the present moment. Body into the present moment. Just be here and now, inside your boundary. Just be inside your boundary, without any words. Trust yourself that you can live the present moment. That is the greatest trust. That is the greatest transformation which you can create in your being. Let these great ideas enter into your life. All the great masters who created these techniques and the great ideas to inspire and transform our life, and all the people who worked physically, mentally, economically to organize the whole program and to bring these great ideas of meditation to your life. So let us give thanks to all of them and let these ideas enter into your life, and let quantum spirituality and quantum meditation happen in your life. Let you realize, experience, being in one, begin.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kalasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kalasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kalasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kalasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, The United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of Kailasa serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. Kailasa's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivoham, Kailasa has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of Kailasa is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep
Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gagana Sarusham Tadpamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamadgalam Sarvadi Sakshibodham Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, everyone. Nityanandam. After this beautiful meditation, how to quiet the mind, let us enter into the next round of today's power manifestation. We've been changing the temperature of objects. So there's a variation of the power of consciousness over matter. Requesting First, let us welcome everyone who's here. Ma Jing Li Nityanandam, Wei Chun Fang Nityanandam, Ma Gurulinga Sangha Nityanandam, Ma Xiaomein Yus, Ma Abhora Sarupini, Atma Jyotikananda Nityanandam, Ma Anandishwari Nityanandam, Ma Fan Yanping Nityanandam, Ma Yao Jino Nityanandam, Ma Ananda Agora Rupini, Ma Liao Hai Ying, and Ma Ananda Paramashakti Nityanandam, everyone. Requesting everyone who is on camera, who is not on camera, to join us as we are getting ready for the power manifestation. So first, let us enter into the Shastra Pramana for the power of altering the temperature. The Pramana goes as follows. Vajit vastuni vinyasya shanayat drishtim nivartayet tam jnanam chitta sahitam devi shunyalayo bhavet. Having fixed one's eyes on a particular object, vastu, one should slowly withdraw the sight from that object, as well as slowly eliminate the knowledge of that object, along with the thought and impressions of it. Then, O Devi, one abides in shunya, sa anya, the state where there is nothing other than this exists, which is the state of all-inclusiveness or infinity. So fundamentally, by entering into the space of oneness, we experience that. We experience the oneness with any object by withdrawing all the ideas, the judgments, the understandings that we carry about an object. We actually experience our original state of oneness with that object. And from there, we manifest all the powers that are related. So let's all settle down. And we're going to, maybe we can get a glass of water. And if you have a thermometer, you can measure the temperature of the water. And you can decide whether you want to increase or decrease the water. Just make sure that it is at room temperature. So I guess maybe the best way to go is you take 2 cups of water. And you're going to increase the temperature of one and decrease the temperature of the other, so that you can make sure that it's not a fluke. It's not that the water was colder or warmer to begin with. So it's just adjusting to the room temperature. We take 2 cups of water, then we can make sure that the power manifestation is successful. So requesting everyone to just take a few moments and go ahead, take 2 cups of water, fill them, and take the preliminary measurement to then have a comparison for the before and after. If you do not have a thermometer, you can measure the water with your finger also. It's not as precise naturally. But I guess if you change the temperature of the water more, it will be a clear understanding. So you will have 2 glasses of water, and you want to change the temperature of one of them. You can make it either warmer or colder. And by keeping your finger in both of the cups of water, you can compare. This is if you do not have a thermometer, so that you can participate in this power manifestation round as well. So let us get 2 glasses of water. Settle down and connect to Swamiji in our inner space. Experience the oneness with the water in front of you. Connecting to Swamiji, who is initiating us into the oneness experience, initiating us into the manifestation of all the powers through a simple feeling connection. The space of Paramadvaita opens up to us. We experience the thoughtless state, Nirvikalpa Samadhi. From there, whatever we will simply manifests. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and chant the Mahavakyam. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting the Mahavakya and let this round of the power manifestation begin. Change the temperature of the water in front of you. Let's go.
Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, let us settle down. Now let's go ahead and compare the temperature, the before and after. Or if you have 2 cups in front of you, you can compare the temperature of the 2 liquids. Let us know in the Zoom chat by how much the temperature has changed if you have a thermometer and you can do a precise measurement. Just let us know if it got warmer or colder. And what was your experience? Did you feel the energy flow? Did you have any other experiences that you would like to share? Please go ahead and do so. As we are going to dive deeper, we're going to learn more about the workings of the mind. And Swamiji is going to guide us into a beautiful meditation. So let us all sit back, keeping our head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and receive these blessings from Swamiji.
I'm very happy for I thank for the beautiful introduction and the words given by Dr. Murali Krishna and Dr. Vijay Amarpan. The topic is art of meditation. I'll try to present few ideas from our ancient wisdom. Then we'll analyze these ideas with our questions and try to internalize them through our question answers. Then we'll have a practical meditation technique to practice. Last 4 days, we had 4 different sessions. Yoga for body, yoga for our inner verbalization, yoga for our mind, yoga for our being, spirit. Every day we had different topics, different subjects. Now I will give you a very simple presentation, few concepts about how our mind works, how we perceive things, how we process information inside our system, and how we take decisions, and where we can infuse peace, where we are missing the peace and bliss, where we can infuse peace and bliss. First thing, meditation is the greatest gift given to the world by Indian masters. Every society, every country has contributed something to the humanity. According to my experience, meditation is the contribution from India. That's the greatest contribution from India. Yoga and meditation is the greatest contribution given to the world by our ancient masters. Let me give you a simple diagram how we perceive things, how the information is processed inside our system according to yoga. Then we'll analyze these concepts with our questions. First thing, you see something through your eyes. The information which you receive through eyes goes to something called chakshi. In Sanskrit, we call it chakshi. It's almost like a digital signal processor. The whole file is digitized. The information which you receive through eyes are digitized in the chakshi. Next, the whole file goes to chitta. Chitta is the memory. In chitta, elimination happens, the excluding happens. For example, if you are seeing me, the information which you receive through eyes goes to the chakshi. In chakshi, the whole file is digitized. Then the file goes to chitta. Chitta discriminates. This is not animal. This is not a plant. This is not a tree. This is not a mountain. The discrimination is done by the chitta. Then the whole file goes to manas. In Sanskrit, we call it as manas. English, mind. You may use any word. The mind That's the process of identifying. Memory, chitta does the work of this is not, this is not, this is not. Manas does the work of this is it, this is it, this is it. It starts identifying. First it says, oh, a Swami. Then it says, meditation teacher. Whatever your mind wants to say, it gives you the identification. This is it. That is explained by the mind. Next, the whole file takes a quantum leap, goes to your ego. The whole file completely takes a quantum leap, goes to your ego. Then you decide how I am supposed to respond to this moment or to this file. You decide what is there for me with this information. For example, you are seeing me, the file, you are seeing me through the eyes, the file goes to Chakshu, the whole file is digitized. And then the file goes to Chitta. Chitta says, this is not this, this is not this, this is not this. This is not a tree, this is not a plant, this is not an animal. Then the whole file goes to Manas. Manas decides, oh, this is a human being, this is a Swami. This is, you start identifying. Then the whole file goes to ego. Ego decides, what is there for me with this person? Based on your past experiences with other meditation teachers or other Swamis, you decide whether to sit here or not to. You decide based on your past experiences. If you had good experiences with some other guru, some other master, with some other spiritual teacher or meditation teacher, you decide, let me sit here. This is the place for me. I should learn something. If you had some bad experience with somebody who was wearing the same orange robe, immediately you decide, no, this is not a place for me. I don't want to sit here. That what is there for me is given by the ahankar, ego. Then the command comes back to the mind. The command is executed. You start doing what you want to do. One thing, if this whole process, if it is straight, clear, as I explained now, there will be no problem. But it is not completely conscious or straight, as I explained. At one point, you take a different path. Only from eye to mind, the process is conscious, straight, which is under your control. As I explained now, it is straight, logical. From eye to mind, it is completely logical. No problem. But from mind to ego, it is unconscious. It is not under your control. That is why, logically, if you analyze, you know smoking is injurious to health. According to the information which you receive through senses, according to the process of Chakshu, Chitta, Manas, you know smoking is injurious to your health. But suddenly you decide to smoke. Why? If it is straightforward conscious process, when you know it is not good for your health, naturally you will drop. But you say, no, I know it is not good. But it's a small story. One guy came to me and said, Swamiji, a week ago I read a book which explains the negative impacts on our being by smoking. After that, I stopped. I asked him, oh, you stopped smoking, that's nice. He said, no, Swamiji, I stopped reading like this confusing book. You know, many times you know which is right and wrong, but we are not able to decide with our straight logical data. The data which you get logically, if you decide based on that, your whole life will be conscious. The conscious life is what I call spiritual life, integrated life, holistic life. But we are not. In many places, we do make unconscious decisions. Why we make? When the file takes a quantum leap, this area, the unconscious zone, is filled with lot of samskaras, engraved memories. That's the right word for samskara. Engraved memories. These engraved memories, they just decide on their own without asking your permission. Logically, you know smoking is injurious for health. But suddenly you decide, let me smoke. Because of the engraved memory, samskara. Samskara is so powerful, it can just pull you to do the same act again and again. It has got tremendous power, force over your being. These samskaras are the root cause for many illnesses. I can say at least all psychosomatic illnesses. Samskaras are the root cause. These samskaras, these engrams, are the reason for our stress. If you see your life, the same incident, the same person will create a different types of response, will create a different emotion in your being at different times. When you are in a good mood, calm mood, the same incident, you will be able to handle it much better way. If you are disturbed, even a small incident, you are totally depressed. You are not able to handle it. It is because of the samskaras. The engrams play a major role in your thinking system. For example, if you are hurt or disturbed by somebody who is wearing white clothes, whenever you see a person wearing white clothes, that engram automatically comes up. That is why, if you are hurt, disturbed in a particular place, when you see that place again, even if the person is not there, you will have the same low mood. You will have the same depression. You will project the same thing in the place. At sometime, it's very serious. The decisions, the major decisions which you make are impacted because of these samskaras. In major decisions, when you take a major decisions, very important things in your life, if the samskaras inspire you, you don't even know in which direction you are traveling. You don't even know in which direction you are traveling. Especially some engrams, which is deeply recorded inside your being unconsciously. Continuously you repeat them without awareness. Continuously you repeat them without even your awareness. Especially morning when you start brushing your teeth, you can see your mind will be repeating some words which is not directly related to your life, which is not directly related to your routine. Simply you will be repeating something. When you are taking bath, your mind will be repeating some words. I always tell people, if you are in the house, brushing your teeth, you are already in the office, thinking about your routine. If you are in the office, seeing patients, already you are in the beach, having vacation. If you are sitting in the beach, enjoying the cool breeze, already you are there in the house, thinking about your next routine. One thing is sure, you are not there where you are. If you are here, we can be sure you are everywhere except here. We just continuously go around. We almost live like ghosts because of these samskaras, because of these engrams. Continuously you are repeating something inside your being which is not directly logically connected to your routine or to your life. This unconscious process
creates a lot of disturbance in your physical health and mental health. For example, when you are in deep fear or in a high peak mode of greed, these engrams, these samskaras get recorded in your system. A small girl falls into a swimming pool or a stream of water. If people shout, oh, she can't breathe, catch her, help her, that word gets recorded in a system as a samskara. She will suffer asthma, even after getting 40, 50. Continuously samskara repeats itself in her being. I have seen hundreds of cases like these people suffering because of samskaras. I work with patients. We heal through meditation. At least in the last 2 years, more than 200,000 people had a spiritual healing touch or meditation through our institution. I'm working with lakhs of people. I tell you from my experience, many of the psychosomatic illnesses have got their roots in samskaras. If we can heal this samskara, we can do a very big service to the humanity. The meditation heals the samskaras. Meditation helps you to come out of the samskaras. Apart from the physical health, the mental health also. The stress, the main root cause for stress is the samskaras. Actually, these samskaras, when they are sitting in this unconscious zone, they will not allow any file directly to reach the ego. More the samskaras, more the file will be distorted. Everybody will sign their opinion on that file. Understand? The file is supposed to move from this table, this person to that person. Between, if there are only 2-3 persons, the file will move quickly and file will go as it is. If there are 300 persons sitting in between, everybody will write their opinion. By the time the file reaches the last person will not know what decision to make. He just says something, decision is made, and it is executed. More the engrams, more the samskaras, more confusion and more stress. And the process also takes more time. That is why many times you will not be able to decide for 10 years. Simple decision, we will not be able to take even for 10 years because more engrams, more samskaras. By the time people decide whether to get married or not, already the life is over. Many times you can't decide. Why? Because too many engrams, too many samskaras. The process takes too long time. So many persons writing their opinions. What will happen to the file? You will never be able to decide. It becomes a complete confusion. Too many engrams create many psychosomatic illnesses and confusion in our day-to-day life, whether it is relationships or it's a profession. It will be very difficult to take any decision. Even small decisions look like too big. You feel that you are not able to take the decisions. You feel insecure continuously even to take a small decision. People are not able to do any change in their life because of these engrams. Too many samskaras. You will not be able to move in your life. The whole courage to move in the life is completely disturbed. The unconscious process of the engrams is the root cause, the single root cause for many of our problems. If we can infuse peace, silence into this unconscious zone, the whole unconscious zone becomes conscious zone. Because the moment you remove the engrams, the moment you remove the samskaras, the whole process
will be under your control, will be under your awareness, will be under your consciousness. Only because of the samskaras, the process goes to the unconscious zone. If the samskaras are removed by infusing peace into the unconscious zone, the whole thing will come under your awareness. Removing the samskaras, infusing peace into the unconscious zone is what I call meditation. Is what I call meditation. One more thing. The time taken for the conscious process and time taken for the unconscious process. Okay, I can show. That's okay. I like it. It's okay. The time taken for the conscious process and the time taken for the unconscious process only decides whether you are in an instinct level or intellect level or in the intuition level. If the time taken for the conscious process is more than unconscious process, for example, unconscious process will take less time, you are at instinct level, immediately you choose. Of course, the file goes very late. Because you can't wait for file, you just decide something. File never reaches even the ego. In between, somebody decides. The leader is never given a chance to decide. Simply in between, somebody signs the file and passes the art. You start executing it. If the time taken for the unconscious process is less, means you are in instinct level, animal level. If the time taken for conscious and unconscious, if it is equal, then we are in the level of intellect, man, human level. If the time taken for unconscious, if it is more, means we are more peaceful inside our being. We are more silent inside our being. We are more integrated inside our being. We are calm inside our being. Means we are in the level of intuition, in the level of God. Animal, man, God. Instinct, intellect, intuition. All these three levels are decided only based on the meditation power. If you can infuse more and more silence into your unconscious zone, we can move from instinct to intellect, intellect to intuition. Intuition word is one more important word. Very difficult for logical people to understand that there is something called intuition exists. Very small example. In one of our meditation camp, one person asked me, Swamiji, many times I get an experience, like when I am sitting in a party, suddenly I feel that within 5 minutes somebody is going to come. Something is going to happen. Actually, it happens. If I hear a telephone ringing, suddenly I remember some friend's name whom I have not seen or remembered for the last 10 years. I remember his name. When I pick up the phone, he is there on the line. When I hear a doorbell, suddenly I remember some relative's name. When I go and open the door, he is standing, he is there. This happens in my life many times, Swamiji. How it happens? Why it happens? I asked the whole crowd, how many of you experienced like this at least once in your life? The same moment. She told one more thing. When I go to some friend's house, when I go first time, suddenly I feel I have come to the same place already. I am able to tell in which room what things are there. And it is exactly there as it is. When I asked the group, how many of you had this type of experience at least once in your life? More than 80% raised their hands. Now, how many of you had this type of experience at least once in your life?
See, now if you understand, analyze something, if it is in one person's life, once or twice, we can reject it in the name of coincidence. Or it's just coincidence. We can reject. But when it happens in so many persons' life, so many times, how can we reject it? Just with a simple word, coincidence. We can't reject this. Just with a simple word, coincidence. There is something more. We can't use just one word and remove or put this whole thing aside. There is something more than our intellect. We need to look into it. We need to analyze it. Of course, a lot of research are being done. I do not know much about the other things. But one thing is sure. According to yoga, I can explain this phenomenon. At that moment, fortunately, knowingly or unknowingly, you come to the present moment. When you come to the present moment, you will have the power, energy to see what is going to happen next. Almost no confusion. You reach the state where there is no confusion, no engrams are signing your file. At that moment, for a single moment, no engrams are signing your file. Your file is straight away reaching the ego without any signature from any samskaras. The whole process is conscious. That is why suddenly you get glimpse of intuition. Suddenly you get what is going to happen next. You can stay continuously in the same state by practice. People tell me, Einstein says in one place, logic is a servant, intuition is a gift from higher energy. I tell you, intuition is not just gift. You can make it as a salary. If it is a gift, we have to wait. Who will give, when they will give, what time, whether it will come or not, we don't know. You can make it as a salary. You can work for it. You can achieve it. You can make it as your life. We can stay in the same state of intuition, the same state of ultimate consciousness continuously through meditation. One more thing I want to say, because it's a very important thing for doctors. Yesterday we were analyzing about this subject. Taking the negative energies of patients continuously, whether you believe it or not, you are meditating on patience. Continuously, you are contemplating on negativities, the problems of the patients. There was a beautiful research which I was reading, that in medical schools, if a particular subject, if they are teaching about particular disease, more than, for example, headache or knee pain, back pain, more than 40% of the students show the same symptoms at the time of teaching. 40%. When you continuously contemplate on some particular disease or symptom, you tend to feel it. Even you can see when you listen about some symptom, you just compare inside your mind. Do I have that? Do I have it? When you contemplate, you try to express or experience the same things in your system. Continuously, whether you believe it or not, accept it or not, we are meditating on patience. And when whatever things you are receiving, the negative engrams or the negative ideas you are receiving from the patients, straight away goes and settles down in the unconscious zone. It is in the unconscious zone, creating more trouble for us, as if we have less karmas, as if we have less samskaras. We acquire more and more samskaras, which creates more trouble, more complications in our life. That's why in Ayurveda and yoga system,
they emphasize every healer has to meditate to disconnect the etheric connection from the patients. Every healer has to clean himself, disconnect himself from the etheric connection of the patients. It is not only for healers, even for doctors. When you are continuously listening to the problems of patients, naturally you get associated, or you start swallowing all their problems, those negative ideas, negative thoughts. You can see in your life many times, even after coming back to the house, your mind will be repeating the words which you heard from the patients. Mind is just continuously repeating the same words which we heard from patients. We need to clean ourselves. Please at least take 10 to 15 minutes per day to clean yourself. Just like when you come out of the hospital, you clean your hands, you take bath, keep yourself away from bacteria. Same way, you need to meditate and disconnect ourselves. We need to meditate and disconnect ourselves from the etheric connections or the negativities which we are receiving. We need to keep the quality of our inner space, the unconscious zone. We need to keep our inner space clean and peaceful. It is our responsibility. We give appointment to everybody, but we don't give appointment to ourselves. Please decide now onwards to give at least 15-20 minutes appointment to yourself. To keep your inner space peaceful, happy, and healthy. These are the few concepts which I wanted to express. Thank you for all. Thank you that you all sat and listened. Now we'll take a few minutes to analyze these concepts with your questions. You will analyze it. You are welcome to ask any question. After the questions, question answers, we'll see a simple practical meditation technique through which you can keep your inner space peaceful and blissful. You are welcome to put any question. Yes.
Do you believe in next life?
It's too big theory, ma. See, let's talk about this life. I always tell people ask me, Swamiji, can you teach me the technique to get the past life memory? I tell them, this 30-40 year life memory itself is haunting us. It is making us mad. We are going crazy. Just this 30-40 years of memories. If we get 60 or 70 more years of memory, what will happen to us? So, I request, better not to bother about these esoteric things of next life, past life. Let's bother about this life, man. We are not able to live happily in this life. Then when we are not able to live happily in this life, what are we going to do? By what? Knowing that past life or next life, people come and ask me, Swamiji, please teach me some technique. I wanted to do the Vastya of the 1800 Kali. There's some big devatas. I wanted to see the devata. I wanted to have wounds from the devata. I wanted to see. They come and ask me. I cannot first learn the technique of how to live happily with the 200 wives. When we are not able to live happily with her, what are we going to do? Seeing 1800 women or 1800 Kali and all these things. So I always tell people, better drop too much of esoteric things. Let's come to the day-to-day life. Let's make this life more happy, more blissful. Then you can see about all those things. And one thing, even if I answer your question, waste of your time, waste of so many people, time, what are we going to do? Next. Yes.
I think we need to understand how the meditation helps, especially with your talk and stuff, sharing that experience. I think kind of the gastroenterologists like those how this can be useful. But I wanted to ask, how does the healing touch come? Can you explain that? How does that?
That's a good question.
We have 7 energy centers inside our system. Of course, all the, not only the yoga according to Hinduism, even according to yoga according to Buddhism, Tantra, everybody speak about the 7 chakras. I don't think it's exactly the glands which they speak. Maybe the energy related to the gland, the 7 gland. Maybe the some way through energy may be relating with the gland. Of course, the traditional belief is that these chakras are only controlling and managing our physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual activities. If some of these chakras are disturbed, we fall or we get diseases. If we can heal those chakras, activate those chakras through meditation, naturally disease disappears. They become healthy. If you can do by your own meditation, it is called self-healing. If you take the help of a master who meditates, it is called healing. One question comes here. How can somebody else give energy to us? Of course, in the modern day, a lot of researches are done about the Kirlian photography and all those things. They prove very clearly the energy can be stand. And even if you study deeply Einstein's theory, he says there is no such thing as matter and energy in the end. In the end, it speaks almost like a mystic, as Murali Krishna was mentioning, Dr. Murali Krishna was saying, he's a rishi. Einstein is the rishi. The end of his theory, what he says, equal to mc square. The same thing is expressed by Isha's Upanishad. Isha Vartyam Sarvam. Whatever exists is energy. It's almost like a rishi. In the end, he says that there's no such thing as a matter of energy separately. So when you can give a matter to somebody, why not energy? All you need is a right technique to share. Of course, still we are not able to quantify how much of energy is shared and all those things. That's the reason we are not able to give something like a across the table. But one thing is sure, energy can be shared. That much I can be sure. How much it can be shared, how better way we can share, through what techniques, all those things